Cek cek. Nah, tuh coba. Cek. Oh, udah. check, 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 check.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 2025 IEEE International Conference on Data and Software Engineering ICoDSE. Allow us to warmly welcome the distinguished leaders, the proud host of 2025 ICoDSE. First, please greet Insinyur Bambang Hendrawan, STMSM CIPMP CIACP, the Director of Polytechnic Negeri Batam.
We also extend our warm greeting to the Vice Director of Polytechnic Negeri Batam, Dr. Ahmad Riyad Firdaus, SSIMT PhD, Vice Director 1 for Academic Affairs, Dr. Arniati, SAMSI PhD, AKCE CPA, Vice Director 2 for Planning Finance, General Administration, and Dr. Muhammad Zainuddin, SSC MSc, Vice Director 3 for Student Affairs, Cooperation and Alumni Relations.
We also feel deeply honored to welcome our respected partners who have taken the time to join us today, including distinguished representatives, Dean of School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics of Institut Teknologi Bandung, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Tutun Juhana, STMSc. The Head of Knowledge and Software Engineering Research Group of Institut Teknologi Bandung, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Nana Rahmana Syambas, MN. Our honorable invited speakers, Mr. Hendra Kurniawan, Eskom MSc, MSc Eng PhD, and the Vice Rector for Academic Affairs, Student Affairs, and Alumni of Institut Teknologi Batam, Dr. N. Angsarullah Lawi.
To begin our ceremony, please stand up for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. Thank you. Please be seated.
Now, to officially open our conference, we would like to invite the General Chair of 2025 ICoDSE.
Please welcome Dr. Agung Dewandaru, STMSC.
respected VIP, Dr. Iman Faruzi from P3M Politeknik Negeri Batam, Professor Dr. Tutun Johana, Dean of Schools of Electrical Engineering and Informatics ITB, Dr. Insinyur Saiful Akbar, Director of Education of Institut Teknologi Bandung, Professor Nana Rahmana Sambas, Head of Knowledge and Software Engineering Research Group, Dr. Marta Teli Bertiza, Dean of Fakultas Teknik dan Teknologi Kemaritiman Umrah, and Dr. Ansarullah Lawi, Vice of Chair Institute Teknologi Batam, our respected keynote speakers, Professor Putri Saptawati, Professor Marta Sabo, Professor Christoph Troda, and Mr. Sanjay. On behalf of the organizing committee, we welcome to the 2025 IEEE International Conference on Data and Software Engineering. It gives us an immense pleasure to grace all of your presence at this conference. And this year marks the 11th occasion of this annual conference of Data and Software Engineering Research Group from Institut Teknologi Bandung, founded and organized the first ICoDSE first in 2014 in Bandung. ICoDSE is consistent with the spirit of ITB motto, globally respected and locally relevant. It tries to seek the venues in cities across our archipelago and collaborating with respected universities. In 2015, the conference was held in Yogyakarta. In 2016, in Denpasar. In 2017, Mataram. In 2019, the ICoDSE was held in Pontianak. And after a year of hiatus due to the COVID pandemic, we organized the 2021 ICoDSE in collaboration with Eindhoven University of Technology. And in 2022, we organized again in Bali with University of Udayana. In 2023, we held the ICoDSE in Laguboti, Toba with ITDEL as our co-organizer. And last year, we held the ICoDSE in Gorontalo in collaboration with Universitas Negeri Gorontalo. This year, we proudly present the 2025 IEEE International Conference of Data and Software Engineering as a hybrid conference co-organized with our respected partners, Politeknik Negeri Batam, Universitas Maritim Raja Ali Haji, and University Teknologi Petronas. Please welcome and applause to us all. Now we have the honor to hold the conference in this year in Batam, Kepulauan Riau, Indonesia. And this year's conference theme is Generative AI Meets Data and Software Engineering Challenges and Innovations. And this 2025 IEEE ICoDSE aims to bridge the knowledge between academia, industry, and the community as well. This is a forum for us all, for our engineers, for our academia, and also researchers to work in the two-day session to present our research, to present our findings, to collaborate and advance in the research of development in the field of data, knowledge, and software engineering. This year we have received 273 submissions from 17 countries around the globe. All of the submissions were peer-reviewed by at least 3 reviewers from external reviewers and also the program committee. And 90 papers are accepted for presentations. Along with the normal session, we also have a special session titled Generative AI for Education, in which we received 12 submissions and 4 paper was accepted for presentation. As the general chair of the conference, I would like to express my deep appreciation to all members of the steering committee, to all members of our organizing committee, thank you, and all of the reviewers who have devoted their time, their energy to the success of this event. We would also like to thank all the authors, the presenters, and the participants for their outstanding contributions to this forum. Last but not least, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our sponsors, School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, IEEE Computer Society Chapter, IEEE Indonesia Section, and Paragon Corporation. Finally, it is our sincere wish that this conference would become an exciting meeting place for you, for us all, to share ideas, to share knowledge, and to share wisdom. We wish you an enjoyable conference. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Agung Dewandaru, for the insightful words. Now we are truly honored to have with us Dr. Iman Fahruzi, STMT, Head of the Research and Community Service Center of Polytechnic Negeri Batam, who will deliver the welcoming remarks on behalf of the Director of Polytechnic Negeri Batam.
Please join me in welcoming Dr. Imam Fahruzi to deliver the speech. Please give a big round of applause.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning and welcome to the IEEE International Conference on Data and Software Engineering 2025. On behalf of the Director of Polytechnic Negeri Batam, we would like to extend our highest regard and warmest greeting to all distinguished, both those present in this room and those joining us virtually. It is with sincere regret that we inform you the director is unable to attend today's conference due to unavoidable commitment. Nevertheless, he conveyed his deep appreciation for your presence and participation, and wish this event success in fostering meaningful dialogue, collaboration, and impact. My name is Iman Fahruzi, Head of Research and Community Services, as well as our distinct keynote speaker, Associate Professor Putri Saptawati, Institut Teknologi Indonesia, Prof. Marta Sabu, PhD, Vienna University of Economic Business, Austria, Christoph Todt, PhD, Computing and Informatics System, Singapore Management University, Singapore, Srinath Chub, IBM Software Developer, USA, Prof. Ganesh Kumar from University Teknologi Petronas, Malaysia, Prof. Hendra Kurniawan, Universitas Maritim Raja Ali Haji, Indonesia. We are honored and proud to welcome Prof. Tutun Johanna, Dean of State ITB Indonesia, Prof. Ansarullah Lawi, Vice Rector of Academic Institute Teknologi Batam. We also recognize the dedication of General Chair of ICoDSE, Mr. Agung Dewandaru, and express our sincere appreciation to all authors, participants, organizing committee, and guests who have joined us for across the world. Your presence enrich this conference and strengthens our shared commitment to advancing knowledge and innovation. Now, Polytechnic Negeri Batam stand of one of Indonesian leading polytechnic or vocational institution committed to excellence in vocational and applied technology education with a strong focus on industry-driven research and interdisciplinary collaboration. Until now, we have 25 study program with 5 international accreditation. We also adopt industry-based learning curriculum. We also innovative learning approach, PBL, project, product, problem-based learning, and we also implement CDIO framework curriculum to cultivate graduates with strong problem-solving ability, innovative thinking, and technical skill. We also develop a center of excellence to research and development activity aligned with industrial needs, innovation, collaboration, and applied research. I am proud to witness how this conference embodies our commitment to advancing knowledge, fostering collaboration, and delivering meaningful impact. This event is not merely a platform for scholarly exchange, it is a strategy endeavor that benefit our institution, enrich our academic community, and almost importantly, save society. For our polytechnic, this conference strengthen our role as a hub of innovation and global engagement. For our lecturer, it's offer opportunity to expand academic network, explore interdisciplinary insight. For our student, it provide invaluable exposure to international perspective and inspiring a spirit of inquiry and research. I attended my sincere appreciation to all contributor, partner, participation who have made this event possible. May this conference spark faithful discussion, force lasting collaboration, and generate solutions that are both relevant and transformative. And finally, allow us to traditional Malay pantun. Ke Nagoya beli kain batik, singgah sejenak di toko perhiasan. Batam ramah, indah dan cantik, surga belanja untuk penuh kesan. Once more. Mentari tenggelam di ufuk barat, lampu kota mulai bersinar terang. Malam di Batam sungguhlah hangat, musik berdendang, hati pun senang. Thank you and enjoy the conference. Have a good day. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Imam Faruzi, for the insightful message and continued support for this event.
Now we will hear the opening remarks from the Dean of the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, Institut Teknologi Bandung.
Please give a warm welcome to Professor Dr. Insinyur Tutun Juhana, STMT.
Distinguished guests, Pak Bambang Hendrawan, Director of Polytechnic Negeri Batam, who today I believe represented by Dr. Iman Fahruzi, Professor Nana Rahmana, as the Chair of Knowledge and Software Engineering Research Group of our school, ITB, Ibu Marta Leli Betiza, the Dean of Engineering Faculty of Umrah, Dr. Eng Ansarullah Lawi, Vice Rector of Institut Teknologi Batam, respected keynote speakers, Professor Putri Saptawati, Professor Marta Sabu, Professor Christoph Trudeau, and Mr. Sanjay Tup. And also our host, Dr. Ganesh Kumar from UTP, Malaysia. And we have also, you can say, the founder of this beautiful campus, Pak Eko, Professor Eko, founder or pioneer. He started this beautiful campus from the scratch, right? And now he cannot come back to our campus. Actually, he is one of our professor, but he loves to be here. And I also have a pleasure to come to this beautiful campus. I have already visited here several times, and yeah, it is a great pleasure for me to be here again. Especially actually from Batam, in addition to shopping, you can also enjoy the gonggong. Yeah, right? Escargot version of Batam. So you should try that, yeah. Maybe by the dinner, there will be the gonggong. But it's high in cholesterol, say. But it's okay, no problem. So once again, it is a great honor for me to be here as the representative of the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, ITB, Institut Teknologi Bandung. This ICoDSE conference is the proof of our strong commitment to advancing the field of informatics and electrical engineering. So our school is named School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics. So we started in 2006 from two departments, Electrical Engineering Department and Informatics or Computer Science Department. The Electrical Engineering Department itself started in 1947, and Informatics or Computer Science started in 1980s, right? So in 80s, only one class of student in computer science or informatics. Now everybody go to informatics, right? Computer science. We have a large number of students wants to pursue their degree in the computer science or informatics. So our informatics department founder has a very long vision how this knowledge is important for us, for our life. And for ICoDSE itself is grown each year, and this year we saw remarkable participation and enthusiasm with the higher rate of the rejection rate, right, for this year. And also this conference already has pre-conference activities such as a specialist workshop, as well as the collaborative efforts from multiple partner university and institutions that have joined in organizing this event. So we sincerely hope that ICoDSE will continue to grow as a hub for academic collaboration and remain committed to supporting its development as a platform that strengthens inter-university partnership and expand its positive impact across disciplines and communities. So once again, enjoy this conference. Don't forget to shop, and to have some culinary experience in Batam. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Tutun Juhana, for the meaningful address and insight about SKG in Batam.
Before we proceed, we will also to take a moment to express our sincere appreciation to all the sponsors and supporters who have made this event possible.
Our deepest gratitude goes to IEEE Indonesia Section, and IEEE Indonesia Section Computer Society Chapter for their continuous support and commitment to advancing research and collaboration in the field of technology and engineering.
We would also like to extend to heartfelt appreciation to Paragon Corp to their valuable partnership and contribution in supporting this international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, let us take a moment to pray for the success of this event.
The prayer will be led by Mr. Iman Hidayat. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. For the blessing and success of this event, let us pray together to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty God. I will lead the prayer according to the Islamic faith. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad Sayyidina al-awwalina wal-akhirin wa sallim radiyallahu tabaraka wa ta'ala an kulli ashabi rasulillahi ajma'in. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin hamdan syakirin hamdan na'imin hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma, Ya Allah, the Almighty God, with all your greatness and glory, we praise and thank you for your endless blessing. We thank you for gathering us today in the International Conference on Data and Software Engineering 2025 at Polytechnic Negeri Batam. We seek your mercy and guidance so that this event may run smoothly and successfully. O Allah, Ya Ghafur, the most forgiving, please forgive our sins and grant us your mercy and forgiveness. O Allah, Ya Azim, the most great, please bless this conference, bless all sessions, discussions, and collaborations in this event. May it bring valuable insight, innovation, and benefits for the advancements of science and technology and for the good of humankind. O Allah, Ya Alim, the all-knowing, grant us wisdom and clarity of mind to share knowledge, creativity to build innovation, and unity to achieve meaningful outcomes together. O Allah, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, please guide us in our daily lives, grant us health, strength, and your protection. O Allah, Ya Mujib as-Sa'ilin, with humility and full hope, we ask you to accept and bless our prayers. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina azaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala al-mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
To celebrate this special occasion, let us first enjoy a cultural performance presented by our talented performers from Sanggar Seni Bunga Rampai with the performance of Sekapur Siri.
Please give them a warm round of applause.
That was truly beautiful. A round of applause once again for our performers. What a wonderful day to showcase culture and creativity.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite all distinguished guests and participants to join our photo session.
Please remain standing in your place for the group photo session. Please remain standing in your place for the group photo session all together with us. Dear audience, you may get right into the center of the stage to make sure we all get in the frame. Okay, we will do the photo session on the count of 3, 2, 1. Once again. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Okay, set up your pose and smile. 3, 2, 1. Once again, 3, 2, 1. Okay, thank you. To all audience, you may please be seated back. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now have a short coffee break. Refreshments are available outside of the main venue. And please kindly return to the main venue by 10 a.m. as we will continue with our first keynote session.
Please take this opportunity to relax and network with other participants, share ideas, make connections, and enjoy the atmosphere. Thank you.
Selamat pagi Bu Putri.
Selamat pagi.
Oh,
Dengan
siap.
siapa nih saya bicara? Mohon
Baik,
maaf.
Bu, saya Hamdani Bu, nanti yang akan
Oke,
mendampingi Bu
Pak Hamdani.
secara
Oke,
hybrid
baik.
berarti Bu ya.
Iya,
Siap. Oke Bu, terima kasih konfirmasi. Mungkin sekitar jam 10 baru kita mulai Bu ya.
baik Pak Hamdani.
Izin nih Bu Putri, nanti yang share screen dari Ibu atau dari tim panitia di sini?
Dari saya aja mungkin ya,
Oh,
Pak ya, karena
baik.
supaya enak ya.
Siap. Terima kasih, Prof.
Ya, makasih.
Kota Batam, Kepulauan Riau, merupakan salah satu kota metropolitan di Indonesia. Kota Batam dikenal sebagai kawasan industri dan perdagangan yang berkembang pesat. Sebagai kota industri, Batam memiliki sekitar 1.309 industri unggul dengan jumlah 169.000 pekerja dari hasil produksi migas dan non-migas. Di tengah pesatnya perkembangan Kota Batam, terdapat sebuah perguruan tinggi vokasi yang berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang dapat menjawab kebutuhan industri, yaitu Politeknik Negeri Batam. Pada tahun 2023, Poli Batam telah terakreditasi baik sekali oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Selain terletak di salah satu kawasan pusat pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional, Poli Batam juga terletak di wilayah terdepan dan terluar negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia yang berbatasan langsung dengan perairan internasional. Sebagai perguruan tinggi vokasi, Politeknik Negeri Batam menyelenggarakan program Diploma 3 dan Diploma 4 yang dinaungi oleh 4 jurusan dengan total 25 program studi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Di antaranya, jurusan Manajemen dan Bisnis, jurusan Teknik Elektro, jurusan Teknik Informatika, dan jurusan Teknik Mesin. Demi menunjang pendidikan yang berkualitas, Poli Batam menerapkan konsep Design, Implement, Operate atau disingkat CDIO, sebuah kerangka kerja pendidikan inovatif untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap bersaing di dunia industri. Poli Batam menjadi satu-satunya anggota tetap dari Indonesia dalam Collaborator Worldwide CDIO Initiative. Keanggotaan ini menunjukkan komitmen Poli Batam untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran dengan standar internasional. CDIO terintegrasi dengan kurikulum PBL yang nantinya lulusan akan mendapatkan pekerjaan sesuai kompetensinya. Poli Batam memiliki sistem pembelajaran unggulan Project Based Learning atau disingkat PBL. PBL merupakan model pembelajaran yang berpusat pada peserta didik untuk melakukan suatu investigasi yang mendalam terhadap suatu topik. Program pembelajaran ini menghadirkan satu proyek yang dikerjakan oleh mahasiswa lintas angkatan, jurusan, maupun program studi, sehingga meningkatkan soft skill para mahasiswa dan dapat menjawab tantangan zaman. Mahasiswa tingkat akhir Poli Batam melaksanakan seluruh pembelajarannya dalam bentuk magang selama setahun. Ini memungkinkan para mahasiswa direkrut industri jauh sebelum wisuda. Untuk itu, Poli Batam telah bekerja sama dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar swasta maupun negara, nasional hingga multinasional, sehingga penyerapan lulusan.
Welcome back everyone, we hope you had a refreshing break.
We will now begin the first keynote speech delivered by Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur G.A. Putri Saptawati from the Knowledge and Software Engineering Institute Teknologi Bandung.
To lead this session, we hand the stage to our moderator, Hamdani Arif, SPD MSc.
Please welcome.
Check. Should I sit or stand? It's up to me, right? Cannot fly. Let's start with pantun, I believe. Jalan-jalan ke Tanjung Bandar. Ewa, Pak. Tidak lupa juga berkabar. Cakep gitu ya. Selamat datang para hadirin di acara seminar. Semoga di sesi ini kita nanti jadi pintar. So actually, basically it's actually pantun, Indonesian, just like Indonesian distinctive poetry. Then we use rhyme, just like it is distinguished by two parts. So if I describe it more, then it will become another session for the pantun. So I believe let's start. It's actually knowledge and become more smarter. Okay, let me just sit down here. I have small notes so that we can do the session 1 hour completely, right? So I have information from the committee that actually we are having more than 13 participants internationally, and with Indonesian then it will be, I believe it is 14. So maybe welcome, please welcome everyone who's coming here from abroad. I believe anyone coming outside from Indonesia joining us here? Wow. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I believe more of you are joining us online. Okay, so anyway, good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, as well as respected audience who's joining us here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Welcome to the first sessions of the keynote session of the 2025 International Conference on Data Science and Engineering. My name is Hamdani Arif. I'm a lecturer of cybersecurity in Polytechnic Negeri Batam, and for the next, I believe, 1 hour, I'll be your moderator for these sessions. And for these sessions, actually, we're going to have to explore a topic regarding the power of graph-based machine learning in big data, and what I actually not quite sure is because this is actually something quite different with my area, so it will be something interesting for me as well. It will going to talk about the graph neural network and LLM, large language models, to uncover a complex relationship, and hopefully it can enable the reasoning from the data. So the chair is actually, we have 2 chairs here, but unfortunately the speaker is going to join us online, so it will be just like in hybrid mode. It will be in hybrid mode. It is my pleasure to introduce our keynote speaker, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Gusti Ayu Putri Saptawati Sukijo, MCom. Halo Ibu. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Hamdani. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah. Okay. Then let me briefly introduce Ibu Dr. Insinyur Gusti Ayu Putri Saptawati Sukijo. She is from Knowledge and Software Engineering Research Group, or in Indonesia it is KK Rekayasa Perangkat Lunak dan Pengetahuan, School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, Institute Teknologi Bandung, ITB. Professor Saptawati earned the bachelor and doctoral degree from ITB, from ITB, and her master from University of New South Wales, Australia. Her research focuses on, firstly, on graph mining, on machine learning, on big data analytics, and intelligence system, of course with numerous international publication in these areas. So actually we are only having around 45 minutes, so without further ado, Professor Dr. Insinyur Gusti Ayu Putri Saptawati to deliver the keynote speech. I believe we will give you around 40.
Hello. I think the connection is lost.
So Ibu, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, the online is yours.
Okay,
around 45
thank you.
minutes, Ibu.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to apologize because I couldn't join directly in Batam for this very, very nice occasion. I have some tasks that I cannot leave. So thanks to the committee that I will be present my speech in online. Okay. Yes. Today, I would like to share some experience in doing research in graph data, actually. Yes, I'm interested in data, especially in graph, since actually we know that graph is it is powerful, but it is quite not really many people talk about graph data, because we know that graph data is quite complicated compared with the relational data as far as we know. Okay, let me share the presentation. Okay, as everyone see my this moment. Okay. Okay. Today, this is the main topic of my presentation today. I would like to share about the state-of-the-art research and graph mining, especially in graph on deep learning. So, first of all, I would like to describe in short what is graph data and how graph analytical is moved from graph mining to the graph deep learning. And I also to share some research with my with my students regarding graph mining and also graph deep learning. And at the end of this presentation, I would like to share how generative AI can help some research, some data analytic when we are considering about graph on deep learning. Okay, thank you. So why graph? Sometimes we neglect about graph, although we know that network data is another important data type that becoming ubiquitous across a large scale of real world application. When we are talking about cyber network, like social network, citation network, telecommunication, transportation, biological network, and so on. And many complex systems actually take form of graph instead of relational data, such as social network, biological network, and also information network. So it is well recognized that graph data is often sophisticated and challenging to deal with. What is graph data? Basically, graph data is an approach that utilizes representation where we have only two kinds of data. First is node, which represent an entity, and also edge, which represent the relationship between entities. So when we are talking about data analytic on data, actually we are focusing on the relation of each entity, not on the entity itself. Okay, so of course this approach enables the diverse data sets and allow the analysis complex relationship among entities. Okay, this is a three simple example, very simple, only a small piece of the big data. For example, the first one, this one, is a example, a small piece of a graph representing the drug target interaction. We know that in this graph, we have many kind of node. First, node represent drug, node represent side effect, represent disease, and also protein or gene. And for the second example is a graph represent the relationship between protein, with protein of virus, protein of our body, and also how this protein, this kind of proteins actually can give reaction for the emerging of antigen. So the second one is graph for vaccine. And the third one is graph for actually in agriculture. So it represents the bioactive compound. So in this example, actually the compound is, we would like to analyze whether or not this compound can be used for cosmetic. So you know that from these small pieces of graph, we know that actually for the real problem, the graph is so big and also so complex. And we know that many kind of representation like relational or cannot good enough for representing this kind of problem. And now we are talking about how if we want to analyze data representing in graph. We know that since the emerging of AI and also machine learning, we also have machine graph mining. And then from now on, because the emerging of deep learning, we also have graph deep learning. So what is graph mining? Basically, when we are talking about graph mining, actually we are in the process of we want to extract kind of useful pattern in which this pattern representing the relationship and feature of the node and also the edge of the graph structure. And in graph analytical, actually the most difficult one is the feature engineering. Traditionally, feature engineering in graph mining is obtained from a number of predefined straightforward feature and graph level, node level, or subgraph, which is this process mostly is done handcrafting or manually. So what is the challenge if we are still conduct this kind of feature engineering? Of course, many pattern we cannot obtain because we have limitation in this process. The process still manual, so it is very, very highly probably that human miss some interesting pattern in this task. And how about deep learning and then? So what's the difference about deep learning and graph mining? Deep learning is developed, graph deep learning is developed because we imitate the architecture of deep learning, which is the we name it graph neural network. And this process, we not only interested in the node itself, but we also interested in how other nodes can influence a node. So in this process, there are some messages passed from one node to another node. And this is the basic architecture of graph neural network. And this is also the famous architecture in graph deep learning. So, however, still, this technology have some limitation. It is high computational cost when we are dealing with large graph, and also with the graph deep learning, the interpretability is a bit difficult. So we need some support from explainable AI to understand in human way how this graph is processed, something like that. Okay, this is the summarization in short about comparison between graph mining and deep learning on graph. Okay, graph mining usually is heuristic and manual, but in the GNN or deep learning on graph, learn is conducted automatically. Generation capability, of course, in graph mining is limited, but in deep learning on graph, it is transferable. Scalability is highly depends on the algorithm, but in deep learning on graph, we can support it by sampling, by mini batching, and so on. Interpretability in graph mining, much clear compared with the deep learning on graph. So how about the usage of data that we have from our data set? In graph mining, we heavily depend on topology feature. And yet, in the deep learning, not only topology, but also we can enrich information about the node and also the edge itself. Okay, so now we are focusing on the architecture, kind of architecture that graph deep learning have. The most famous one is GNN, graph neural network. As I mentioned before, when we are dealing with graph deep learning, actually we are dealing with message passaging on graph structured data. Why? Because we want to consider the information that we have from others, from our neighbors of node. What is the core idea? Basically, in graph deep learning, iteratively, we will update the node representation by considering all the information from our neighbors, from the neighbors. And there are two steps in deep learning, graph deep learning. First is aggregate. What is aggregate? And the first step, actually, we collect our information from our neighbor. Common method as the simple one, we use mean, sum, max, or maximum, or another permutation invariant. And after we aggregate the information from our environment, and then we will combine those information with the existing node. That this is the focus of our node at the moment. So, because this is graph and adapt the deep learning approach, so of course we have a layer. So the deeper the layer depends on how many hope that we define regarding our neighbors. What is hope? Hope is kind of neighborhood. So if we say one hope, it means that we only consider our direct neighbor. If we set two hopes, so it means that we also consider the neighbor of our direct neighbor, and so on. And of course, the challenge of this architecture is if we set many layers, so of course, if the predefined of hopes will also influence the computational time and cost. Okay, and then the next architecture is graph convolutional network. A bit different from the graph neural network, GCN is not is using some kind of method for normalizes the information that we get from our neighbor. So instead of we just consider as it is, we normalize the information from our neighbors. But the principle is the same, aggregate and combine. The difference is only how we calculate the information. Okay, and the next is this very famous one is graph sage. What is the difference between a graph sage and the architecture before? Is this the same? It's almost the same, but the difference is in method for doing our summarization. So we use aggregators like mean, LSTM, maxpool, and so on. So in this architecture, we use a bit complicated techniques to aggregate our information, but the rest for the combination is almost the same with the previous architecture. And what is the trade-off? Because SAGE is using sampling, so sampling can be one method, one approach to accelerate this architecture. Okay, and GAT. What's it GAT? GAT is Graph Attention Network. This one is actually this architecture adopt the concept of natural language processing transformer. The core idea in GAT is we will calculate attention coefficient per age, and then we will weight each neighbor's message based on their importance. It's quite similar with the NLP. And what is the mechanism for doing this? We will have a small MLP, and then we will have the softmax cover the neighbors to produce the attention course. So it's mean that in this architecture, actually the approach will focusing on nodes that are considered to be very important nodes. What is the trade-off? Higher compute and memory, and also there is some possibility that we will ignore some neighbors of our node. Of course, maybe that actually that neighbor is not really less important. Okay, that's a bit about the architecture of graph deep learning. And now I would like to share about some research that I'm doing with my team, and by conducting research using the graph analytics. The first case is a drug repositioning. Background of this research is it comes from pharmacology, especially when we are dealing with the COVID situation. And during the COVID situation, pharmacology are intended to find a vaccine in the very, very fast time in order to save human from this very deadly virus. And usually, pharmacology will take a long time to do this job, because they must be very, very careful because they are doing with human. So, and this is also long time and also high cost, because the rate of failure is quite high. And so that's why the approach of drug repositioning is utilized as an alternative strategy. What is drug repositioning? This is the process of discovering new indication or new therapeutic function from existing drug. So this is not making a new drug, but using the existing drug for the new disease. And for doing this, we know that a graph analytical approach will be very, very useful because it represents the interaction between protein from drugs, from disease, from human genetic, and also from side effect. Why graph? Because data structure actually align with the database available for doing this research. And also, the processing is very minimal, because now we can do the research based on data. And with the graph data, actually, this representation more explicit about close to the real problem. And This is also better aligned with the characteristic of drug repositioning. And of course, this is expressing the multi-entity relationship. Okay, drug repositioning with graph-based. For across the all drug repositioning studies using graph-based approach, several consistent characteristics can be concluded. First is the graph structure data is used as a core representation. So when data is collected from the multiple sources, data integration process will perform to unify them into the single data. And graph data is used for drug repositioning is actually heterogeneous data, mean that it contains multiple types of node and also multiple types of hits. The primary task for drug repositioning is the link prediction, which focus on predicting potential relationship between biological entities. Okay, and this is a short illustration about the link prediction. Suppose that we have already the graph structure, like on my left hand, and then we would like to predict whether or not actually there is a hidden link between node D, node B, or between node D and node C. Link prediction and drug repositioning. This is the primary task for drug repositioning. So this is, we predict the new relationship between drug and its target, or between drug and disease. So this approach is used very common during the COVID period, when everyone or every country is trying to produce try to identify drugs that actually can be used to treat the COVID. We know that during the COVID period, actually there is no new drug. What happens is the doctor will prescribe you the existing drug, but based on this research, actually those drugs is capable to treat the COVID, the effect of COVID. So this is the things that we are doing in drug repositioning. Okay, this is a small representation of graph data regarding the disease, and then the protein of disease, the protein of drug, and the protein of human. And then suppose we try to predict the link between drug, the disease number 7, and also the drug that associated with this another disease. Okay, this is the second example, the power of graph analytics, and this is the study case for finding a vaccine. Okay, the first is drug, how we exploit the existing drug that can be used to treat the disease, the different disease. Okay, what is the vaccine actually? The background of this study is, you know that finding a new vaccine is very long process, and from antigen discovery to clinical approval. However, the same like drug before in the pharmacological area, the rate of failure is still high. Why? Because the finding actually consists of low immunogenicity, and the antigen is not stable, or we call it antigen instability, and or the population coverage is very limited. So this is always the case from the point of view of vaccine literature to find the new vaccine. So the key challenge, of this application is how that we can predict immune recognition, which depends on the interaction between between peptide, epitopes, and MHC molecules. To address this issue, computational in silico methods that computational doing, of course, supported by computer, having essential tools to accelerate this process. Okay, I just, okay. So for this research, for this real problem, so graph-based approach is going increase, and many researchers focusing and using this kind of data. So to model the interaction between epitope and MHC interaction. So why? Because graph representation is fit for data about immunology. And if of course requires a minimal processing and represents relationship very clearly, and its synergy is with the characteristic of vaccine and also handle complex hierarchy. So how we use this graph representation for the interaction between peptide and MHC. For the representation from epitope and also the MHC, and we will focus on the heterogeneous graph, and it's similar with the graph repositioning. When we want to know the relation between the epitide and MHC, it's actually focusing on the link prediction. What is the feature represented in this area? Epitope. What is epitope? Is the antigen fragment, and also the molecule of MHC, and also the TCR or the recognition receptor. So epitope actually the protein which is contained in the virus. So you know, when we are try to make a new vaccine, actually we will pick some protein from the virus, and then we will test whether or not this part of the virus, when it's injects to the body of the human, and it will react in the positive way. So because the virus is also evolves, they also change from time to time. So if they are doing, when we are doing it in the very traditional way, so this will cost very expensive in terms of time and also another resources. Okay, this a bit some illustration how that we use this kind of approach to predict the interaction between two kinds of protein. So first, of course, we have input data from the virus and the protein from the virus, and also the data from the human body, and then we will try to find the relationship between these two kind of protein. What is the difference link prediction for vaccine and from the drug repositioning? For the first one, for vaccine, we assume that actually the link is already exists, but we don't know how strong this relationship. So that's why for vaccine, we will try to analyze the strengthness of the link. But for the drug repositioning, we just only care about whether or not the link is exists. If the link is exists, so we know that this existing drug can be used to treat the new disease that come somewhere, sometimes, and some place. Okay. This is the illustration. The molecule of the MHC, and this is some illustration. The molecule, the protein of epitope. Okay. How and then graph-based analytical can be used for modeling the interaction between vaccine, epitope, and MHC. Okay, we have the two kind of graph. Okay, we generate the graph. Okay, and then we also generate the graph data from our antibody, and then we put together here. So now, based on this data, we try to analyze whether or not there is a strong interaction between the epitope and also the epitope, which is the antigen graph, and also between the MHC or the antibody graph. And the last one, I would like to share about how we can use graph analytic in the case of agriculture. Especially, we are dealing with the case of cosmetic benefits that we want to extract from plant-derived bioactive compounds. Okay, agriculture research often involves complex, diverse, and also interconnected data linking plants, bioactive compounds, and their functional or their cosmetic properties. In this case, we are focusing on the cosmetic properties. Predicting cosmetic benefit from the non-bioactive compounds is challenging, as relevant information is scattered across the various scientific publications and data. To address this, our team developed a bioactive cosmetic interaction graph, which integrating the power of LLM for knowledge extraction and also the power of graph neural network, GNN, for relational learning. And of course, we hope that this integration will enable the multi-level prediction for cosmetic benefits from Hoya plant compounds. Hoya is a very famous plant during people who like hobbies and flowers. And the smell is very nice, very colorful, but it was, we think that actually Hoya contain some bioactive compound that can be used for cosmetic. Predicting cosmetic benefits from plant-derived bioactive compound is challenging as each compound may have multiple function and related benefits. The knowledge is often scattered around the scientific literature, and making the manual analysis is become inefficient. So bioactive cosmetic interaction, we call it BCI approach, will integrate the power of generative AI for knowledge extraction, and we will combine this knowledge with the graph neural network for relational learning, and we will use this graph for predicting the cosmetic from Hoya plant compound. So the same as before, this is I will not repeat why the graph is quite useful for this, because they have the same reason with the others two use case before. Okay. Different from the first two study case and cosmetic benefit prediction, the task is not link prediction, but instead we will focus on node classification. But this one is not just binary classification, but this is a multi-level classification. Of course, the aim is to predict multiple cosmetic labels for each bioactive compound between the bioactive and cosmetic interaction graph. we know that each component of the plan may contain more than one function or benefit. For example, in terms of cosmetic, maybe that compound have a function as an antioxidant, anti-aging, or moisturizing, making this task is, we call it the multi-label running essential. So this is the small illustration how the process is. Each compound node, this one is bioactive compound node, will be classified into one or more cosmetic benefit, which is we will label as anti-aging, moisturizing, or antioxidant. And GNN will aggregate information from the connected nodes, plans, function, pathway through the maze passing, and then we want to predict the gray node whether or not this become a classified after the training. So from the gray, it could be become green, red, and so. And this process will be conducted from the Hoya plant that in the agriculture. Okay, and this is the last topic of my presentation. What is the effect of the emerging generative AI or large language model? We know that this is an artificial intelligence model built using a deep learning techniques, and LLM can be applied for wide range of tasks. This is the small summarization, challenge in graph, and how the LLM will have the graph mining or graph-based analytics. So first is if we don't use LLM, so we will have a limited semantic context. We will have sparse or incomplete graph connection, and we will hard to embed the graph, and also this very specific reasoning because we have a limited information, knowledge, or source in graph mining. And then how LLM will complement this challenge? LLM will provide knowledge grounding via text, and it can infer. We can exploit LLM to infer missing link, and then we will exploit LLM in order to increase the power of explainability of the graph, and of course we will exploit LLM to encode the biomedical or scientific that we have already known from the prior expert or source of information. And for graph tasks, link prediction, node classification, and so on. So we can see two kinds of role of LLM and supporting the graph mining. First, LLM can have a role as an enhancer. So the power is how to increase the quality of the embedding and also the quality of explanation. And we also can use LLM as a predictor. So as an enhancer, so LLM is used to enrich the semantic information of the graph feature to improve link prediction performance or node classification performance. And the general motivation for this approach lies in the limited richness of the graph data. And then there are two categories: embedding-based approach and the explanation-based approach. Okay, this is the very recent journal try to use the LLM for graph neural network. The last one is, oh, yes,
we are actually
yes.
having 3 minutes left. if you don't mind.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and this is the state of the art of the current research, how to integrate LLM with the graph deep learning for drug repositioning. So we have explored about 25 the most recent articles, and we know that mostly that only a few articles already integrate LLM for feature representation and link prediction. Okay, and this is I just skip, and this is the state of the art how KNN and the LLM can explore to increase the process of prediction cosmetic benefits from Hoya bioactive compounds. This is our last design, and this is the baseline research. We will focus on the node classification, not link prediction. We will use LLM for label-free annotation, and then GNN for node embedding and classification. And then we also will use LLM for knowledge extraction from many kind of text corpus, and we will also use GNN for the multi-label classification. And this is the future challenge of the integration LLM into GSN: data heterogeneity, scalability, information alignment, and of course the interpretability. Okay, and we hope that this is the future direction of our research: unified framework, knowledge augmented graph, and explainable multimodal learning, and also efficiency and compression. This is our research reference that we use for preparing this material. And this is our team. First is Dimas from Trisakti University. He is focusing on the drug repositioning. And the second is Siti Kania, and she will be focused on the bioactive compound for predicting cosmetic. And the last one is the Fania. She just start research in the vaccine. Thank you, and I will back to moderator. Thank you.
All right, that's precisely 45 minutes. Round of applause, everybody. Thank you, Ibu Dr. Putri, for that insightful and inspiring information regarding a lot of things that we can do with graph. And right now is actually we still have around 10 minutes. Then I think we can open the floor for the Q&A session. Anyone here offline can raise your hand if you have any question, or maybe anyone joining us online can also type in Zoom, as well as you can digitally raise hand as well. Anyone here? Oh, okay, we have one.
Thank you. Hello, good morning, Putri. Nice to see you virtually.
Hi, good morning.
Thank you for the talk. Very insightful, very nice details, and extremely useful use cases. My question would be referring to whether you have any intuition of how the characteristics of the graphs that you use with these GNNs have an influence on their performance. Like, for example, I don't know, depending on the depth, the breadth, the interconnectivity, node degree, whatever features, do they have any impact? Shall I sing? Whether they have any impact on the performance. Sorry about that. Was the question understandable? Okay, thank you.
Regarding the performance? Maybe we'll do the one question and directly answer, if you don't mind, Ibu Putri.
Yes, please.
Regarding the can you hear the question from Marta, Ibu Marta?
From Marta. Yes, I think I understand the question. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, I think you can, because directly you can
answer.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you for the question, Marta. I hope that I can meet you soon in Batam. Okay, yes. If we are talking about machine learning, actually the most critical process is feature engineering. What is it? That how we select the correct feature. So with this feature, we can represent the problem, and then with the representation, and then we can do some kind of analytic like classification, clustering, whatever. And because graph is very complicated, and in graph feature is not really clear. So before the development of GNN, most researchers doing the feature selection is by handcrafting. Okay, and since the bio in our research is about the biological domain, so the relationship between protein, drug, and anything is very complicated and also very complex and large. So if we don't use the method of deep learning, so it will first it will costly in terms of time, because we need to build the graph representation by manual, or we need to interact with the expert in the very close interaction in order that we can get the knowledge, so we can prepare the graph representation of the domain. But when we use the deep learning for graph, so this process will learn by themselves by considering what the neighbor, by passing the information, and then sometimes, and then they will come with the optimum representation of the graph. So we believe, especially for the bioinformatics, and we believe that deep learning on graph much powerful instead of for other domain. So because the data is very large, very complex, so and we will lose some important pattern if we doing it manually, not with the supporting of deep graph. I hope that my answer can give you some insight, Martha.
Yeah. Is there any response? Because we still have time, I believe. Yeah. You have one? Because I don't see any questions here. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because we have 1, 2. I think we have to limit the time because we have time limitation. I think 3 questions maximum. And Ibu Vida, please.
Can I ask 10 questions, Mr. Ramdan? Only one. Okay. Okay then. Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Putri, for the presentation. It's very fruitful and insightful. Short question from me. Would you mind to share to us, as we know together that graph data, it's more heavy, we can say that, compared to the textual data. If we neglect the number of data that we use, would you mind to share us your tips and trick related to the computing resource that you use actually, and how to solve that problem? Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's regarding the computational resource, I believe, to save the time.
Yes.
Okay. Can we have another question so that you can answer it both, Ibu?
Okay.
Because we have another questions. Yeah.
Thank you, Ibu, for a nice.
Can you please state your name and where
yeah.
you're from?
My name is Dr. Ganesh Kumar from UTP Malaysia. So my question is linked with Prof. Martha and also the doctor. It's related that when we have a graph network, we use deep learning, we use the LLM. But as you also mentioned, the heterogeneous data, if we have a textual data, image data, video data on drugs or any of the domain that you are selecting, so it will be very challenging for us to use the graph network. So in that
Mm.
context, do you have any
Mm.
insight that you want to share, so that in
Mm.
future, if we want, any of us want to incorporate it, and how can we proceed with it? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ibu. The first question regarding the maybe related to the resource,
Mm.
and then the second one regarding the heterogeneous data. Yeah, can you please respond it, Ibu, both? Thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you very much for Miss Fida for the question. Yes, regarding the computational time, we can get rid of this, okay, because especially when we are dealing with the biological data, it's very, very big and also complex. From my experience, until now, until today, until recently, the 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 most consumed time is how to prepare the data for our purpose. Suppose at the moment, for drug repositioning, actually my focus with the team is how the drug target interaction, but for the disease of diabetes, diabetes. So we try to find the existing drug that can help the patient of diabetes. And the consuming time, the very, very hard time is how to combine big data from disease, from drug, and from side effect in one representation of graph. And for this task, there is no doubt that it is very time consuming, and of course, in order to reduce the computational time because of its complexness, that's why we try to exploit the generative AI. So, but in this research, generative AI is not as the main function. Instead, the generative AI is just as a supporting in order to embed the graph in terms of not embedding or its embedding. So I think until recently, that's the way we suggest, we guess that generative AI will help to reduce the computational time. That's for Miss Vida. Sorry. And for the question from Mr. Ganes, what is the challenge of this research? Yes, first, the data is not only big and also complex of the relationship between the node, but it's also a graph type 2, which is heterogeneous graph. What is heterogeneous graph? First, the type of node is more than one. And it is also possible the type of edge is also more than one. But usually in traditional, not traditional, most method when we are dealing with graph, either homogeneous or heterogeneous, usually they use the approach from matrix. And we know that if we are doing computation on matrix, so it will be time consuming because of the computational task. So we are thinking about using an intuitive heuristic approach to tackle the challenge of the computation on matrices. So we will work with from people from the pharmacological area in terms of we try to get some intuitive insight from them, and we will use this information
to solve the graph analytic based on heuristic method, not based on the matrix computation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I believe, is there any question in online platform? If there are any, then I'm afraid that we don't have enough time. Yeah, but anyway, thank you, Ibu Dr. Putri, for sharing the valuable insight. See you later.
See
this
you
afternoon, I think, yeah.
soon.
See you soon. Yeah, a lot of things that we've through this for this first session. I don't have anything in mind to conclude because a lot of things are coming over there, and it's a lot of breakthrough that Bu Putri shared to us, just like drugs, reallocating, etc. Previously, we cannot do that, and right now we can do it almost instantly, like using such big breakthrough that Ibu Putri shared to us. Yeah, because it is already 11. Everybody, I'd like to thank for the organizing committee for the great work and for inviting us here. Thank you for all your kind attention, for all audience as well as the one who's asking for the questions. And once again, please join me to thank Ibu Dr. Insinyur Gusti Ayu Putri Saptawati Sugijo for her valuable insight. Round of applause.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ibu. See you later. Yeah, so this is the end for this session. Let me give back the floor to the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to our wonderful keynote speaker and moderator for the engaging and insightful session.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now continue with second keynote speech.
This session will be delivered by Professor Marta Sabo, PhD, from the Vienna University of Economics and Business, Austria.
The pointer you might need already prepared on the main table. Once again, we give the stage to our moderator, Wikandanar Sunindio.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I have an honor to be a moderator for the second keynote speech from Professor Marta Sabo from Vienna University of Economic and Business, right? Yeah. And what's the title for your presentation?
Bridging Minds and Machines.
Bridging Mind and Machine. I think. Yeah.
It's a long part.
Okay, good. So with further ado, please present the keynote. Okay, give applause to Professor Marta Sabo.
Thank you. So I'm just starting my my chronometer, so I stay within 45 minutes, because when I was invited to this talk, Agung told me we want to learn a lot. So I put a lot in the slides. I apologize already for maybe bombarding you with too much information. So to start officially, dear conference participants, organizers, thank you very much for the opportunity to give this keynote speech. I'm really honored to be here. Bridging minds and machines. What do I mean with this? For me, this represents the mission of knowledge engineering. This is one of the keywords in my title that you see underlined. And here I'm very lucky because I can build on the previous talk of Dr. Putri, who showed us so many interesting uses of graphs, of knowledge graphs. So knowledge engineering is basically the area that helps you to take all this knowledge from documents, but also from the minds of people and experts, and make them available for machines so that we can do all those nice analytics, right? So this talk will be from the perspective of knowledge engineering, and as in many things in the world, knowledge engineering also sees very exciting times because of the developments in AI. So in particular, more broadly, the area of neurosymbolic AI has a major influence on our area. So this is the second keyword that defines my talk, and I will look at this connection. And then, because the theme of the conference is the impact of generative AI, I will also focus a little bit on the impact of that technology. So my mission today is to give you an insight into the state of the art of knowledge engineering, what do LLMs mean for us, and what kind of future research we might be looking into. All right, so I think now we try technology. It's off. Push the green button. Yeah, so that's me. Do I still need to introduce myself, or? Yes, okay, I need to introduce myself. Wonderful. All right, so my name is Marta Sabo. I only have 2 titles, unlike most of Indonesian colleagues, and I'm a full professor for information systems at the Vienna University of Economics and Business. I'm also head of the Institute for Data Process and Knowledge Management, and I have a small research team on semantic systems. My research interests align very much with the keywords in the title, so knowledge engineering, neurosymbolic AI, and digital humanism. I will tell you more over lunch what this means. It basically means using technology for the benefit of humanity. Education, I'm Romanian. I started my education in Romania, the land of vampires, as you probably know. That's what we are most famous of. Then I moved to Holland, where I specialized in artificial intelligence. And my recent publication, which I will also feature in this talk, is let me see, knowledge engineering in the age of neurosymbolic AI systems, right? So you kind of see the repetition of the top keywords. All right, so let's go to the talk. And before I start with the content, I would like to delight you with a few graphs, not data graphs like Professor Putri, but knowledge graphs. To thank a few people that made this talk possible, right? So this talk couldn't have been possible without the support of our university. I work at the Vienna University of Economics and Business. We have a beautiful campus, 20,000 students, and we are already 130 years old. And within the university, as I said, I'm running my own group on semantic systems with a lot of young and talented researchers whose work will be featured in this talk. Now, one speciality of our group is that we have a lot of Indonesian colleagues. So currently you see 2, Fajar and Gregor, but we also had 3 alumni already. So we are very proud to be the Austrian, one of the Austria's research groups with the highest percentage of Indonesian researchers. And it's kind of a mission now to maintain these Indonesian connections, right? So we are also very active in collaborating with researchers from Bandung and also Yogyakarta. So Guntur was at us in Vienna, and we did several nice works. One of them I will present today. All right, so this talk is based on the feedback of all these people and also a lot of Indonesian input. So therefore, I'm really honored to finally arrive in Indonesia and present this talk. Good. What the talk will be, how the talk will be structured. So there's 3 main parts. I will start with the context, right, to give you a little bit of introduction. What are the current strong trends in knowledge engineering? Then I will move in the major technical part related to the role of LLMs in knowledge engineering, and also what this means for human experts. How do we still keep the minds, and how do we mix them with machines? And last but not least, I will conclude with some Vovadis questions. So what are future trends in knowledge engineering? So let's start with the first part, and this is also another trick. I'd like to take you through our beautiful campus, so you will see a few slides just to relax between technical slides of the campus. So you see this is the rectorate, and back there is our offices on that white and black building. All right, let's start with some definitions. So what is knowledge engineering? Knowledge engineering is the collection of activities for eliciting, capturing, conceptualizing, and formalizing knowledge for the purpose of being used in information systems, right? So that's one of the definitions we use. And this is actually an area that looks back to almost 40 years, 45 years of research. So this is just a very quick timeline of the main stages in this field. So the field evolved with the various technologies that were developed. So at the turn of the millennium, we already had expert systems and very well-known methodologies such as common CADs. Then in 2000, we moved towards semantic web ontologies. These terms were already mentioned right before. With new methodologies, 10 years later, we had ontology networks, and some more methodologies were developed. And nowadays, we have linked data and knowledge graphs, so a little bit similar with the data graphs that we've seen before. And we also have industrial strength knowledge engineering methodologies that resemble software engineering methodologies more and more. Okay, so this is our field. And I was pondering whether to show you one of these methodologies, but I couldn't choose any of them. None of them is really my favorite. So here I resorted to another trick. I wanted to show you some results from colleagues in Amsterdam who made a systematic literature study of almost 60 papers that perform knowledge graph creation. So the knowledge engineering of graphs. And they derived from these papers a typical process, right? So you start by identifying the data, building the ontology, and then extracting the various elements of the knowledge graph, integrating it, managing the knowledge graph, and then evaluating it in the end. Okay, so what I want you to take away from this slide is that typical methodologies that we have nowadays are very much process-oriented, right? So go through these 7 steps and you'll be fine. And I will challenge this proposition at the end of the talk. All right, so much about knowledge engineering. Let's see now these 2 important trends that at least we see in our research, but also more generally. So the first trend, I had a video here, but it doesn't work from Google Drive. Okay, so what you see here is that we would see here a video of a simulator developed by Siemens. Don't worry, we can fix that, it's fine. So the first context is we have, no, there it is. Do we also have sound? The sound is very nice. Is it finished? No. Okay, so the first context is that we have increasingly complex applications such as cyber physical systems. One of them are smart grids that you see being built here in this simulator. So these are systems with very complex topologies and also a lot of data that comes from sensors and also governed by complex domain knowledge. All right, so we have been confronted in previous years with the need to develop information systems on top of these complex cyber physical systems. For example, we just closed a project, I will mention later on as well, where the goal was to derive an explanation for events that are happening in such smart grids, as an example of cyber physical systems. Right, so what you see in this slide, on the right-hand side, you see one of these smart grid setups that we built with a simulator. And on the left side, you see a more schematic representation exactly of the same setup with some events and the causal relationships between them. So just to read it out very quickly here, if you have an e-car charger and it's charging slower than usual, you can explain it by the fact that the transformer where it's connected is overloaded, and this is because the local energy community connected to this transformer is behaving in a special way. First of all, many of the houses have their batteries depleted, so they charge much more from the network, also because the price of the energy for the local energy community is lower. And at the same time, they produce less energy because it's a cloudy weather, right? So this is some kind of explanation that you would want to obtain. Okay, so just for you to have an idea, where knowledge engineering comes into this setup. A typical approach that we use is to use knowledge graphs to represent a lot of this information, right? So we use a graph to represent the topology of the network. Then we use machine learning to see through all the sensor information to extract events that are happening at these nodes in the topology. Then our magic sauce are some causality rules, so rules about what causes what, that we painstakingly get from experts to then use and derive causal relations between events. And then this causality graph is a basis for deriving an explanation for any given event, right? So very simplistically, this is how it works, and you can imagine that knowledge engineering has a very important role to get all this information from the minds of humans into the machines that can make sense of it. Okay, and this is my concluding slide for this first contextual factor. What I want to represent here is something from this cyber physical system area, but actually I was thinking during the talk of Putri, it also covers the settings that she discussed, right? So we are confronted with very complex systems where we have a lot of heterogeneous data sources, for example, in our case, from the real world, from the networks, and from experts. This is big data, so high volume, high frequency, the data quality is varying. And we also need to manage complex domain knowledge, for example, for these causality rules. And we have a number of different users at the other end, right from the e-car charger owner to the technical operator that have different technical knowledge and need explanations that have different technical level. All right, so this is kind of a complex setup, and what this requires is something that explains the second contextual factor for knowledge engineering. What we need to address such settings are information systems that can combine two different areas of artificial intelligence, right? So this takes me to the second keyword in my title, the rise of neurosymbolic AI. How many of you know what neurosymbolic AI is? Ever heard of? Great, Christoph. I will quiz you about this during lunch. Okay, so just looking at the time. Okay, still in time. So, okay, so neurosymbolic AI is a new approach in AI that relies on the idea of combining symbolic AI techniques. So these are techniques such as knowledge representation, knowledge graphs, rules, ontologies on one hand to represent knowledge and information, and then sub-symbolic AI. So sub-symbolic AI is another way to refer to machine learning techniques. So you saw this also in the previous talk, right? So we have huge graphs as an entry, and then we have machine learning techniques like GNNs and so on to make sense of these graphs and derive more information. Okay, so this leads to this huge new research area, neurosymbolic AI. I don't know if you see it here at the combining symbolic and sub-symbolic AI. And within this area, my group investigates a subset of these systems, the systems that combine semantic web and machine learning. And we realized this about 6 years ago, right, that more and more these systems were being developed, but we had no understanding how they are structured internally, you know, what are the best ways to build these systems. So to overcome this lack of knowledge on the characteristics of the systems, we performed a systematic literature study that we published 2 years ago in the ACM Computing Surveys journal, which, as you know, is one of the very strong journals in computer science. And part of the study was to read almost 500 papers, right? So we were 10 people working for 2 years and reading 500 papers and trying to make sense of these neurosymbolic AI systems. And one special characteristic of of the study was that we looked very deeply into the systems that were described by these papers, right? In particular, we used this kind of boxology representation, which was introduced by Van Harmelen in 2019. The idea here is to use some graphical representation of how the system works internally, right? And it's very simple. So it's used to reduce complexity in understanding these systems. We have components to describe the data structure. So the green boxes are symbolic data structures like ontologies and knowledge graphs. Then the white D blocks are model-free data. So this would be just text or images. So everything that doesn't have additional knowledge. And then we distinguish also with algorithmic modules, right? So we have inductive, machine learning, and deductive components from knowledge representation. I hope this still makes sense to most of you. Okay, good. So having just these four Lego blocks, right, we can represent how each system works. I'll give you some concrete examples in the next slide. So for example, here you see one very simple pattern. We call these patterns, right? Because it represents an abstract view of the system. So in this paper, for example, they use the gene ontology as an input. So this is a symbolic structure. Then they perform association rule mining to learn rules. Or another simple pattern takes data, for example, images. This goes back maybe to the question of Ganesh as well about how to deal with those. But in this case, in this particular paper, they take a list of terms. They use word2vec, so this is an embedding method, and they derive a taxonomy. Who heard about word2vec? Anyone? Christoph? Okay, all right, good. So for the rest of you, a lot to learn, I guess, from this. All right, okay, so we used these system patterns, and this was great fun because it allowed us to derive about 60 different patterns from these 500 papers, and 40 of them were the ones that were used more often. So we also kind of categorized them in a taxonomy, right? Going from very structurally very simple patterns to structurally more complex ones. And why do I say all this? Well, this allowed us to have a very high-level overview of these 500 papers. So what you see on this graph is a representation of 500 systems almost, right? And you can see in the internal internal ring, you see the types of the patterns. So starting with the very simple A patterns. Then in the second ring, you have the concrete patterns. So A1, A2, A3, and so on. And what's relevant for this talk is that we looked at which of these systems are actually systems that help you do knowledge engineering. And these were actually 25% of all the systems that we have reviewed, right? So this outer layer shows those papers, those systems that do knowledge engineering. This led to very interesting findings. For example, that the most frequent pattern obviously is the A1 pattern. So this is a pattern that helps you to do link prediction. Dr. Putri explained what link prediction is, right? So you have a graph, you do machine learning on the graph, and you predict more information. But what was even more interesting for us as knowledge engineers was that we learned patterns that are specific for knowledge engineering, right? That look very differently from the methodologies that I showed at the beginning, right? They are not just a set of steps that you have to follow, but they give you different patterns that you can use for different tasks, right? So for example, just explaining one of them, this one takes rules or other knowledge and infuses it in machine learning modules such as embeddings to improve link prediction, right? All right, so this takes me to the end of the first part of the talk. There's still a lot more coming. Still with me? Okay, great. Okay, so the summary of the first part is that there's two important trends, right? So first we have these very complex systems with data and knowledge, and for that we need neurosymbolic AI. And in fact, we see these neurosymbolic AI patterns emerging for knowledge engineering. So please take this thought put it in your head, and we will revisit it in the first part of the talk. I'm now showing you the office building where I work together with my Indonesian colleagues. So this is our other part of the campus. And this is also introduction to the second part, right? So looking at LLMs and what's the role of LLMs in knowledge engineering. And for this, I wanted to briefly present 4 lines of work that I performed in my group with our colleagues, and I want to structure it a little bit for you so you have a more logical view. I chose 2 directions for these 2 aspects. The first one is the complexity of the knowledge that we addressed, right? So this can go from very simple triples, right? So a triple would be ICoDSE is held in Batam, right? To triples that represent expert knowledge, for example, the causality rules that we've seen before. Then, ontologies, which are kind of big taxonomies of concepts and relations. And last but not least, axioms, which are logics-based representations of very complex knowledge in the world. Okay, so these are some types of different knowledge elements with increased complexity. And the other axis we will be looking at is the knowledge engineering phase. Here I will distinguish for simplicity between 2. So knowledge acquisition, so how you go to actually build your knowledge graph or your ontology or your axiom, and then knowledge validation. We will start with the first work in the knowledge acquisition area. This is work related to the cyber physical systems, where we looked into how we could use LLMs to acquire causal knowledge, right? And this is kind of a late-breaking work, so currently we only have a workshop paper that was published earlier this year. The motivation comes from the cyber physical systems topic that I showed at the beginning. It was part of the SENSE project, and here our goal, working together with Siemens. You all heard about Siemens, right? Fantastic, okay. All right, so you know they are a huge company, and they do research on emerging technology in smart grids. So for example, this use case here shows a real-life e-charging garage with batteries and 2 e-car chargers. And what you want to avoid in these garages is that they use more energy than they are allowed, so that they don't overload the charging. This is important for the facility manager, because every time they go over the limit, they have to pay hefty fines, right? So he typically wants to know if such an event happens, why it did happen. And with our system, we can give explanations. For example, in this case, the battery had a very low charging state, so the cars had to load from the network and went over the limit that was assigned to the garage. Okay, so to make this kind of event explanations, we need causal knowledge, and I'll show you some examples. So this is one bit of causal knowledge. High charging causes overlapping envelope violation at the parent platform. So basically you see 2 states, high charging, that's at the EV charger, and then the envelope violation is at the level of the garage. And the causal knowledge tells us about the type of causality, right? So here one state causes the other, but in other cases one state might inhibit the other, right? So there can be different causal relations. There's always a temporal constraint, right? So in this case, our 2 states overlap. In other cases, one could follow the other. And there's also a topological constraint, right? So something that happens inside a garage has an impact on the garage, so on the entity that, on a parent topological entity. Okay, so as you can imagine, getting these causal knowledge is very tricky. Currently, we ask the experts to identify system states and causal relations given a certain topology of the cyber physical system. So to make this easier, we said, hey, why don't we ask LLMs to help, right? So we changed a bit the workflow. We still start with the setup of the system. But then we have a few prompts that help us identify states in the system. The experts review the states instead of having to come up with them from zero. And then in a second step, we learn causal relations between these states, again, asking the LLM first and then the expert to verify. In the paper, there's a lot of evaluations. I've cut them out because there's simply no time to go through. So I will just go to the conclusions, what we learned from this. What we've seen is that we can actually learn these cause effects with good accuracy. So we had precision values between 83% and 67%. But as we were going into more details, like the temporal or the cause details, this precision was decreasing. This was also kind of a useful approach to work with experts, right? Because if you just ask them, you put them in front of a white sheet, that it takes a lot of effort for them to come up with some information. And what we've also seen is that different LLMs that use GPT and Llama, they performed very differently on different tasks. So I'm going to add these conclusions to our map, and then in the end we can remember all of them, right? So important messages here is we have generally good performance already for this expert knowledge, but it's lower performance for details, and LLMs work differently for different tasks. So this was encouraging, and then we said, hey, let's go to something more complex. Let's stay in knowledge acquisition and see whether we can learn ontologies. Can we generate entire ontologies with LLMs? Again, this is a paper that we published in spring in a workshop, and the motivation was that in many of our experiments, we need ontologies for certain domains, let's say for healthcare, that have certain characteristics, right? So certain number of concepts, certain number of relations, depth, breadth, and so on. And in the literature, we found on one hand, ontology generators that were structure aware, so you could describe the structure of the ontology, but they would just give you a network of empty nodes, right? So they would not be domain specific. On the other hand, we found also work that uses LLMs to build ontologies from certain domains, but these were not aware of the structural characteristics of the ontology. So in this intersection comes in our work. We wanted to find out, can we use LLMs to generate ontologies in a given domain with certain characteristics, and how do they compare with an ontology that is built by a human, and which LLMs works better for this task. So what we did, we came up with this workflow for ontology generation, right? We start by selecting characteristics and some seed concepts that describe the domain. By the way, this can come from tabular data features, like in the setups from Dr. Putri. We have a number of prompts to generate the ontology, and then one loop to check whether the constraints are satisfied, and if not, we loop through until we get the right setup. Okay, then for the final ontology, we do a lot of evaluation. Again, you will find this in the paper. We looked at the structural characteristics, we looked at the semantic overlap with human-based ontologies, and we also looked at how well these ontologies performed on a certain task. Okay? So just to give you a little bit more input, so types of characteristics could be the max depth, the number of classes, number of relations. These would be some terms that represent the domain of heart disease, like heart rate, resting blood pressure, and so on. These kind of things go into the algorithm. Then we have a beautiful prompt that is filled in with these terms. And then we have the final ontologies. Here you see 3 examples generated with free LLMs. Don't try to read all of it. It's very domain specific. But what you can see already is that one concept, a focus concept, appears at very different parts of the hierarchy of the ontology. And these hierarchies also look very differently, right? So we have all the evaluations in the paper. I want to just come with the main conclusions from the evaluations. We found that the LLMs generate ontologies that vary very much in structure. So Llama generated balanced hierarchies, GPT flatter and deeper structures, funnily enough. Okay, what else? When you looked at these ontologies, they are very different, yeah, and they just at the level of labels and relations and how they are arranged, they differ very much from the human-built ontologies. But if we embed them in a vector space together with the human-based ontology, we see that they have actually a moderate semantic alignment. So from the semantics perspective, they seem to capture the same semantics. And this is also confirmed by our third evaluation, where we replaced the human-built ontology with generated ontologies in one task, and here they performed. This is the second work for ontology generation. So here we have low similarity to the human-built ontology, medium semantic alignment, and we saw again this varying LLM performance. Are you still with me? I still have to. We make it? We make it. Okay, all right, good. So let's go now to something a little bit more complex, the knowledge validation. Here I have actually two journal papers that I briefly want to introduce. One published early this year, and the setup for this was the area of scientific knowledge graphs. So these are knowledge graphs describing scientific knowledge. In particular, we work with the computer science knowledge graph, which was actually described earlier this year in Nature, in a Nature journal. It's a very big knowledge graph containing computer science information. So it has 24 million entities, and it was extracted from about 15 million scientific publications. If you look into the knowledge graph, it has information such as support vector machines outperform decision trees, right? So this kind of triples that you find in academic papers. And the extraction is performed with a pipeline called Cicero. I'm looking into this in this slide. So basically Cicero takes some text as an input, it extracts triples, then it merges triples, removes duplicates, and then it has a whole validation step in the end. A transformer-based validator filters out triples with low fidelity, low support, and then an ontology-based validator looks at the semantic meaning of these triples, and for example, removes triples that have the wrong domain and range according to the schema of the ontology. So in a nutshell, what you have here is a process where a lot of documents come in, then you have the extraction and the knowledge graph, and this is a high coverage process, but with low reliability. So what we wanted to find out is whether we can increase reliability, but still keep the coverage by involving human in the loop and LLMs, right? So we not just look at LLMs, but also the role of humans here. So the concrete question is, how can we modify this workflow and add these two validators? And to do so, we actually relied on some work from information retrieval, which might be interesting for those of you that look at this connection between humans and machines. So in 2023, Mr. Fagioli and his colleagues came up with this categorization of different workflows to combine humans and machines. So it starts with a first category of primarily human judgment, right, where you rely mostly on humans. Then you go on by assisting the human a little bit with LLMs. Then you give even more control to the LLMs, right? So here it becomes human verification. So the LLM does the main work and the human just verifies what they do. And last but not least, we go to fully automated validation with LLMs. So accordingly, we took this taxonomy and then we built our own workflows accordingly. So I will just show a few for illustration. For example, in the first category of human judgment, our first workflow replaced this validation part of Cicero entirely by humans, right? We said, no more validation, just ask an expert. Then we went on and combined the existing validation workflow with the human, so the human just takes what's already validated and checks it again, or to reduce his effort, it checks only the triples where the system was not sure what the quality of that triple is, right? So this is the first 3 workflows, and then it gets more complicated, right? So this is the second family of workflows. This is the third family with LLM input and humans and so on. And last but not least, the last category where we give control over to LLMs entirely, right? So from adding the LLMs at the end of the validation down to replacing the entire validation that we have with one LLM. So you see the whole spectrum, right? Going from fully human to fully LLM-based validation. What did we find? We found, you see this very complicated table that I will try to explain. You see here the performance of the various workflows and the annotations that we needed from the LLMs and the humans. And of course the green text is when these workflows perform better than the baseline in the first line, and red when they perform worse. So very quickly, some main conclusions. For the first set of workflows, the ones based on humans, this had a high precision and F score, but of course they are not scalable, right? Because you can't ask humans to do so much verification. Then the AI assistants brought a bit better precision, but not so good recall. The human verification was the best in terms of improvements to all the metrics and also reducing considerably the work that the human had to perform. And last but not least, the LLM-based workflows perform the worst in terms of precision and recall. Okay, so to conclude this part, we saw that purely LLM workflows perform worst, and LLM human workflows have the best performance with reduced human input. I'm looking at time. How are we with time? 7 minutes. Okay. Are you still ready for the last one? Yes? Okay. last journal paper. So this is very special. Yeah, it's a journal paper with Guntur, one of your Indonesian colleagues, and it's under review. But we liked it too much, and I really wanted to tell you about it. And this looks at the most complex knowledge structure axioms and how we could verify them. So during this talk, you saw triples, you saw ontologies. Axioms look a little bit like this, right? So an axiom describes a more complex knowledge. For example, here you see the fact that pizza cardinale has certain toppings, and you can model this with existential, universal, cardinality constraints. And what we notice every year when we teach our students to use them is that they all get it wrong, right? So these are 3 ways to model the same thing, and all of them are wrong. I will not explain why they are wrong, because that's quite complex, but just the message to take away is that these are more complex logic-based representations, and it's very hard to get them right. So what we wanted to investigate was whether LLMs could help us in this axiom verification, and for that we were putting us in the shoes of one student that learns axiom verification. So imagine you have a homework and you have to write an axiom, what you might want an LLM to help with, right? So the first task would be to say, hey, LLM, here's my axiom. Is this correct or not, right? So just a binary decision. If the LLM says, oh, if you made a mistake, then your next question would be, what kind of mistake? Can you give me a name of a mistake? And then going deeper, you would want it to explain the modeling issue. And last but not least, hopefully not for cheating, but you would ask to generate the correct axiom, right? Okay, so this would be 4 steps. And we took an experimental approach. So for each task, we performed experiments with axioms that we took from ontologies that were generated by students. And before doing all these experiments, we did a lot of piloting with different prompting strategies and prompts, and just took the ones that worked best. Very quick run through these tasks and various results. So this is the first task, just to give you also an insight how these pictures of axioms actually look in a logics-based representation. So this is the turtle format of the OWL language. Anybody knows OWL? Oh, even less. Okay, don't worry. So this is how it looks, right? So you have a modeling, in this case, of an intent, which would be, I want to model that a wedding is attended by at least one guest. So I model that I have guests, weddings, and attended by a relation between these two concepts. And here I add a restriction which says, you know, a wedding should have at least one guest. I understand in Indonesia you have a lot of guests in weddings, right? So this is very important for Indonesian weddings, right? All right, okay. So we wanted to ask the LLM whether such situations to judge whether the axiom is correct or not. Here you see some results. What is remarkable is that all LLMs have very low precision, right? So close to 50%. DeepSeek outperforms most of them in free metrics. And one takeaway message is that we can't leave the LLMs alone here, right? So you need always some kind of human validation, even at this simple task. The second task would be given an axiom and what you want to model for the LLM to tell you if there's a mistake, what is the type of the mistake. So given a category of mistakes, choose the right one. Here, again, some results. What you notice here, that while DeepSeek was the best in the first task, here GPT outperforms all of the other ones. So good luck choosing between them. But Claude and DeepSeek were performing differently on different types of mistakes. Yeah? So these are just aggregated results, but on more detailed results, you could choose different LLMs. So here another recommendation is that we cannot really just choose one LLM, right? So the best would be to understand what are their strengths and weaknesses and combine them in hybrid workflows. The third task would be to explain an axiom, right? So here you see an explanation which interprets what was modeled and what is the consequence thereof. And here we evaluated such explanations from several perspectives. For example, we looked at how well LLMs use the vocabulary of ontology modeling. They were very good, yeah? So the way they wrote were really like we would talk, right? So that was very good. But when you looked at inference capabilities and how well they understood these models, this wasn't always so good. Interesting fun fact, we didn't ask them to correct the mistakes they found, but some of them did offer already corrections, right? So they kind of deviated from what we ask. A recommendation here, don't be fooled if LLMs sound like experts. Look deeper, because typically they don't understand what they talk about, right? But you knew this already, right? So now we have also some scientific proof for it. The very last task is to, given a base axiom, to generate an extended axiom that is correct. And here, actually very interestingly, one of the LLM failed to even generate the right format, so we only have 3, and you see the same pattern, right? That one of them outperforms the others, but each of them has their strengths and weaknesses. So again, the same message of combining them together. And this takes me to the overall slide of this fourth part. So these are the 4 tasks that we talked about. So as you see, even the performance for simple tasks is not so amazing. They are quite good at explaining ontology modeling issues and to generate some correct modeling. And the main takeaway would be here that we have good performance in vocabulary usage and explaining mistakes, but weaker performance in inference tasks. Again, LLMs have varying performance, and combining models and humans in workflows is recommended. Okay, so this, as a transition to the last and third and shorter part of the talk, I wanted to highlight the findings that came across all these 4 different papers, right? So they were 4 different works, different complexity of knowledge, different tasks. But what we found was that LLMs perform differently on certain tasks throughout these papers. That purely LLM workflows, sorry, can you be a bit quiet? It's really annoying me to hear that. I have this issue when I hear noises coming, I can do. Thank you, thank you. Okay, good. So if you just have LLMs, these perform very, very purely. And as soon as you start combining them with humans or when you combine different models, you could have better performance. So where does this take us in knowledge engineering? This takes us now to our flagship building, that we use as a library designed by Sarah Hadid herself. So this is a really, really beautiful building that we're very proud of. And I want you now to remember what I told you at the end of the first part. Who can still remember? Probably nobody. I told you how we have these new patterns of knowledge engineering, right? The neurosymbolic patterns of knowledge engineering. And the conclusions from the second part point in the same direction, yeah? We cannot have just a set of steps. We need to combine humans, we need to combine different models, right? So this understanding of neurosymbolic patterns is a good basis to extend it with more patterns that also combine LLMs and humans, with LLMs being just one of those little blocks. So my bet would be that if this is knowledge engineering in 2023, right? You remember this paper that I showed, what they derived in 2023, what is the status quo? If we think 10 years for now, knowledge engineering 2033 should be some approach that is much more based on a broader set of patterns combining different techniques from AI, LLMs, and humans. And central to this vision is something that another Indonesian is doing at Vienna, Fajar, my colleague. His vision is to use this kind of pattern-based representations to support the engineering of neurosymbolic AI systems and neurosymbolic knowledge engineering systems. So for example, on one hand, to use a formal representation of these patterns. So we don't just have these pretty pictures, but there's also a representation with formal language behind to generate nice pictures, and then you could work there and design your systems and translate them back. But also we could use this to generate concrete systems, right? So like in software engineering, right? From some models come with system code, or extract from existing systems the patterns that they rely on. So to help in this process of pattern-based engineering. Last but not least, I showed you these patterns that look very simple, right? So this is a pattern that shows a knowledge graph embedding. In fact, if you open it, this is how it looks in more detail, right? So you have an area of knowledge engineering. When you build a knowledge graph, this corresponds to symbol 1. Then you have embeddings, this is machine learning, and then you have some data, another downstream task, so another, for example, link prediction, and the output, right? So what I want to show that actually these patterns look simple, but underneath there's a lot of complexity, and they really help us to try to understand the boundaries between knowledge engineering and machine learning, right? So what we are particularly interested in, what kind of knowledge graph characteristic impact embedding performance, and how also do we need to rethink knowledge engineering in this age of neurosymbolic AI, right? So for now we just build these graphs and have no idea which characteristic impact machine learning in what way, right? And there's no systematic study of understanding this. There's also no systematic understanding of which machine learning model is best for which type of graph. And this is what we will find out. Now we have a Austrian basic research project for 4 years where we look exactly at this intersection between knowledge engineering and machine learning. Breaching minds and machines. welcome. Welcome back. We are soon at lunch. So what we have seen in the last 45 minutes and so, I started by telling you how knowledge engineering is impacted by these new complex systems, in cyber-physical systems, but also in pharmacology, as you've seen in the previous talk, and how we have these patterns of neurosymbolic knowledge engineering emerging. You remember my donut, half-eaten donut slide? Then it was a very hard part of the talk with a lot of technical details about LLMs, and what we saw that they already provide reasonable results for easy tasks, right? So you could generate an ontology quite easily and so on, but they really have different performance across tasks, and combination with experts and between models is what's needed. And this led me to a brilliant prediction, right? So what we think, at least in our group, is that we really need to move as a field, right, of knowledge engineering. We need to move from just procedural methodologies to methodologies that are pattern-based and that foster this agile combination of humans with different models depending on the task at hand. So imagine in 2033, you just sit down and you say, I have this task at hand, and then some intelligent agent can recommend you, okay, use this pattern where, you know, the knowledge graph should look like that. You should use the human more in the end rather than at the beginning, and so on and so forth. So this is where we're going, and maybe some of you will come with us. So I look forward also to collaborations in this vision, and hopefully I didn't take, I took too much time. Sorry about that. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Marta Sabo, for the very nice and compact presentation. It's a lot of new topics for me, and I think for the audience as well. Okay, maybe 1, 2 short question from the audience. Okay, one and other. Okay, this.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mata, for a very interesting talk. Yeah. It is very, for me, it's also quite new about this neurosymbolic AI. If we see today the generative AI, the LLM that we see, from what we have since 2017, right? The attention is all unit. It's only around few million parameters, and now we can scale up to trillions parameters. So how this approach also going to scale like that neural approach? I mean, because in neurosymbolic AI, you need to create the symbolic reasoning, which is not really easy also. But we believe also that this will be one way to improve what we have now in generative AI. Just now on the coffee break, we discussed about it. It is difficult to use AI for teaching and learning because of the reasoning capability of the ALM is very limited. How do you think this will improve also the ALM models that we have now currently? That's one question about the scalability and how it will help the LLM. The second issue is that, not the issue, question is that very interesting to see that you are working on how to involve human in the loop. So we can now have some hope that AI will not overrule human. Few years ago, we discussed about things like crowdsourcing and so on, where we put human in the loop in the process seamlessly so that we can solve problem, but also involving the human. Even maybe if you remember, Amazon Mechanical Turk also call themselves artificial intelligence, right? Because you are using human actually, but it feels like using AI because you can use the human in the loop very quickly in your system. So how do you think the future will be about this involvement of human in the loop? I mean, because now people try to remove human in the loop by using AI. So what is our hope now next in the future to still putting human in the loop? Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think you can answer.
I answer, otherwise
yours.
my buffer is running out of space. Yeah, so I take the last question first about the human in the loop. Yeah, so I completely agree. Actually, in Europe, we are moving more from human in the loop to AI in the loop, right? So actually, we reverse the role, right? Instead of the human just being a contributor of labels like in Amazon Mechanical Turk, this low-level tasks that we used to do with human in the loop can be now done by LLMs automatically. There's no question, but we still require in some cases humans that have oversight, especially in critical domains, right? Like what I've seen, the smart grids or other critical infrastructure. You need some kind of verification. You need to make sure that you have high quality knowledge. You need some kind of human oversight. In fact, the EU AI Act, probably you heard about it, requires that in some settings you can't just use AI, you need some kind of human, right? So we will not get around this from a legal perspective either, and in some cases you don't want to. So I think the human is still very much needed. Of course, we try to see, for example, with these different ways to include humans, to understand what is the best option, right? Maybe in some contexts we need the humans to do the entire tasks. Maybe in others, we can combine it very nicely with LLMs. Always the KPIs is to try to make the human work as less as possible, of course, but still to have high quality systems in the end. So I hope this answers the first question. So from human in the loop to AI in the loop and human being the master again. And the other one was about the scalability and the role of LLMs in neurosymbolic AI. So of course LLMs are super powerful and so on, right? And I think there are use cases where they are very good and they will just replace any other AI technologies. But there's also use cases where you need to overcome some of the limitations of the LLMs, like hallucinations, for example, the black box nature, and so on, by relying on some knowledge that has been checked and it's authoritative. So I don't know if you heard about already, there's a lot of RAG-based approaches, graph RAG. So where to the LLM you don't just ask questions, but the LLM is also inputted a part of a knowledge graph that has been verified. Of course, this combination, I think, will address the main limitation that you mentioned, that it's so hard to build these knowledge graphs, right? Because we need to build less, maybe rely on what we have, check the quality. And again, what I see here is that the combination between knowledge that we trust and it's verified and LLMs will have the best benefits. Scalability probably will depend on the use case, right? And this is why we make all this research, to understand which patterns work best and how we should combine these different technologies.
Okay, one last question, Christoph.
I'll be the last one. Very nice work, great talk. I actually want to follow up basically on what you just said about some of the limitations of LLMs and AI. Maybe the first question would be, do you have a sense for what exactly the limitations are here? Is it that maybe the LLM doesn't have enough context, or that the context was presented in the wrong way, or I don't know, limited model capability, something like that? And the second question, perhaps sort of as a follow-up, have you looked into signals that you might be able to get from the AI that maybe the AI doesn't know what it's doing? So for example, trying different models on the same task, and if they don't agree, then they might be up to something that's not so good, or even looking at things like model confidence and output probabilities. Thanks.
All right, so in terms of the limitations, so what we, in our work, we looked very much from the knowledge engineering perspective. So we didn't look much broader. And here the main limitation is that there's really no reasoning underneath, right? So it's just a probabilistic thing. We didn't go deeper into that, but these are all areas that we could explain. On the other hand, I have, for example, at the VU, we have a colleague, Miss Sarah Spiekerman, maybe you heard about her. She's looking at ethical values are infringed by LLM. So she's actually developing like classifications of ethical errors, for example, an LLM making fun of you, right? Or repeating the same question, or just saying you're dumb, or something really bad, right? And trying to understand these limitations also from the ethical side. So we haven't went in deeper, but this would be good, and this is what my colleague is doing. And the follow-up question was, sorry,
whether you looked into signals that the AI might give you, like more confidence, different AIs disagreeing, that kind of
I think implicitly here, right, with the different tasks that they had different different performance, but that's still something to do. Yep.
Thank you.
If you do it, maybe we can collaborate on that.
Okay, I think time is up, and we give a big applause again for Professor Marta Sabo. Okay, I will return time to the MC. Thank you very much. Have a good lunch. We'll see in the, I think, coming what? Oh, okay, what? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the valuable presentation and discussion by our keynote speaker and moderator. As a form of appreciation for our distinguished speaker's valuable contribution to 2025 ICoDSE, we now would like to present souvenirs.
We kindly invite Dr. Imam Faruji, STMT, to come forward to hand over the souvenir to Associate Professor Dr. Insinyur G.A. Putri Saptawati, which will be received on her behalf by Professor Dr. Insinyur Nana Rahmana Syambas, M.Eng, and to Prof. Marta Sabo, PhD.
Thank you very much to Dr. Iman Fahruzi and Professor Dr. Insinyur Nana Rahmana Syambas. And congratulations to Professor Dr. Insinyur G.A. Putri Saptawati and Professor Marta Sabo, PhD.
May this small token serve as a symbol of our gratitude and lasting collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to our lunch break session. We hope you enjoy the morning sessions and keynote speech. Please take this time to relax, recharge, and network with fellow participants.
Lunch will be served on the second floor. Kindly turn right from the staircase after reaching the floor, and you will find a dining area in front of Muka Kuning Room for the lunch area. For our VIP guests, lunch will be provided in the Batu Ampar Room, located on the left side of the same floor. Do not worry, do not hesitate. Our committee will surely be glad to assist you.
For participants who would like to perform midday prayer, it will be available in the main building. After the lunch and prayer break, we will proceed with the parallel session, which will take place in the assigned rooms according to the program schedule. In addition to that, please be informed that the Batam Center, Muka Kuning, and Batu Ampar Room are located on the second floor. Meanwhile, the Sungai Harapan Room is located on the first floor.
And beside, we will have a session in this venue, a featuring session of the special track Generative AI for Education, hosted by Mr. Ganesh Kumar, presenting Mr. Hendra Kurniawan, Eskom MSc, MSc Eng PhD from Universitas Maritim Raja Ali Haji, Indonesia.
Please note that after the parallel session, our participants are kindly invited back to the main venue for third keynote speech, which will begin at 3 p.m.
We hope you enjoy your lunch and have a pleasant break.
Well,
thank you, and we'll see you again this afternoon.
Kota Batam, Kepulauan Riau, merupakan salah satu kota metropolitan di Indonesia. Kota Batam dikenal sebagai kawasan industri dan perdagangan yang berkembang pesat. Sebagai kota industri, Batam memiliki sekitar 1.309 industri unggul dengan jumlah 169.000 pekerja dari hasil produksi migas dan non-migas. Di tengah pesatnya perkembangan Kota Batam, terdapat sebuah perguruan tinggi vokasi yang berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang dapat menjawab kebutuhan industri, yaitu Politeknik Negeri Batam. Pada tahun 2023, Poli Batam telah terakreditasi baik sekali oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Selain terletak di salah satu kawasan pusat pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional, Poli Batam juga terletak di wilayah terdepan dan terluar negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia yang berbatasan langsung dengan perairan internasional. Sebagai perguruan tinggi vokasi, Politeknik Negeri Batam menyelenggarakan program Diploma 3 dan Diploma 4 yang dinaungi oleh 4 jurusan dengan total 25 program studi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Di antaranya, jurusan Manajemen dan Bisnis, jurusan Teknik Elektro, jurusan Teknik Informatika, dan jurusan Teknik Mesin. Demi menunjang pendidikan yang berkualitas, Polibatam menerapkan konsep Design, Implement, Operate atau disingkat CDIO, sebuah kerangka kerja pendidikan inovatif untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap bersaing di dunia industri. Polibatam menjadi satu-satunya anggota tetap dari Indonesia dalam Collaborator Worldwide CDIO Initiative. Keanggotaan ini menunjukkan komitmen Polibatam untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran dengan standar internasional. CDIO terintegrasi dengan kurikulum PBL yang nantinya lulusan akan mendapatkan pekerjaan sesuai kompetensinya. Polibatam memiliki sistem pembelajaran unggulan Project Based Learning atau disingkat PBL. PBL merupakan model pembelajaran yang berpusat pada peserta didik untuk melakukan suatu investigasi yang mendalam terhadap suatu topik. Program pembelajaran ini menghadirkan satu proyek yang dikerjakan oleh mahasiswa lintas angkatan, jurusan, maupun program studi, sehingga meningkatkan soft skill para mahasiswa dan dapat menjawab tantangan zaman. Mahasiswa tingkat akhir Polibatam melaksanakan seluruh pembelajarannya dalam bentuk magang selama setahun. Ini memungkinkan para mahasiswa direkrut industri jauh sebelum wisuda. Untuk itu, Polibatam telah bekerja sama dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar swasta maupun negara, nasional hingga multinasional, sehingga penyerapan lulusan menjadi tenaga kerja cukup maksimal. Polibatam memberikan fasilitas terbaik untuk para mahasiswa dan tenaga pendidiknya untuk menunjang terselenggaranya kualitas pendidikan yang unggul. Fasilitas tersebut diantaranya Perpustakaan Umum Polibatam, auditorium, kelas ruang kerja, gedung teknopreneur, hangar, laboratorium praktikum, studio foto atau video, koperasi dan kantin, lapangan dan masih banyak lagi fasilitas penunjang lainnya. Polibatam juga mendukung hak aksesibilitas untuk teman-teman penyandang disabilitas dengan memberikan akses jalan guiding block. Dengan seluruh ikhtiar berupa civitas akademia yang berintegritas, fasilitas yang memadai, dan juga program-program kampus yang memajukan, baik tenaga pendidik maupun mahasiswanya, Polibatam telah memiliki segudang prestasi, baik taraf nasional maupun internasional, sehingga peminatan calon mahasiswa Polibatam meningkat setiap tahunnya. Sebagai kampus yang menjunjung tinggi integritas pelayanan publiknya dan juga mencegah terjadinya praktik korupsi, kolusi, dan nepotisme, Polibatam menerapkan beberapa sistem dan program seperti layanan aspirasi dan pengaduan online rakyat atau disingkat lapor, tolak gratifikasi atau toga, badan layanan umum, dan juga zona integritas wilayah bebas korupsi.
Politeknik Negeri Batam sesuai misinya akan terus menghasilkan talenta-talenta berdaya saing tinggi untuk menjembatani kebutuhan perkembangan investasi di Pulau Batam. Tidak hanya itu, Politeknik Negeri Batam akan terus berupaya untuk meningkatkan kapabilitas industri lokal agar bisa berdaya saing dan mendorong pertumbuhan investasi. Tentu saja, ini tidak akan bisa kita lakukan sendiri, dan Polibatam akan terus berkolaborasi dengan berbagai pihak untuk melaksanakan kedua misi tersebut.
"54 tahun lalu, Batam hanyalah pulau sunyi di perbatasan negeri. Di tengah samudera luas, hanya angin dan ombak yang menjadi saksi. Namun dari keyakinan dan kerja keras anak bangsa, lahirlah sebuah cita-cita besar menjadikan Batam gerbang kemajuan Indonesia." Dari tanah kosong menjadi kawasan industri. Dari pelabuhan sederhana menjadi simpul logistik dunia. Setiap jembatan, jalan, dan pelabuhan adalah wujud nyata dari kerja tanpa henti membangun Batam. Di balik setiap kemajuan, ada kolaborasi yang hidup antara pemerintah, masyarakat, dan para investor. Bersama, kita menyalakan api kemajuan, mencipta peluang, menumbuhkan kepercayaan. Kini, Batam bukan sekedar kota di perbatasan, tapi pusat ekonomi, teknologi, dan investasi global. Sebuah kota modern yang menjadi lokomotif pembangunan Indonesia. Dari laut yang biru, dari mimpi yang dulu, Batam terus melangkah menuju masa depan yang lebih maju. Inilah semangat Hari Bakti BP Batam ke-54. BP Batam beraksi tanpa basa-basi.
And then this when the user want to search about book, like when they want to find, give me 3 books of Python that fits to beginner, the Gemini will search based on the context and search the inside the database, and then divide which book is fit for beginner. And also it's same like it's same to if you use a speech feature, the speech will be converted to text, and then just like by typing manually, the Gemini will also search based on the context. So this is the hybrid system performance and reliability. So for the service info, it's very fast because using local model, because it has been written in the local model and the database, so it can answer very fast. But for the book recommendation, there are 2. If you're using a Gemini API, it will take about 16 to 14 seconds. But if you're using the Py2 as a fallback, it will give 20 to 80 seconds. For the success rate is, the API success rate is about 96%, and fallback rate is 4%. For the key finding is 4%, because the Gemini can answer that, so the rest of the failure answered by Py2. For justification, the testing showed that the pure local model Py2 is failed to process a long RG prompt. So if you ask like a very heavy question or request, it failed because the token is very low. So
Recording in progress.
Okay, checking. Okay, a very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you everyone for after lunch you are still able to come and have encouragement in yourself that okay, you want to learn something on chemistry as well as on some of the education, because in this track this is a special track, and I thank to Dr. Agong, so he accepted my proposal on generative AI for education along with this theme. So without further ado, we have a special session for this track, and it's on self-supervised pre-training for high school chemistry. As I mentioned that we are going to learn some of the chemistry through cycle gain, chemistry problem generation using conditional gains, and it will be presented by Dr. Hendra and Department of Information Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Maritime Technology, University Maritime Raja Ali Haji Umrah, right? So the floor is yours, sir. So I can use this one. I think so.
Halo, tes one. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Already have lunch? Still okay? Okay. Thank you to the committee of ICODSE 2025 to invite me as the speaker in this special track. So my name is Hendra Kurniawan. I'm from Department of Informatics Engineering, Faculty of Engineering and Maritime Technology, Raja Ali Haji Maritime University. My university close to this island, this Batam Island, and my university in Bintan Island, like 1 hours by ship from this island. So today I will bring. This is actually ongoing research based on like specific problem in our area. So this is actually for the high school chemistry problem generations using self-supervised pre-training and conditional GANs. Okay, I think I can skip this part. So this is the outline of these presentations. I tell the background and some related methodology, result and discussion, and finally concluding the remarks. So this is the backgrounds. Like in Indonesia, there is so many islands. We have more than like 17,000 islands. In Riau, we have 2,400 something islands in Riau Islands province, this state. So many high school, not in the capital city, not in the main city. Some high school is close to the border area, so there is like limitation to find the good resource to learn, especially for the STEM subject, STEM subject. And this is the background. When we have like quarterly meeting every 3 months or 4 months with the teachers from the high school. This subject is this group is special for the chemistry teacher in our city, Tanjung Pinang city, and related to the border area. So they said to us some problem. They need so many question. They need so many problem to enhance to the students, so that student can learn with the good question, with the diversity questions, but they don't know how to generate it because like some limited resources. So based on these problems, these teachers have meeting with us, tell us like how about use the AI to generate this kind of specific questions for some specific topic, so that student can understand more what is the problem when they study some related topic area. So this is the background. So from this maybe I can say next. So this is we conclude the research problem for this our research. So first time is like limited availability of diverse chemistry problem, and second, high cost of manual problem creation. Third one, challenge in automated question generations, and fourth, need for curriculum alignment. So based on this category, we have 4 research questions, research problem to generate some related research question for this research. Next. So we also define 4 research question for this research. So how can like supervise pre-training on large unlabeled education? So we use this one unlabeled data to our data set. So to improve the representations in learning for chemistry domain knowledge. So this is like specific problem, not only the chemistry, but also some specific topic area for examples like acid base problem or molecular problem. So we can define it. Second one, can conditional GANs effectively generate diverse curriculum aligned for high school chemistry problems with the specific level? And third one's like how to propose the framework to improve the quality of these research questions. And fourth one, how do generated chemistry problems under expert evaluation? So this one, we still need the expertise to make a correction for the generated multiple choice question. So this is the research question. And the research objective is to develop the self-supervised pre-trained framework. It's related to the research question number 1 and research problem number 3, and to design the conditional gen architecture related to the research question number 2 and research problem number 4, and 3 enhance problem quality in and diversity is related to research question 3 and research problem 1 and 2, and 4 establish evaluation protocol. So this evaluation protocol, we provide the automatic evaluations and also the manual evaluations from the expert. So we define the model using a hybrid. For the data preparation, we use the INDO MMLU datasets. So actually this dataset consists of subject in high school, especially in Indonesia, Indonesian language, consists of so many subjects, history, maths, physics, chemistry, but we only select for the chemistry problem. And we perform the self-supervised pre-training using TinyBird and frozen encoder, and to provide the mass language model. And next one, we provide the conditional GAN using film modulations to spectral normalized discriminator, and also provide the EMA stabilizations. Next, we provide the inference and post-processing to select the top sampling of the multiple choice questions, and perform evaluations using automatic topic coverage, linguistic fluency, lexical diversity, and semantic similarity. Finally, we have the final data set so that the teachers can use the data sets to like perform evaluations to the students. So not only the teachers from our city, but we are planning to provide some like large data set based on this model, and to share online with the teachers in our area, or moreover in Indonesia, because like so many teachers like have difficulties to find like quite specific questions to perform some evaluation model. So this is the preparations of the data sets. We use the Indo MMLU data sets, this one, and filter using the chemistry subjects. Actually, this is Indonesian language problem generation multiple choice question. So we need the self-supervised pre-training. So you know, maybe like quite familiar how self-supervised learning, it's learning from unlabeled data, use the representation learning, use like mass language model to cover the specific language, for example Indonesian language, and transferability and generalizations, and provide data efficiency and domain adaptation. So that's why we use the self-supervised learning. This is like a critical role when using the self-supervised learning. So we need to make it in line with the domain aware with the semantic knowledge in this problem generation of the chemistry subjects in high school. And we use the tiny bird mass language models because like tiny birds also have like almost equal to the original bird accuracy. It consists of 96% compared to the original bird, but only have 4 layer compared to the 12 layer of the bird. Why we use the tiny birds? Because it's like a specific domain to some topic area. For example, like stoichiometry or molecular acid subjects in the chemistry. So the tiny bird mass language model was trained to reconstruct the mass tokens and learning the contextual and specific representations and use it as the frozen encoder. So in the initiation, the pipeline, like we use the Indo MMLU datasets and produce like chemical label, because like first we train using unlabeled dataset, so we need to make it label first. So we provide the chemical label datasets, and then we provide the sentence fish model using tokenizers with vocab size 16,000 value of the tokenizers, and using tiny bird to mask the language model with 6 transformer layers, 6 attention heads, and 384 dimensional embeddings. And we train this tiny bird using 4 epochs to create the baseline model of the self-supervised pre-training. And the result, we save it in the mass language model from the tiny bird. And then we have the chemical label dataset with also the sentence fish model. And the next one, we continue to the conditional GAN architecture, where we have the generator and discriminator for training based on the previous output of the self-supervised learning. And with this combined film condition generator, like we can normalize the discriminator and optimize through the feature matching. And this is like aspect to the film conditional generators, the concepts, like the purpose why we use the film conditional condition generators, and also we provide the discriminators. So it's like core concepts using the spectral normalizations specific to the language model, and also proposed in the generative adversarial network, where we can have the benefits to make more stable generative adversarial network convergence. So in this GAN, we have initialized the egg epoch for the discriminator and generator and discriminator, so we can choose between this egg epoch which one is the best. So we continue to provide, and we have the this post-processing, and finally we have the inference model using the train generator and EMA stabilizations. And the results, we have the epoch 3 to 4 with low learning rate with the discriminator, and epoch 4 to 5 we have the signal softer but precise. And from this epoch, 1 to 8, we choose the 4, 5, and 6 epoch, because this one have generalized the problem of the specific topic in chemistry problem. So we analyze the epoch from 4 to 5 and also the 6, where 4 to 5 have best balance with the adversarial signal frequency, and epoch number 6 most fluent, and with epoch number X like most aligned to the feature. So as the primary, we can choose epoch number 5 with strong overall trade-off with the topic and also the diversity, and epoch number 6 with the backup plan, and also epoch number 4 for the diversity. It's likely stronger adversarial shaping. So for the evaluation, so this is the automatic evaluation. We use like topic coverage, calculate the proportion of generated items aligned with their intended domains, like how many questions generated like related to the original topic. Second ones, we use the pseudo perplexity. It's like computed for pre-trains from the MLM to estimate the linguistic fluency, like how good the language it's because it's specific to Indonesian language. And number 3, we use the evaluation of distinct n number of the statistic. We use 1 to 3 statistic number to capture the lexical diversity. And fourth, we use the semantic similarity scores to compare like the questions of the reference exemplar. This 1 and until 4 is the automatic evaluation matrix. And finally, we still add the manual process using the expert validation. Like teachers will use the generated data sets to select is it corrected or no, is it related or no with some specific topic. Okay, this is the summary, method summary from step 1 until to step 6. We export the final data sets as I mentioned before. And this one's like the result of the topic coverage from the epoch number 4 to number 6. As we can see, the increase indicating that the conditional generative adversarial network progressively learns to the conditions. So this CGINs like can learn in a good way of the generator and also the discriminator. And for the pseudo perplexities, like we can see from the epoch 4, 5, and 6, even this is like down from and up again, it's still in the value. Like from epoch 4, it's only 24.9, and from epoch 5, it's 22.4, the pseudo perplexity. So the lower value indicates like more coherent and grammatically consistent from the specific topic. And for the lexical diversity, this is the distinct number 1. So it's represent the ratio of unigrams to the total words capturing vocabulary enriched. So we can see here it's fluctuating between 0.33 to 0.38 from epoch 4, 5, and 6. So the consistency, it's not so much fluctuating. So the consistency indicates that the generator maintains broad and balanced vocabulary. For the distinct 2, we analyze the bigrams and assessing the diversity at the phrase phrase level, and we can see here the value is fluctuating from 0.58 to 0.68 through the training process. The stability of this value demonstrates that the model generates the verified collocations and phrase combinations. So we combine some words to make the phrase based on the generated questions. And for the distinct number 3, we analyzed to 3 drums evaluating longer multi-word sequence that capture contextual novelty. So we can see here from epoch number 4, for epoch number 5 and also 6 that the trend saw moderate variation from 0.60 until to 0.70, and this indicates that model generates a healthy variety of the longer phrase. And for the semantic similarity, we can see here even its slightly small value decreasing from epoch 4 and 5 to 6. We can see that it's almost perfect stability across epochs that suggests the adversarial trainings can have the diversity surface from the data set. So per topic analysis, so this is the second column. We have topic in Indonesia. Indonesian language, we have asam basa, ikatan kimia, kinetic, organics, stoichiometry. So this is the summary of the pseudo perplexity, distinct number 1, distinct number 2, distinct number 3, and semantic similarity. For the high accuracy, it consists in the acid-base contact, and for the strong fluency in the quantitative topic, for examples like stoichiometry and thermochemia. And for the complexity in abstracts is for the kinetic reactions and kesetimbangan, I don't know in English, stability maybe. And for the stable semantic consistency, it's in organic chemistry and electrochemistry. So this is the per topic analysis from the epoch number 6 result. And the limited diversity in atomic topics. So this topic have like reflecting sparse contextual variations. So each chemistry topic differs in the performance because they have like data, different data density, different linguistic regularity, and also the conceptual abstraction. So that's why they have different result of this specific topic. So for the expert base, actually we still develop the online survey, so that's every teachers in the high school, especially for the chemistry problem in chemistry subjects, can provide the expertise to select is it related or no. So we use the epoch number 5 and also epoch number 6 to generate around 5,000 to 6,000 questions, multiple choice questions, so that every teachers will have their expertise to align with the specific topic area. So this is not we don't have the final result yet. So in the concluding remarks, this is our contributions. So we provide the novel framework for this multiple choice question generation specific chemistry subject for high school student, and also provide the curriculum line generations, and also for the resource efficiency we only use the small unlabeled data set to use the self-supervised pre-training, and also use the evaluation methodology combining with the automatic and also the expert validations, and also we have the practical impact to the high school education, especially for the chemistry subjects. So in conclusions, like this hybrid, the self-supervised generative adversarial network framework can combine using the unlabeled data sets to produce diversity and automated chemistry questions creations. So I think like we still do progress to this research. It's not finished yet, especially about the expertise when we do the link between the generated questions to the original questions of the chemistry subjects. So I think that's all my presentations. I give it back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hendra, for insightful presentation on chemistry. It took me 15 years back when I started my chemistry. So yeah, we have learned something on Indo-MMU dataset, MCQ formatting, and mask language model. Everyone knows about LLM, but MLM we know today. So I ask from audience any questions? Yes, Dr. Agong.
Good afternoon, everyone. It is interesting that we see the mask language model pre-training is also being used here, and using mask language model, I think it's part of the, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's part of the encoder side of the model, right? In what function or what role that the encoding takes place? Maybe you can highlight on that. Thank you.
Okay, so the mass language model we use in the previous so we use this for the self-supervised pre-training, because like I see the data set where the data set. So this is example of the data sets. We have like ID, and this is the soal is the original questions, and also the jawaban is answer, and also the key, because like some specific questions in chemistry, they have like symbol, they have like equations. It's different from like history or history subject, or mathematics only contains like mathematic symbols, but in chemistry they have like specific symbols like diagram or somethings. So that's why we use the mass language model to use the learn the specific character of the questions on this type of the questions. So we take the subject chemistry, and we learn the questions to provide in the topic area. We have 10 topic, generated from these questions. So the topic learned from these questions use the specific mass language model. So that's we use the mass language model.
Any other question? Sorry if I have a follow-up question. So in which part that the encoder being used in a generative fashion? Because as we know nowadays, the generative transformer, typically they are using a decoder only. LLMs nowadays are typically decoders only, and the style is generative. Can you explain a bit more about what is the role of the encoding in this generative system? Thank you.
Okay. So here the encoders we provide here some specific like phrase or some specific character to be encoded in this like character or symbol or some things to be encoded in this tiny bird model. So that's using the mass language model. Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Any questions from the online? Yeah, Prof.
Thank you. Very interesting. This was too technical. I'm now too much outside of technical details to understand all the nice things that you've done. But I want to ask a higher level question. This you've done for chemistry, right? So how generalizable is your approach, your workflow? Let's say if I wanted now to apply it to maths or history or other subjects, what would I need to change in this pipeline? What can I reuse, and where do we need to make adjustments accordingly to the change of subject? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, professors, for the questions. Like, because this is like specific generated questions, we take example is the chemistry subjects. So the model for the self-supervised pre-training and conditional guns will train based on the data unlabeled data set for before. So when we take to the general, the model will be trained again. Maybe for this specific tiny bird, it's not suitable for like history subject or something. We need to change. Is there any related self-supervised training related to the general questions? Because like language question, historical subjects is different from the STEM subjects in science, in mathematics, and also for the conditional guns. It's we can control the conditional guns here for the specific topic area. But for the like history subject or Indonesian language subjects, it's more general. Maybe we can use the vanilla generative adversarial network. So we need to change some model related to the data sets that we use. So I think thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Any online question? No. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Hendra, for an insightful presentation on chemistry. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. So moving on our special session on generative AI for education. So we have total 4 presentation, and we will, after this invited the speaker, we are going towards our first presentation. That one is contextualized hybrid model
for AI ethics governance in Malaysia TVET sector. It will be presented by Ms. Amina Bibi and co-author by Noreen Iza from UTP Malaysia. So, can we have Ms. Amina? Maybe we have some technical challenge. So, what do you, Miss Amina? You can present your presentation. We cannot hear you, Amina. Miss Amina, can you rejoin, and when you share the screen, at that time you need to start with the audio, including the audio, yes. You don't need to mute yourself at that time.
Okay, I will try again.
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. Still we cannot hear you.
Can you hear the video? Yes?
We can only hear you, not the video.
Oh,
Can you present your
really?
slides,
So,
not the YouTube video?
mm, mm, I think I'm having a problem of sharing the video. Can the committee help me to share the video on your site, please?
Actually, Amina, you need to present the slides, not to run the video. So we are intending you to share your slide and as well as present, not from playing the video. Will you be able to do now, or we can give you 10-15 minutes to settle down and then we come after another round of presentation? Amina? Can you hear me? Amina, can you hear me?
Mm.
Amina, maybe I can give you next 10-15 minutes to settle down your presentation in a presentation mode, so I can invite another presenter for now. For the next presentation, is Sean is joined?
Prof, hi.
Yes.
I think I'm having a problem of sharing the video. Can the conference committee help me to share the video on your site, please?
Amina, actually we can play your presentation, not video. So we can help you to navigate your presentation slide mode, but you need to present. It's like a sharing session, not like a video playing. Can we? Amina? Committee. Sean have joined. SEAN, Sean. Yes. Amina, we are coming towards you after presenting this paper. Okay. So now I'm inviting Mr. Sean on automated student supervised allocation system using a large language model and linear programming. Over to you, Sean, and it's authored by Sean, Dr. Limoning, me, myself, and Dr. Bashir. Sean, you can present your presentation.
Hello, can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear.
All right, that's good. That's good. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Sean, and I'll be presenting this paper, Automated Student Supervisor Allocation System, using large language models and linear programming, and of course, it's authored by myself, Ms. Lim Moning, Dr. Ganesh Kumar, and Dr. Bashir Jasina. So we'll start off with an overview of this paper. We'll be going through, firstly, an introduction, the related works, the methodology, and the results, and the conclusion. So starting with an introduction. So there's been a problem of allocating students to supervisors for their final year project, which has been plaguing the School of Computing and Artificial Intelligence in Sunway University. So as with the number of students and supervisors to be allocated, which is around 200 students and 60 supervisors, required a significant amount of effort from the coordinator, particularly a single person, to allocate all these individuals for their final year projects. And this paper essentially aims to resolve that issue by utilizing NLP and linear programming to automate the allocations. So starting with a bit of background. So I assume that most higher education institutions are implementing final year projects as a key assessment for undergraduate and postgraduate degrees. And usually a supervisor would be assigned to guide students throughout the project. And it is very important that the allocation is done correctly to ensure that both the student and supervisor can work in cooperation and to achieve a satisfactory performance in their final year project. So past studies have provided multiple solutions for this problem, but they mainly focus on optimizing the allocations automatically. However, they did not consider in addressing other real-world problems, which I will go into here in the problem statement. So first and foremost, yes, I can hear you.
Can you present your presentation in presentation
Oh, wait.
mode?
Is it not in presentation mode?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. My apologies. Oh, give me a second. That was interesting. Oh, wait. Screens, application windows. Is this still in presentation mode?
Yeah, now it's
Like,
clear.
is it?
Yes.
Now it's clear. Okay, that was interesting. All right. So should
actually, there are two screens that you are sharing. Yeah. Now you make it bigger. Make it full screen.
Okay.
Full screen. There is right side on the bottom. There is a left.
Okay. I think I realized the problem because for some reason normally I'm having two windows right now. So actually,
Yeah, actually, you
let me
need
just
to
close
present
this.
from one window.
Yeah. I should have been presented from. Okay, let me just present from full screen here.
Yes.
All right.
Better.
Is this okay?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for that. Okay. So in terms of the problem statement, so getting back on track, there have been past studies that determine that students find it difficult to develop their own research topic. As a result, it basically hinders their ability to decide a preference. So this could be probably because of the fact that students have ideas, but they're not refined or their ideas are not feasible. And this was reinforced by a survey conducted within the School of Computing and Artificial Intelligence, and it demonstrated that 2/3 of respondents were unsure of their preferences for capstone of the final year project, while around half are unsure of which supervisor they prefer. And past solutions did not address this issue, essentially. So this is what the paper will try to resolve. So starting with some related works, the student supervisor allocation problem. So it is known as or related to a stable matching problem, which there are two sets of elements that are going to be paired to one another, with each element having a ranking or preference order for the elements of the other set. Now, other studies have determined that students are usually quite motivated to work on projects that they just come up with and that the project has real implications. So it is quite important that the allocations here, especially if the supervisor would ensure that these students will be able to come up with their ideas, but are refined with the supervisor's guidance. Especially because previous studies have determined that students may not have necessary inspiration to come up with their own ideas, and the ideas are practically unfeasible with the limited resources that they have. So this problem can be addressed partially with large language models and text classification in particular. So past studies has determined that LLMs can function as a text classifier for a wide range of text classification tasks. And performance can vary based on several factors such as prompting techniques and fine-tuning. So in this case, if you were to give certain examples of sentences or limit those examples, it can result in wide-ranging results, essentially, like very different accuracies. So in particular, a specific finding by Kuzmin and Rubisic, they've utilized essentially OpenAI's GPT-4o to annotate around 20,000 news articles. And they determined that this performance is quite similar to a human annotator. In fact, they use 2 human annotators to compare, and they determined that specifically GPT-4o had similar performance to the other 2 human annotators. Now, another study by Bunt et al. Also used GPT-4o, but in this case, they were using it to classify for psychological research. They did realize a few things, particularly that the model was limited in terms of classifying very ambiguous or nuanced text that required more context and clarification in particular. So this is certain caveats to using LLMs. Now, another thing that should be noted that there have been past solutions to address the problem. So these are mainly from the optimization perspective. So solutions previously utilized integer programming, linear programming, genetic algorithms, and decision tree. However, these solutions did not allow students to write their own preference. Instead, they predefine a select list of either supervisors or topics that the students can select from. As a result, it does not allow, or essentially it limits certain, especially upcoming or like new topics to be worked on as a final year project. So the paper essentially would try to resolve that, and there has been a previous paper, but not in the context of the student supervised allocation problem, but in this case, a paper by Mo et al. That utilizes NLP to allocate staff to maintenance tasks. And this is something that we will, the paper will explore into for the student supervisor allocation problem. So we'll now head on into the methodology. So starting with some data preparation. Now, unfortunately, there is no data available regarding allocations and preferences of students that are publicly available. So an alternate source of real-world data is needed, and the closest approximation that could be gathered was regarding about the students' LinkedIn profiles, which had their career preferences, in particular specific fields in computer science or technologies. So around 36 entries from numerous profiles were gathered from Southern University, and these profiles were selected based on the aforementioned criteria. So this particular data set is used to determine the accuracy of the text classifier. But there will be another data set that will be generated, which is basically synthetic data, and it will generate certain student preferences, and it will be attached to certain student profiles. These profiles will be used and fed into the optimal matching algorithm to allocate students. So on the other hand, we have another data set for the supervisors, and this supervisor data is collected from the university, and this includes their preference for certain programs in certain degrees, as well as their expertise in certain fields or technologies. So in total, there are 53 supervisors in the collected data, and all supervisors are part of the Faculty of Engineering and Technology at Summer University. Now, in terms of the modeling, the text classification, particularly this task, has been identified as a multi-label classification, in particular because students have multiple preferences in one entry. As such, there's also been the fact that students can state preferences that can be both either positive or negative. They have preferences in that regard. And in this case, this paper used Google's Gemini 2.0 Flash for the text classification. So the large language model, the prompt that you see on the right here, has been tweaked around in particular and provide very specific instructions, and is fed into the model. And this would essentially ensure that the model produce the correct result according to the data structure required. So the instructions here have been specified that there are specific rules to be followed, and this ensures the compliance of the results. Now, in terms of the modeling from the optimal matching perspective, there are 2 equations here from the student's perspective. So how optimal a match is from the student perspective. And in this case, equation 1 here represents the suitability of a match from the student's perspective, which is based on the rate of positive topics fulfilled by the supervisor's expertise, minus the weight of the negative topics revealed by the supervisor's expertise. And of course, it's subject to certain conditions here. And equation 2 is the optimization part of it, the algorithm here. You can see XID represents the binary decision, and it tries to maximize the matching suitability of all students combined. So it aims to find an allocation of student to supervisor that achieves the highest satisfaction of for all students, essentially. However, from a supervisor's perspective, there is a bit more depth to it. So you can see that in equation 3, there is a few additional factors here. And in this case, for this use case, the priority here is that the supervisors can get the preferred degree program rather than their expertise. So the equation had to be modified to account for that. So in this case, there are, in equation 3, there's beta 1 and beta 2, which represents the weightage for the first choice degree program and the second choice degree program. This corresponds to D1 and D2. D1 meaning the first choice degree and D2 meaning the second choice program preference degree. Yeah. So this whole equation basically represents that the percentage of students that is allocated to supervisor R and that matches the supervisor's first choice or second choice program. Now, this is then applied in equation 4, which also includes a workload balance. And you can see under the sigma WA. So this deviation, this calculates the standard deviation for each supervisor and applies it as a penalty to ensure that the standard deviation of the workload distribution does not exceed or does not approach too high of a value. So it does not sacrifices the workload, the balanced workload distribution. So that is for the modeling. Now moving on to the results. So the text classification here, yes?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
So please wrap up in 2 minutes.
Okay.
Results and discussion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So for the text classification, the results of the large language model have achieved an accuracy of 76% sample average F1 score. And there are a few things I'd like to highlight, particularly that as previous results have shown, the large language model has difficulty in approaching more nuanced labels such as software engineering or application development. So a lot of the entries here, they specified working on certain projects or certain websites or certain applications, but never specify more into it. As a result, it has difficulty categorizing such nuanced labels, similar to what previous studies have shown. Now, for the optimal matching algorithm, just a brief overview as to how the evaluation has taken place. There are 3 KPIs: first choice percentage, average student satisfaction rate, and workload standard deviation. And the idea is that to maximize the first choice percentage and average student satisfaction rate while minimize the workload standard deviation. So we have basically run through basically 5 iterations of Pareto optimal solutions using the 4 coefficients here in this table. And the results are as follows. So overall, there were 24 configurations that achieved a certain Pareto optimal solution, and the selected configuration for implementation in the finalized system was configuration 151 that achieved a student satisfaction rate of 76.53% with, sorry, hold on 1 second. Student satisfaction rate of 84.31% and a first choice preference rate of 76.53, which is a workload standard deviation of 2.44. And it should be noted that there are certain, if you were to look into the numbers here, that student satisfaction rate plateaus around 85%. This is because due to the complexity of the problem at hand, students have multiple positive preference and negative preference, and thus for a match to be perfect, those preferences must be completely 100% accurate. However, there would be a combination of these preferences that cannot be matched by any supervisor, and thus there would be a hard limit based on the number of students and supervisors as to how many students can get 100% satisfaction rate. So in conclusion, this solution basically implements Gemini 2.0 Flash as a text classification and linear programming as the optimal matching algorithm. And overall, it achieves a sample average score of 76% for text classification, while the optimal matching algorithm has achieved a satisfaction rate of 84.31% and supervisor first choice program preference at 76.53, while maintaining a workload standard deviation of 2.44. So this entire process can take in roughly around 10 minutes to complete, compared to previous methods that would take around a week manually. So the inclusion of large language models has addressed one of the limitations of the previous solutions, especially where students are unable to come up with their own project ideas and unable to state their own preference. So in terms of future works, we hope that focus can be focused on gathering extensive real-world data, in particular to verify and validate the results obtained in this project, and the implementation of a genetic algorithm as an optimal matching algorithm, because previous studies have shown that genetic algorithm has some higher performance compared to compared to linear programming. And that's all. Thank you for this presentation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean. Any questions? Yes.
Hello, San. Really interesting topics. I just want to ask. So, the idea of these papers is: do you want to classify student preference, right? And also based on supervisor perspective. So, in the result, you have my classification has 70% accuracy. My question is, how do you get the comparison result? So you compare your result with if I'm not mistaken, standardized with what? So how do you get your 70%? With what do you compare your classifying with what? I know. So I know what. For example, so I want to classify which one is mangrove or which one is not. So I know which mangrove because I have the real mangrove. I have the real data. So do you have the real data to classify the student preference? Because you just your idea is I want to classify student preference. So do you have the original data or what? So how you compare the result? Thank you.
Okay. Regarding about the student preference data, unfortunately, there is no available data publicly regarding about student preferences because there's not been any available data sets regarding about this. So as I previously mentioned, the closest approximation that we could obtain was the students' LinkedIn profiles. In this case, their LinkedIn profiles stated their preferences for certain careers or certain fields. So this was used essentially as a sort of approximation to student preferences, which is why I previously stated that there should be, in terms of future work, there should be a focus on gathering actual student preferences in this case. So in terms of the LinkedIn data set, they were human labeled. So it was been human labeled, and that was the 76% sample average score from the large language model is based on that LinkedIn data set. So unfortunately, there is no direct one-to-one student preference data set, but the closest one we could get was LinkedIn, their LinkedIn profiles at the time of the research. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Okay, so moving on to our next presentation, that is on generative AI for software project management towards adaptive, personalized, and project-centered learning by Dr. Haisha Muhammad, Nurul Hadia Isa, and Zabawi Ismail.
Okay. You guys can listen. Can you hear me? Okay. Let me see. Okay. Assalamualaikum and good day to all of you. You guys can hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay,
Share
good.
your presentation.
Okay. Okay, I'm Hasia Muhammad and I'm going to present our project entitled Generative AI for Software Project Management. Okay, I'm the main author of this paper. With me, I have Dr. Nurul Hidayah Isa, Zabawi Ismail, and Nur Farisa Hariza. Okay. So this is the content of my presentation: introduction, related work, methodology, findings and discussion, conclusion, and future work. Okay. So in teaching software project management, there are few limitations. Okay. First of all, on how we want to explain to the students so that they can easily understand the real process in handling project. Okay, because through the semester they learn the theory part. Okay, so normally this subject been teaching for the final year students, and I really want to help the students so that they can easily understand when they go for their internship or when they go for their work after they finish their studies, so they can have the idea why this subject is really important for them to understand it well, so that they have the idea regarding what's going to be happen when they join the real world situation in terms of uh, job assigned to them, what they need to do. Okay, so throughout, I have been teaching this subject more than 5 semesters, and throughout the process, I keep on searching on how I want to help the students. Okay, prepare the case study, help them to understand it well. Why is it important for them to understand why software project management is very important? Okay, and it really based on the project-based learning. And if I have 2 or 3 group of students, totally about 100 students in a 3 classes, and for a project it consists of 4 students. So it if I have a large scale of cohort students, so it take sometimes for me to really make sure they can understand the process of the project management. Okay, so last semester when I see the potential of using generative AI, specifically ChatGPT, Gemini, so on. And I know that I guess all of us know that most of the students they use the generative AI. Okay, they use the LLM. But then I think we need to guide them to use it properly so that it can benefit for their class project, for their final year project, so on and so forth. So we discuss on how we can help to automate documentation and artifacts for their project. Okay, we provide the feedback based on what they have done and show it to us, and we provide them the feedback and simulate the stakeholders communication. But in this case, the stakeholders is me and few of other lecturers that involved in the project, and we support the scenario based decision. Okay, so for this, we aim to investigate how a Gen AI can support the adaptive, personalized, and project-based software project management learning. Okay, number 2, we plan to create the framework design so that based on this framework, it will align with the use of Gen AI. Okay, and we provide them the case analysis so that we provide them one specific team for the students to develop a system and how they can manage the overall process. Okay, and number 4 is the challenge examination to identify the limitation and ethical consideration in Gen AI project-based learning. Okay, so these are the related work related to generative AI in education, AI in software engineering, as well as project management, and project-centered and culture-based learning approaches. So specifically, I want to highlight related to the culture-based learning approaches. Okay, so for last semester's project, we came to the theme is about Pantone-based application or system or prototype. So at the same time, we want to assist the student on how they can use the current technology plus the AI plus the generative AI to preserve our culture. Okay, so there are the study design. The theme is to develop a Pantone theme project. Okay, for last semester, I have 27 undergraduate students divided into 6 groups, and all of them have been given the theme. So they need to propose to us what are the title for their project. Okay, so they can use the ChatGPT, okay, for the documentation, artifact generation, and so on. And we guide them on how they can properly use it for the class project. Okay, the content in project management in terms of scope, time, cost, quality, risk, okay, as well as the communication in terms of the progress, in terms of progress for their project. So they need to present the progress of their project, and me and my colleague give them the feedback, this and that, what need to be done. As well as the cultural computing, where we blend the Malay Pantone team so that they, at the same time, we want to assist them on culture heritage in terms of the preservation. Okay, so these are the 6 Pantone project. Okay, the first 2, Pocket Pantone and Rima Rasa, is a AI assisted Pantone generator and journaling. Okay, these 2 is the mobile app, combine culture creativity with personal reflection. Okay, as for this, AI can generate the Pantone, okay, when they combine AI in their mobile app, but then most of the time the Pantone is not really follow the what we call it, the flow. Okay, it should be AB where the last word of the first sentence should be the same rhyme with the third row. Okay, and the second row it should be rhyme with the 4th row. Okay, so because of that, user can edit the Pantone has been generated by AI. Okay, mode-based Pantone generator applying effective computing to translate emotions into structured work. Okay, this is based on users' emotions. Okay, Pantone says classification of the system to classify whether the Pantone follow the Pantone structure or not. Okay, sorry for some of you maybe not familiar with the term Pantone. This is one of the Malay poetry that specifically normally Malaysian and Indonesian, we use this to sometimes to express our feeling. Okay, the fourth one is Pantone recommender, where we want to recommend Pantone based on the facial expression. Emotion classification, okay, Pantone based on the emotion classification, and the last one is Pantone retrieval system. So the print screen here shows the 6 project that has been developed by the students. Okay, so on top of that, we also come out with I can say this is the conceptual framework, the initial framework, that based on what we have done, how we combine the knowledge in project management, Gen AI application, and learning outcome. So this conceptual framework are grounded from the COP experiential learning theory, TPAC model, as well as AI pedagogical integration framework. Okay. So based on the finding, this is one of the adaptive learning support for the students on how we can use the generative AI to generate the Gantt chart, the scope document tailored to the project. Okay, the process efficiency, because of it help the students to reduce the manual work. Okay, based on the prompt, they can come out with the what we call it documentation, but then they need to double check the documentation, make sure it's tally with what they have done. It's not only simple copy and paste task. Okay, Personalization, AI adapt output to individual content. For example, individual content meaning here the individual project. Individual project as well as, for example, here Rima rasa is to generate pantun based on users' mood and thought, and at the same time, user can edit the pantun if they think that the proposed pantun by AI is not suitable with what they are feeling at that particular time. Okay, and the cultural engagement, okay, embedding pantun team demonstrate the how the cultural relevant to the computing, making project more meaningful and motivating to the students. Okay, so these are the challenges and risks that we come to found that when we use AI, so some of the group, they depend heavily on AI generated documentation. But then, I need to mention to the student from the documentation provided by AI, then we need to recheck, make sure it's tally with what you have done for your project. Okay, bias and accuracy, AI generated pantun occasionally fail to adhere the traditional structure. Okay, highlight the risk of cultural inaccuracy and bias. Okay, as what I've mentioned just now, when we combine the prototype students develop with AI, and then AI can generate the pantun. So the pantun itself sometimes is not according to the original pantun structure. So that's the reason why we provide the features where it can be edited and they can save the pantun. And the pantun that has been edited by the students, by the user, still we can argue whether it's basically follow the right, what we call it, the right process or flow of the pantun itself. Okay. Another thing is about the ethical. Okay, instructor must guide students in balancing AI automation with human creativity, judgment, and ethical responsibility. So this is one of the reason why when we want to integrate the AI in our subject, okay, for this subject project management, me myself and few of my colleagues that involved in this project, we keep on mentioning to the student, you cannot copy paste the answer from the AI, but then you need to really make sure it's according and tally with your project. Okay, so from the impact on the learning outcome based on the project, okay, transformation achieved where generative AI can successfully transform SPM education from the static content delivery to the dynamic expansion and culturally relevant. So I guess one of the main element that we try to, on top of teaching how to use AI properly in project management class, we also inject the element of culture relevant project. Okay, so student develop the system based on I can say it's a meaningful project because of it's not only related to the computing, related to AI, it's also related to the culture. Okay, 27 students engaged in 6 projects. Okay, and all of them managed to produce a functional prototype. Okay, and most of the students use ChatGPT for the integration. So as for the conclusion, this paper specifically focus on how the integration of Gen AI in teaching software project management, as well as how we can integrate with the culture in preserve, in this case, pantun. Okay, so the theme for the project is the Malay pantun. Okay, so AI can act as a pedagogical co-pilot to support students. Okay, the case-based project highlight clear benefits of Gen AI in SPM education, and for this semester I also combine this for another project so that I can see this semester we can improve what are the things that we have done last semester. Then we can see the improvement or what are the other things that we need to include in the process. Okay, so that's all. Okay, the future direction, the large scale studies, AI literacy module where students should be able to know how they can use the Gen AI properly, how they should understand that this AI tools is to help them to to what we call it, to ease their job, but not to copy paste directly from the answer. Okay, so that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the floor? Doctor, maybe I can start with.
Okay.
Okay. During this implementation on Pantone, this one is for the project management student. Is all the students from the university, right?
Yes.
And how closely it was monitored? Because I checked in your presentation that you mentioned that Gen AI you try to implement is like they don't copy paste, but they do the critical or maybe they use the analytical skill. So as a course learning outcome of this 27 students and 6 projects, how closely it was monitored, like the Gen AI use effectively?
Okay. Basically, every 2 weeks, after week 4, okay, total we have 14 weeks. After week 4, when they started their project, every 2 weeks they need to present the progress of their part of the project. For example, documentation in terms of the introduction, the Gantt chart use, so on and so forth. So during the presentation, we double check whether if I can find any what we call it so obvious sentence come from the ChatGPT. So that's normally that's the session where I ask the student whether this is exactly your sentence or from ChatGPT sentence. Okay, and then we also look at, for example, when they give the prompt for the ChatGPT to create Gantt chart, for example. Okay, then I ask the student whether it's really tally with your project progress that you have planned. Okay, so whether you really understand the process or it's just come from the ChatGPT. Okay, and I know that there's a flaw there because of it's totally based on students' answer. Okay, so this is one of the elements that need to be improved so that we can have a so-called proper monitoring process so that students can really understand, not based on the copy paste from the ChatGPT, for example.
Exactly, because in your future work you mentioned it will be applied on large scale. If 27 students cannot be monitored properly, then 270 will be a challenging. Yeah.
Yes,
So
exactly.
thank you very much once again, and see you in your next presentation somewhere.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Can we have Miss Amina? No response.
Yes.
Miss Amina?
Yes. Okay. Yes.
Can you present your presentation slides?
Okay. Okay. Sure. I will. Can you see my slide?
Yes. Please proceed.
Okay, sure. Hold on, please. Okay. So, hi, good day. I'm sorry for the inconvenience caused just now. So, my name is Aminah Bibi binti Bawa Mohidin. I'm from Department of Computing, University Technology Petronas. So today I'll sharing our study titled Contextualized Hybrid Model for AI Ethics Governance in Malaysia's Tibet Sector. And this research co-authored with technologist Dr. Nurin Izzah Arshad, okay, to explore how Malaysia can develop an ethical and practical governance model for AI use in technical and vocational education and training, or so-called Tibet. Okay. I'm so sorry, I'm still having a problem of sharing this slide. Can someone help me from your side?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Let me settle.
Okay, never mind, I'll proceed. Okay, so as for introduction, all right, so as we know, artificial intelligence is reshaping teaching, learning, and assessment in Tibet, including in, through automation, personalized learning, and data-driven decision making. However, this also raises concerns about bias, transparency, privacy, and academic integrity. So Malaysia has their own initiative like My Digital, the National 4IR policy, and the AIGE 2024. AIGE is AI, the AI governance ethic, okay, that was developed in 2024 as a guidelines to encourage AI use, but these framework are voluntary and lack of enforcement. So therefore, our study argues that for a contextual governance model that aligns AI ethics with Malaysia institutional cultural realities. Okay, as for the problem statement, while international frameworks such as in UNESCO, OECD, European AI Act, or IEEE, and Singapore's model AI governance set important ethical standard, they are often designed for developed economies. Malaysia AIGE 2024 provide useful guidance, but lack legal force, technical standard, and education-specific mechanism. In Tibet, many educators have limited AI ethics literacy and educational support. Hence, there's a clear need for a hybrid model that integrates global ethics principles with Malaysia's policy capacity context. Okay, and for the research question and objective, this study was guided by 3 questions. The first one is how do global AI ethics framework differ in the enforcement, educational relevance, and technical guidance? And secondly, what gaps exist in Malaysia current AI ethics governance and Tibet practice? And how can a hybrid model integrate risk-based regulation and inclusive ethics for Malaysia's context? So our main objective is to develop a contextualized hybrid governance framework that balances global standards and local realities to guide ethical integration in Malaysian Tibet. Okay. So as for the methodology, we use comparative policy analysis approach, which combines 6 major AI ethic frameworks. We analyze 6 AI ethics framework, including UNESCO, OECD, European AI Act, IEEE, Singapore's models, and Malaysia's AIGE. So these were compared based on their binding nature, education relevance, enforcement mechanism, and technical guidance. This process allowed us to identify what governance features could be realistically applied in Malaysia's context. Okay, and for the key findings, the comparative analysis revealed two main as for the comparative analysis, it's revealed two three gaps, which is enforcement gaps, because only the European AI Act legally mandates transparency and watermarking. And other frameworks such as UNESCO and OECD rely on voluntary compliance. And past AI failures like UK's A-level grading and Amazon's hiring AI highlight the risk of bias. So as for the capacity gaps, Malaysia's digital infrastructure varies widely, with rural institutions lagging many educators still lack AI ethics and technical training. So overall, most framework depends on self-regulation, which may not be enough for Tibet an institution. Okay, so from this analysis, we design a two-layer hybrid. Okay, the first layer is risk-based regulation, which mandatory oversight for high-risk AI system like student grading or decision support tools, and is inspired by the European AI Act classification and auditing system. Okay, while for the layer number two, it's based on voluntary ethics and inclusivity, which encourage fairness, transparency, inclusivity, and human oversight for low-risk educational AI, and is guided by UNESCO and OECD principles. These are supported by IEEE /ISO standards and implemented through Malaysia AIGE and My Digital, as well as our MK12 roadmap. Okay, so in this table, okay, it illustrates how each framework inform our model, okay, which we have European AI Act contribute to the risk-based regulation for high-risk AI, and UNESCO and OECD constitute the voluntary ethics and inclusivity, which for low-risk AI, and IEEE, ISO, and IECJTC, SC42, this is for technical standards and audits, and lastly is AIGE 2024, My Digital 2021, and RMK12 for implementation pathway. So this is the model, the hybrid governance model look like. Okay. In the high-risk AI, it contains the risk-based regulation, certification, and audits, as well as conformity assessment. All right, as for the low-risk AI, it contains the voluntary ethics and inclusivity, transparency and privacy, as well as internal codes of conduct. And under the technical standards and audits, it integrate IEEE ISO guidelines and mandate bias audit. And lastly, for the implementation pathway, it will be implemented, piloting in selected polytechnic and allocate budgets and partnerships. So as for the implementation, it will be piloting in flagship polytechnic before a full scale, which is the budget will be allocated by RMK12 and My Digitals. Okay, propose. Yeah, this is the we propose to use the RMK12 budget allocation, and then we also propose under implementation and cultural factor here to collaborate with industry partner for AI certification and curriculum updates and training educators through program like Ready for AI and DVET. So culturally, Malaysia values consensus, moral reasoning and respect for authority. So ethical framework must be locally grounded to gain legitimacy. Okay. Okay, to summarize, a hybrid governance models offer the right balance between enforcement and flexibility. Generative AI introduce unique risks that require transparent, proportionate safeguard, and capacity building, technical auditing, and cultural alignment are crucial for sustainable adoption. So we recommend piloting the model in selected TVET institution adopting IEEE/ISO auditing practices and embedding local ethical values into policy implementation. Thank you very much. That would be all from me.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the floor? Yes, Prof. Martha.
Hello, hi Amina. It's Martha, my name. Hi, you can see me here. If you see
Hi.
the screen, hi. Thanks for the presentation and for making room. Maybe I turn to the camera. Where's there? Okay, so she can see me. Yeah, so very interesting. I really like that you compared the 6 frameworks. I mean, I'm only familiar with the EU AI Act and not the others, so I think your work is really valuable. And I especially like this proposal of yours to take this cultural aspect into consideration, because all these ethics, right, from the various frameworks are actually highly contextual on the culture that you live in, right? So something that is perfectly acceptable in one geographic region is a no-go in the other. So that's really great, a great idea, but I was wondering, how would you operationalize that in practice, right? This contextualization to the cultural factors. I'm really curious about your ideas about this, even if it's future work, which I assume it is.
Yeah, very nice and interesting question also. Amina?
Yes.
Yeah, have you heard about the question from Prof. Martha? She mentioned that, yeah, it's a very nice and interesting topic and you are considering the contextual. So, but how you will operationalize the contextual setting?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. Okay, all right, because we are actually in the preliminary investigation and we need to work more on the framework. Actually, we need to validate it and everything. So on the operationalized part, we need to have the context clearly first. Okay. Because we treat cultural contextualization as part of the implementation layer. So practically, that means before any institution adopts AI governance guideline, it conduct a short context audit, identifying local decision-making norms and stakeholder sensitivities and institutional values that influence what ethicals mean. So, okay, for example, in Malaysia, decision-making in education is highly consensus-driven and relational. Okay, still early in the process. So rather than imposing compliance from the top, governance actions are negotiated through ethics committees, okay, head of department reviews and community consultation. And also we need to translate the abstract principles like human autonomy into locally meaningful terms, all right, such as trustworthiness, amanah, and collectively well-being, kesejahteraan. This is a word in Bahasa Melayu. So this to ensure legitimacy and uptake. So in future work, the next phase, as I mentioned earlier, the piloting, this cultural adaptation protocol in selected polytechnic is to observe how these principles are interpreted and applied within institutional culture. So in short, contextualization happen not in just a text or framework, but in a how institution internalize and localize ethical practice. We need to validate the framework first before we can have specific idea on that. Do I answer your question?
Yes. Yeah, as
Thank
I
you.
mentioned, it's a very interesting question and interesting reply. Okay.
Thank
With
you,
this,
thank you.
thank you very much, Ms. Amina, and good luck in terms of finding the context for your this this topic and presentation. Thank you once again. Thank you everyone
Thank you.
For joining this session, and we will be having a 5-minute break before we start with our next presentation or next keynote speaker. Thank you.
Kota Batam, Kepulauan Riau, merupakan salah satu kota metropolitan di Indonesia. Kota Batam dikenal sebagai kawasan industri dan perdagangan yang berkembang pesat. Sebagai kota industri, Batam memiliki sekitar 1.309 industri unggul dengan jumlah 169.000 pekerja dari hasil produksi migas dan non-migas. Di tengah pesatnya perkembangan Kota Batam, terdapat sebuah perguruan tinggi vokasi yang berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang dapat menjawab kebutuhan industri, yaitu Politeknik Negeri Batam. Pada tahun 2023, Poli Batam telah terakreditasi baik sekali oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Selain terletak di salah satu kawasan pusat pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional, Poli Batam juga terletak di wilayah terdepan dan terluar negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia yang berbatasan langsung dengan perairan internasional. Sebagai perguruan tinggi vokasi, Politeknik Negeri Batam menyelenggarakan program Diploma 3 dan Diploma 4 yang dinaungi oleh 4 jurusan dengan total 25 program studi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Jurusan Teknik Elektro, Jurusan Teknik Informatika, dan Jurusan Teknik Mesin. Demi menunjang pendidikan yang berkualitas, Poli Batam menerapkan konsep Design, Implement, Operate atau disingkat CDIO, sebuah kerangka kerja pendidikan inovatif untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap bersaing di dunia industri. Poli Batam menjadi satu-satunya anggota tetap dari Indonesia dalam Collaborator Worldwide CDIO Initiative. Keanggotaan ini menunjukkan komitmen Poli Batam untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran dengan standar internasional. CDIO terintegrasi dengan kurikulum PBL yang nantinya lulusan akan mendapatkan pekerjaan sesuai kompetensinya. Poli Batam memiliki sistem pembelajaran unggulan Project Based Learning atau disingkat PBL. PBL merupakan model pembelajaran yang berpusat pada peserta didik untuk melakukan suatu investigasi yang mendalam terhadap suatu topik. Program pembelajaran ini menghadirkan satu proyek yang dikerjakan oleh mahasiswa lintas angkatan, jurusan, maupun program studi, sehingga meningkatkan soft skill para mahasiswa dan dapat menjawab tantangan zaman. Mahasiswa tingkat akhir Poli Batam melaksanakan seluruh pembelajarannya dalam bentuk magang selama setahun. Ini memungkinkan para mahasiswa direkrut industri jauh sebelum wisuda. Untuk itu, Poli Batam telah bekerja sama dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar swasta maupun negara, nasional hingga multinasional, sehingga penyerapan lulusan menjadi tenaga kerja cukup maksimal. Poli Batam memberikan fasilitas terbaik untuk para mahasiswa dan tenaga pendidiknya untuk menunjang terselenggaranya kualitas pendidikan yang unggul. Fasilitas tersebut diantaranya Perpustakaan Umum Poli Batam, auditorium, kelas ruang kerja, gedung teknopreneur, hangar, laboratorium praktikum, studio foto atau video, koperasi dan kantin, lapangan dan masih banyak lagi fasilitas penunjang lainnya. Poli Batam juga mendukung hak aksesibilitas untuk teman-teman penyandang disabilitas dengan memberikan akses jalan guiding block. Dengan seluruh ikhtiar berupa aktivitas akademia yang berintegritas, fasilitas yang memadai, dan juga program-program kampus yang memajukan, baik tenaga pendidik maupun mahasiswanya, Poli Batam telah memiliki segudang prestasi, baik taraf nasional maupun internasional, sehingga peminatan calon mahasiswa Poli Batam meningkat setiap tahunnya. Sebagai kampus yang menjunjung tinggi integritas pelayanan publiknya dan juga mencegah terjadinya praktik korupsi, kolusi, dan nepotisme, Poli Batam menerapkan beberapa sistem dan program seperti layanan aspirasi dan pengaduan online rakyat atau disingkat lapor, tolak gratifikasi atau toga, badan layanan umum, dan juga zona integritas wilayah bebas korupsi.
Politeknik Negeri Batam sesuai misinya akan terus menghasilkan talenta-talenta berdaya saing tinggi untuk menjembatani kebutuhan perkembangan investasi di Pulau Batam. Tidak hanya itu, Politeknik Negeri Batam akan terus berupaya untuk meningkatkan kapabilitas industri lokal agar bisa berdaya saing dan mendorong pertumbuhan investasi. Tentu saja, ini tidak akan bisa kita lakukan sendiri, dan Poli Batam akan terus berkolaborasi dengan berbagai pihak untuk melaksanakan kedua misi tersebut.
Kota Batam, Kepulauan Riau, merupakan salah satu kota metropolitan di Indonesia. Kota Batam dikenal sebagai kawasan industri dan perdagangan yang berkembang pesat. Sebagai kota industri, Batam memiliki sekitar 1.309 industri unggul dengan jumlah 169.000 pekerja dari hasil produksi migas dan non-migas. Di tengah pesatnya perkembangan Kota Batam, terdapat sebuah perguruan tinggi vokasi yang berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang dapat menjawab kebutuhan industri, yaitu Politeknik Negeri Batam. Pada tahun 2023, Poli Batam telah terakreditasi baik sekali oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Selain terletak di salah satu kawasan pusat pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional, Poli Batam juga terletak di wilayah terdepan dan terluar negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia yang berbatasan langsung dengan perairan internasional. Sebagai perguruan tinggi vokasi, Politeknik Negeri Batam menyelenggarakan program Diploma 3 dan Diploma 4 yang dinaungi oleh 4 jurusan dengan total 25 program studi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Di antaranya, jurusan Manajemen dan Bisnis, jurusan Teknik Elektro, jurusan Teknik Informatika, dan jurusan Teknik Mesin. Demi menunjang pendidikan yang berkualitas, Poli Batam menerapkan konsep Design, Implement, Operate atau disingkat CDIO, sebuah kerangka kerja pendidikan inovatif untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap bersaing di dunia industri. Poli Batam menjadi satu-satunya anggota tetap dari Indonesia dalam Collaborator Worldwide CDIO Initiative. Keanggotaan ini menunjukkan komitmen Poli Batam untuk terus meningkatkan
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We hope you all had an engaging time during the parallel session.
Indeed, it's always inspiring to see how diverse idea, research finding, and innovation come together from various institutions and countries.
We believe today's discussion has sparked new perspective and even potential collaborations for the future of us all together. Now we will continue with third keynote speech presented by Associate Professor Christoph Troida, PhD, from Singapore Management University.
Please welcome our moderator to lead this session, Miratul Husna Mufida, PhD.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I already wonder it will happen actually. Don't worry. I will repeat as long as you answer stronger. Otherwise, we will not start. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. That's great actually. Thank you so much. So, in this occasion, we will invite Associate Professor from Singapore. Before that, we'll start with pantun as usual, so you get used to it. So I mix the language this time. I try my best actually. Pergi ke pantai memakan ketam sambil menikmati film bergenre action. I try my best. I put English in it. To all distinguished guests, welcome to Poli Batam. Please enjoy this afternoon session. Okay. To all distinguished guests, fellow researcher, and participant of ICoDSE, it is my great honor and privilege to serve as your moderator. Thank you for Master of Ceremony. For today's keynote session, we are gathered here to discuss about the evolution of software engineering, and as we know together that AI now it's very explored in different domains, also for software engineering. Without further ado, I will invite our honorable keynote speakers, Associate Professor Christoph Troit. Is it correct like that? Okay. From Singapore Management University. So Professor Troit research stands at the critical intersection of software engineering and human-computer interaction. So please welcome to the stage. So without taking the time too much, so probably the introduction, Professor Troit will explain directly from slides. So please, Professor Troit, time and stage is yours.
Maybe I'll borrow this one. All right. Fantastic. All right. Thank you very much for the introduction. So I'm not from far away. I live just on the other side of the water in Singapore. My name is Christoph Troit, Singapore Management University. I do research for engineering, human AI interaction, AI for science, and lots of other things. But today I'd mostly like to talk to you about those, well, 4 letters and 1 number, AI for software engineering. Many of you may have seen that term before. Many people use it, you know, to flag their Google Scholar profile and things like that. But what does it actually mean? Hopefully we'll uncover some of this meaning over the next hour. I think for many of us who do software development or programming, a lot of AI for software engineering is often associated with this tool. This is GitHub Copilot. Chances are many of you have seen it, right? You start typing some code. GitHub Copilot very helpfully suggests all types of things. And there have been many scientific studies that have found that this works pretty well. I cite one particular one here that, however they measured productivity, found that programmers become more productive if they use a tool like this. Of course, AI for software engineering can also mean perhaps, you know, putting a query into ChatGPT and copy pasting the resulting code snippet. Again, you know, we all do this when we do programming. And yes, scientists have looked at this as well and have found that when people have access to ChatGPT, they actually, in specific scenarios, write much better code than when they have access to, for example, threads on Stack Overflow or the same tasks. But that's not all. That's not all that we can do in AI for software engineering. This is a marketing slide from a particular consulting company that's sort of envisioning what the future of software engineering can look like as we're using AI basically in every aspect of software development. So here we see AI for software maintenance, we see AI for design, we see AI for testing, what else do we see? AI for deployment, for analysis, and so on. So AI for software engineering actually doesn't just mean programming, but it means AI covering the entire life cycle of what we might want to do in software development. And I want to show you one particular example just to get you thinking about how of all the different ways that AI can be used in software development. Some of you might recognize this. This is basically a pull request description on GitHub. So it's sort of the field where you explain what code changes you're proposing and why those code changes might be good and why you might want to accept them. Now, this is actually also a tool from the Copilot family. Hopefully this video plays. It does. Very good. So if you have the tool enabled, instead of actually describing what code changes you make, you can basically just tell Copilot, well, here I want to see a summary, here I want to see a walkthrough, I want to see a poem. It takes a couple of seconds, and there it is. It has automatically created a summary for us of what these code changes are, how we can walk through these code changes, you know, explanation of code changes, and all of these things. So I could probably spend the entire hour going through examples like this. I'm not going to do that. But I wanted to just highlight that, you know, AI in software engineering actually can mean a lot of things. It goes beyond just generating a few code snippets. For this particular tool, we actually did a little systematic study to try to understand, does this actually work? yet again to understand, you know, what kind of impact does AI actually have on software engineering. So we looked at a whole bunch of pull requests that had been generated using this tool that you just saw in action, and also a lot of pull requests that had not been generated using this tool. And without go into a lot of details, we found that basically it works. It made pull requests merging faster, so people accept the changes faster if the description has been generated using this tool, and it also made the changes more likely to be accepted. So AI for software engineering seems to work pretty well, right? We've seen, I think, at least 3 studies now, just in the last 2 minutes that I cited, where we find that there are some positive use cases for AI in software engineering. So AI for software engineering, there are actually many different ways that this can be done. And don't worry, I'm not going to go through all. But earlier this year, we published a small taxonomy basically describing all the different ways in which software developers can interact with artificial intelligence tools these days. And I'm just going to highlight these 3 because these are only the ones that we've covered so far. So autocomplete code suggestions, GitHub Copilot, command-driven actions, you type Copilot summary and a few seconds later it produces a summary, and conversational assistance, right? We all use ChatGPT and similar tools all the time. And there's actually many other ones as well that feel free to take a look at the paper for this, but I'm not going to go through them in detail now. But the takeaway message just from this introduction really is there are so many ways in which software developers can use AI tools these days. And what I'd like to talk about for this presentation basically is how do we get the interaction between the software developer and the humans right? Is autocomplete the best way to do this? Is a chat interface the best way to do this? Is typing some command and waiting a second until it replaces our command with something else the best way of doing this? And many other questions like this. And basically I'll go through 4 studies that we've published, I think, over the last 1 or 2 years, where we've looked at specific ways where we have to worry about how to get the interaction between humans and AI right in software engineering. So we'll talk about how to get code suggestions right, code reviews, data annotation, and model reuse. We'll start with the first one, code suggestions. I showed this slide before, so GitHub Copilot code suggestions. If you're one of the developers between GitHub Copilot, you would be very interested in finding out how do I actually present code suggestions that are good, that people will accept. Like putting some random text into autocomplete is very easy, right? But you want to have text in there that developers will actually accept, that they will actually be happy about. And I'm sure all of us have been frustrated by AI tools that autocomplete suggests something that doesn't make any sense for what we're trying to do, and it just gets in the way, right? So how do we get these code suggestions right, and what should they look like? What makes developers adopt code suggestions? So in this first that I'd like to talk about, we looked at 2 very specific hypotheses. And this is not a complete list of all the hypotheses that we should ever be interested in. We just had to start somewhere. And we were interested in, do comments play a role? If code snippets that are suggested by Copilot or similar tools, if they contain comments, are they more likely to be accepted than if they don't contain comments? Direct implications to tool developers, or for example, between GitHub Copilot and similar tools. If comments help, then we should put comments into all the code snippets. If they don't, we should leave them out, right? Straightforward. And also, does it depend on the developer's expertise, on the user's expertise? For example, those of us with little programming experience, maybe they like comments, and maybe those of us with a lot of programming experience, maybe we don't like comments. How do we study this? Turns out that's actually not that straightforward. If you look at some related work, for example, from the software engineering literature, there's been some studies that have software developers. Do you like this suggestion or do you like this suggestion? But people never really report everything that's actually going on, because they might pretend that they don't actually use AI and they are expert programmers, so they write everything themselves. So just asking people whether they like this or this doesn't really give you the whole picture. At the same time, actually observing people can be very interesting, but we wouldn't really be able to compare between, do they accept this suggestion because it has comments, or do they accept it because of the variable names, or do they accept it because they are really tired right now, or is it because it has comments? So in this case, we came up with a study setup to study this. And I'll go a bit through our study setup because I think it's an interesting setup that we can probably use to answer many similar questions in the future as well. So in this case, we went for a controlled experiment. We recruited, you can see the number there, some 170 participants from the recruiting platform Prolific. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, but it's basically a platform where you can recruit online participants. And we gave them 5 tasks. Whenever you're designing a controlled experiment like the one that we had to design for this study, tasks is always the really critical aspect. And because no matter what task you use in the controlled experiment, you can't generalize to other tasks afterwards, right? So yes, that's a limitation. In this case, we went for tasks from LeetCode, which is one of those programming competition type websites. So fair. Therefore, I can't say anything about whether our results will do really big programming tasks, but we'll get to that later. So we picked 5 tasks, and then we basically had a 2x2 study design that kind of comes in a straightforward way from the hypotheses that I was showing you earlier. So we were wondering, do comments help? Yes or no? And is there a difference between experienced people? Yes, no. So basically we had 4 groups, 2x2. Some people were experienced and saw comments, some people were experienced, saw no comments, and so on. And then we measured, we didn't just ask them did they like the suggestion, but we measured did they actually adopt the suggestion that we gave them in the final code that they produced. I have a picture of a cloned sheep there for a good reason, because we measure similarity using code clone algorithms. So I don't know if you're familiar with it. Code clone research has been around, I think, for 30 years probably, basically based on the assumption that if you have a lot of very similar code snippets in your code base, chances are there's some redundancy, some not very good design going on, and you should probably remove or reduce the number of copies that you have. So we use some of those algorithms to measure whether the code that our participants produced looked like a code clone of the AI suggestions we had given them. Now that's not everything, because if you ask participants to write something by hand and you're also giving them an AI solution, chances are they will be lazy and just copy the AI solution, right? If everybody copied the AI solution, we wouldn't have found anything, right? We wouldn't have found differences between, oh, this solution has comments and they copied it, this one doesn't have comments and they didn't copy it, because chances are everybody would have just copied everything. So the student who was the first author, who is the first author, a former master's student of mine, developed an online platform to conduct this experiment. And basically the online platform has multiple steps. I'm just going to show 2 here. But basically in the first step, participants were asked to solve the task by themselves without any AI support. And we put in all sorts of controls to make sure that they weren't able to open some AI tool on a different browser tab and so on. What we couldn't control is whether they, were looking at AI solutions on their phone while working on our study on their laptop. But then again, they would have been able to use copy-paste then, right? They would have actually had to type everything by hand, and we assume they didn't. I can't guarantee it. But yeah, so they were basically given a lockdown browser setup where they weren't able to switch tabs and were forced to stay in full screen, and they had to solve the task themselves first. They were given a particular amount of time to do this, and then in the next step, they were shown an AI solution. We were basically telling them, okay, you've done this task now, here's an AI solution for the same task. Feel free to improve your code if you like. We also told them that if their code was really good, without a definition of really good, if their code was really good, they would get paid more. Turns out you can't actually do this, but you can tell them that you do this. So this was cleared by the ethics department of our university, of course, at the time, and turns out we had to pay all participants the same, but we could tell them that some participants would get more than the others if their code was really good. In the end, everybody got paid the maximum amount, but they didn't know this. So that was sort of the incentive to make sure that they actually wrote really good code. And then we were, of course, interested in, did they copy a lot of code from the AI-generated code? And were there differences between whether that code contained comments or not? So I'm not going to go through all the statistical details. The paper's published, and the reference was on some of the slides. I don't see it right now. But basically, both of these hypotheses were confirmed. So it turns out that if code suggestions contain comments, participants were more likely to adopt them, and more experienced participants had less of an effect than less experienced participants. So comments help less experienced participants even more than the more experienced ones. So this was the first sort of specific study that I wanted to talk about, basically showing that, here we are. Basically showing that comments matter in getting code suggestions right. Like I said, this was just sort of our first attempt at figuring out what should code suggestions look like for developers to actually adopt them. We are now looking at future work in terms of things like variable names, code complexity, code formatting, and so on, just to really figure out what makes developers adopt AI solutions. Because ultimately, if AI has to be useful, the more code suggestions they actually find useful, the better it is. Okay, and now we see a Zoom participant on the screen. Can we go back to the slides? Otherwise, I can take questions on the first study now. Do you actually have one? Sure, go for it. In this case, it was self-reported, which is a limitation of the study. Yeah, there's been lots of related work done on how you shouldn't measure expertise. In this case, we didn't have the resources to go for something more interesting, but yeah, that's a really good point. So what we could have done and might look into in future studies is actually to have sort of an initial survey on testing knowledge, for example, rather than asking for self-reported expertise. Yeah. Good point. My slides are back, but I don't have control of them yet. Now I do, maybe. Yes, cool. Okay, so that's what I wanted to talk about in terms of getting code suggestions right. The next one will be about code reviews, but I wanted to start with a little excursion before we get there. So you see here, I have the artificial hand and the human hand, sort of with this idea that humans and AI work hand in hand. But we might actually, and that sort of follows on from the earlier keynote by Professor Marta as well, move into the future where is maybe AI more in control? Is AI driving, or are humans driving? And it's really interesting to explore this as well. We published it earlier this year where we explore this. Obviously, no need to read this out. But one thing that I find really interesting in this context is you may have seen how Microsoft advertises GitHub Copilot. Your AI pair programmer, right? Are you familiar with pair programming? So the idea behind pair programming is two people sit in front of the same screen. One of them navigates, the other one drives. That's that XP people use for this, where the idea is one person is doing things and the other person sort of has that high-level overview of what's going on and might stop them if they are going in the wrong direction. It's interesting when you think about this a bit more deeply in the context of tools like GitHub Copilot. Who's the driver and who's the navigator, right? So we're still the ones at the keyboard, which would suggest that maybe GitHub Copilot is sort of the driver who's at a more high level overseeing the process and trying to understand how it all fits together. But Copilot will never step in and be like, no, you shouldn't be doing this, or that code's already over there, don't write that again, or that's a terrible method name, nobody will understand what that means, right? So AI doesn't seem to play that role. At the same time, AI also isn't typing everything yet, so that metaphor of your AI pair programmer doesn't really fit. But we are definitely in an area at the moment where I think you can probably see the title of that paper, bot-driven development, right? Where we have lots of bots trying to help us develop software. And in the particular context of code reviews, that's particularly true. You see there the search results of a search on GitHub, or GitHub Actions in particular, where there are basically lots of bots that you can use for software development, and we searched specifically for bots for code review that had something to do with AI. And turns out, I think when I did this search, there were like more than 250 results already. It's probably even more now. So there are lots of bots out there that are supposed to help us review code. Let's take a look at one example here. So hopefully you're somewhat familiar with version control and how GitHub shows things. But basically at the top of the slide here, you can see that the change that was made in this commit, and this was the entire commit that we're looking at, was adding one empty line at the end of the file. So chances are some editor, reformatted a file without us even knowing about. So the code change that we made is adding one empty line. Now AI has come in and has been asked to review this code change. What does AI tell us? It seems like the code patch you provided is limited. Without more context to the surrounding code, it's challenging to provide an in-depth review. However, here are some general considerations. Context around code helps in white space and comments and error handling and consistency and testing. Don't worry, I won't read out all of it. But you get an idea here that we were asked to review the addition of one single empty line, and AI has responded with a whole novel about how to write good code. Now this is kind of somewhat informative, maybe the first thing that happens. Maybe we're new programmers and we didn't know anything yet, and then you could probably argue that this might be somewhat useful. But if you get that on every line of code that you add, this gets really annoying very, very quickly, right? So the question that I'm going to talk about for the next few minutes is basically, do AI-based code review bots just add noise? Because I would argue that this one was noise, right? Maybe the first time you see it somewhat useful, but if you see that the second time, the third time, and it didn't talk at all about the specific change, it just gave us this novel about how to format code, not useful. So do AI code review bots really just add noise? To study this, this paper is currently under submission, but it's publicly available if you're interested in the details. We looked at 16 particular AI bots for code review. So 16 particular tools that all promise that they will automatically review code changes that you make, in this case on GitHub. In total, we looked at just over 3,000 pull requests, so over 3,000 attempts of somebody submitting code to a project, and a shockingly high number of AI written code comments, right? More than 20,000. And what we were interested in is which of these automatically generated comments actually lead to changes in the code. Because a good code review should be something that will have some consequences down the line, right? If I do a code review and I say, this code is missing error handling for, index out of bounds exceptions, then afterwards somebody should change the code to add that error handling, for example. So good code review should, in an ideal case, lead to some changes down the line. And we were interested in which of these code review bots will actually make those changes. And in addition to looking at 16 different bots, we also looked at all their configuration parameters. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this, but all of these code review bots you could actually configure in many different ways, and we were also interested in which of these configurations will actually work. There we are. This is, for example, what the configuration of one of them can look like. So in this case, we can see what its name is, and that it's automatically called every time we make every time we open, reopen, or synchronize a pull request, and so on. And we can also, and that one might be a bit more interesting here, in the green text close to the bottom, we can see the particular prompt that this one uses to generate a code review. So in this case, the prompt is, please check if there are any confusions in the following code diff. And in this case, it's configured to use GPT 3.5. So that's sort of what the configuration looks like internally. Oops, didn't want to go to that yet. There we are. So we also wanted to have a baseline, and in this case, humans are the baseline. Because when humans write code comments, or code review comments, sorry, when humans write code review comments, not all of them are addressed either, right? Sometimes you might, as a code author, you might disagree with the comment that you're getting. Sometimes you're like, oh, no, I have that error handling already, or I know I don't need that error handling, or something like this. So the baseline turned out in our data set at least was around 60%. So around 60% of code review comments, at least in our data set, which is naturally somewhat limited, led to changes down the line. So more than half of code review comments will actually have an effect on the code that's being edited. Turns out AI is nowhere close to this. So I'm just looking at the 4 most popular out of the 16 actions that I mentioned earlier. But out of those, the best one led to changes in just under 1 in 5 cases, so 19%. And some of them were basically completely useless. So there was one action that generated lots of comments, and in less than 1% of the cases did people actually change the code in response to this code comment. By the way, this isn't like AI from a few years ago. This study was conducted over this past summer. So this is current data, almost, a few months old. Just for the sake of completeness, the one that worked best is CodeRabbit. So if you want to use one of them at the moment, or at least at the time that we did this study, it was CodeRabbit. Turns out, interestingly, CodeRabbit used to be open source when we did this study. It's no longer open source, and they want money for it now. And I get an idea now why. So they were actually the best tool in our data set at the time. But what we were more interested in than advertising one particular tool was actually trying to figure out what parameters, what settings make some tools better than others, right? I mean, if we go back to this slide for a second, 20% seems like a low number, but 20% is a lot higher than less than 1%, right? So there are definitely some tools that get some things right and others that don't seem to get those things right. So we did a casual modeling. Again, I'm not causal, not casual. Causal modeling. I'm not going to go into details on the methodology here. The link this time is actually on the slide. But basically, to try to understand what factors make it more likely for a particular code review comment to be addressed. So the code review comment actually leads to changes. Well, the most important factor was, based on our entire data set, that the code review comment was written by a human. So if it was written by a human, it was much more likely to be addressed than if it was written by an AI tool. Okay, but assuming we're an AI tool, that's not that helpful for us. So what other features were interesting? One of them was related to when the code review comments are triggered. Are they triggered automatically? Like, will you get an AI-generated code review comment no matter what you do? Or are they triggered manually, where you actually request on a particular pull request that, okay, now I want the AI to help? Turns out, if the trigger was automatic, it was much less likely, as you can see on the slide, big red bar, was much less likely to be addressed than if it was triggered manually. Some code review comments are done based on an entire file. Some code review comments are based just on like a particular line of code. The ones that were done on smaller granularity, like lines of code, were also more successful. Some other interesting statistics here. If the code review comment contained a lot of code, not just text, not just, you should write comments and you should do this and you should do that, but actually specific code snippets, it was much more likely to be addressed. If it was long, it was less likely to be addressed. We did some topic modeling as well, following up on earlier talks on topic modeling here, where we found that comments related to usability and accessibility and concurrency were more likely to be addressed. We didn't find any topic that was significantly less likely to be addressed, but that's sort of an interesting area there already, that perhaps AI tools, AI code review tools at the moment can help with things that we often forget about, like usability issues, or maybe, you know, concurrency issues where we have forgotten that we're actually doing things in parallel, and we might have to do some specific error handling for that. And a few other ones. This one was also interesting. If the author had made a lot of commits prior to the one that we were reviewing, they were less likely to find the AI review comment useful. If it was a large repository in terms of file size and issue count, for example, they were more likely to be useful. So, long story short, I mean, there are much more details in the paper if you're interested, or come find me during the coffee break. But basically, we found that, you know, there's a wide range of these AI tools. Some work reasonably well, not at human performance yet, but probably at a level where they can help, right? Whereas others were really not useful. And it turns out, I didn't go into detail on the slide here, but it turns out that, you know, the configurations matter. Interestingly, what didn't matter that much was, for example, the difference between GPT 3.5 and GPT 4. There was a very small difference, but nothing of that scale. So it's not just about getting a bigger model, a better model, a faster model, or anything like that. It's really about getting these finer details right of how human developers interact with these AI tools. All right, that's what I wanted to say about code reviews. Next we'll, and this I think will follow up very nicely from the keynote this morning by Professor Marta, we'll talk about data annotation, getting data annotation right. And data annotation, unlike the first two topics that I talked about, is something that we as scientists do, not necessarily professional developers. And in many fields, there's been quite a bit of research now on, you know, how can AI help scientists? How can we as scientists get better, get more productive by using AI? And I'm not on this paper, but I just want to show it as one example of how far some of my collaborators are pushing this idea. Do we even still need to talk to software developers to understand how software development works? Or can we start interviewing AI to learn about software development? So in this particular study, the authors took some interview transcripts from related work that had been done a long time before AI became a big thing, and basically tried to replay those interviews with AI to see if AI would have given similar responses. In quite a few cases it did give similar responses, and also had a bit of a variety if you gave it different personas. You're a junior developer, what do you think about this? You're a senior developer, what do you think about this? So that's an interesting area to watch in the future as well. In our case, we didn't go this far. What we looked at was data annotation. Data annotation in software engineering. Don't read every line on this slide, please, but I want to show you what an example of data annotation in software engineering can look like. So this is real data from a related paper where they had looked at thousands of static analysis warnings, like this method is too long, this parameter is never used, that kind of thing. They had looked at thousands of static analysis warnings, then wanted to figure out which of these static analysis warnings had actually been addressed in subsequent commits. I can't remember what time window they used, but there was some time window to say that, okay, there was a warning, was that warning addressed after? Pretty hard to decide if you're just using static analysis and so on. So what they did was they did manual annotation. They had, I believe, 2 people look at every static analysis warning and the number of commits afterwards and manually decide, is the static analysis warning resolved now, or is it still in the code? And is the reason for the static analysis warning still in the code? So lots of manual work done by 2 people at the time. You can see the manual annotation in the last 2 columns here. So sometimes they said, okay, the warning has been closed, both of them, the warning is still open, both of them. But sometimes they also disagreed, right? Sometimes one of them said unknown and the other one said open. Sometimes the other one said unknown, the other one said closed, and so on. So this is just one of many examples where software engineering researchers, often students, had to do manual annotation of large corpora of data. Oh yeah, this is the tool that this one came from Indonesia's own David Low and his students. David, also my colleague at SMU. What our research question for this particular study was, can AI help replace some of that human effort? So anybody who's done some annotation will know it's a lot of effort. So in this case, they had annotated thousands of rows in that spreadsheet that I just showed a small screenshot of. Can AI help replace at least some of the effort required there? To study this systematically, we looked at a total of 5 data sets and 10 annotation tasks, all of them taken from related work. None of them were things that at least I had annotated myself. I think one of the co-authors was involved in one of the creation of the data sets. But in any case, we looked at lots of different data sets where software engineering researchers before AI had manually annotated lots of data. And we were only interested in data sets where the annotation had been done by at least 2 people, because otherwise we wouldn't really been able to measure things like agreement and so on. Turns out it's actually quite difficult, at least in software engineering, to find such data sets, because a lot of people only publish the data set after the conflicts have been resolved. So we found the data sets where the authors actually published the raw data before conflict resolution. In any case, so we had annotated data sets from 10 different studies that covered 5 data sets. In all of those cases, we had the annotation by at least 2 people. For one of the studies, for whatever reason, it went up to 11 people. And we were interested, can we use LLMs to replace, in this case, at least one of the annotators? So we started small. Can an LLM replace one of these annotators? We used 6 LLMs. For those of you paying attention, there are only 5 on the slide, because we had GPT-4 and GPT 3.5 as well. So those were the 5. And then we were interested in measuring agreement. Because when you do this kind of manual, somewhat subjective annotation, your measure of reliability is often agreement, right? If we look at the same data and both of us say very different things, chances are we have no idea what we're doing, right? But if in many cases, based on some metric, if in many cases we agree and there's just a small number of disagreements, because ultimately it is a subjective task, then we are fairly confident that our data annotation works. So just sort of as to put this into perspective, these data sets are things where the task was somewhat subjective, at least, right? So if you want to know, is this a Java file or a Python file, you don't need manual annotation. Right? That's something where you have tools that can give us a precise answer and we're done. So these are subjective tasks, like, is this a good commit? Is this a good code summary? Is this method well written? That kind of thing, right? Where it's ultimately subjective, but we want to see if different people somewhat agree and if AI agrees. So we were interested in 3 types of agreement that you can kind of see on the right hand of the slide. Agreement between 2 humans, agreement between human and AI, and agreement between different AI models. We have lots of pictures like this in the paper, but basically what we're looking at there is a matrix of everybody who annotated compared with everybody else who annotated. So in this case, the very green box in the top left corner there is the agreement between the 2 human annotators. So participant 1 and participant 2 had pretty high agreement. Can't read the number from here, 0.8. 0.8. Then the next one, the second row, second column, is completely random annotation. What if we did random annotation? Well, that one's pretty gray. So random annotation does not agree with anything else. That's a good sign. But turns out that also different models did not agree with each other on this particular task, at least. If we look at a specific number there, Gemini and Llama 3 had a negative agreement. These are Krippendorff alpha values, which is one particular inter-rater agreement metric of minus 0.27. So humans agree. The human agreement is pretty good. But in this case, different AI models don't agree with the humans, but also don't agree with each other. So in this case, we probably should not be using AI. Now, it doesn't all look so bad. This is a different data set and a different task. And all of a sudden, we're looking at a picture that's much more green, right? So for some things it seems to work, for other things it doesn't work. So that's quite interesting. So in this case, this is the one where there were 11 human annotators that all agreed pretty well. So that's all the green stuff on the left here. But then we also have the inter-model agreement, which is also pretty high, and the agreement between AI and humans, also pretty high. The only gray areas and red areas in the picture on the right are the agreement with random, and we expect that that would be pretty low. So it works for some tasks, it doesn't work so well for others. What do we do with this? Well, one thing we did was we looked at the correlation between AI agreement and AI human agreement. And it turns out the correlation's relatively strong, and we have done some follow-up work that's currently under review where the correlation got even stronger once we added a few more data sets. Turns out that AI agreement is a pretty good predictor of how good the AI human agreement will be. Or in other words, if two AI models agree, different AI models, so for example Gemini and GPT, if those two models agree on a particular annotation, there's a good chance that they would also agree with human annotation. If two models don't agree, chances are neither of them will agree with humans either. So what we say in this paper then is that if you want to decide whether you can replace some human efforts with AI for your particular task, model-model agreement is sort of a good first step to figure out whether that task could possibly be done by AI. And the other thing that follows on from the question that I asked Professor Marta before lunch, we also found that model confidence correlates pretty well with how good it is at annotating one particular data point. So model confidence is that number that you can easily get out of some LLMs, not all of them, but it's basically related to the perplexity. And you can basically get a sense for how confident is the LLM in its own prediction. How confident is it in every token that it generated? And then if it generated lots of tokens, you figure out some way of aggregating, such as average or minimum or maximum. How confident is the model in everything it does? If it's not confident in annotating one particular data point, chances are it's not going to agree with humans on that data point. So they do kind of have a built-in warning mechanism. If the model's not confident about a particular data point, just let the human annotate that one, because the model will likely not get it right. So if model-model agreement is high, you can probably at least get AI to help. If confidence is high, chances are, no guarantees, but chances are it actually works pretty well. So yeah, that's exactly the takeaway message from this study. Model and model confidence matter in getting the annotation right, and they are reasonably good predictors, at least in software engineering, in getting the annotation right. Something that I don't have on the slide, but I'll preempt questions about this. Hard to generate. We only looked at 10 different tasks, but at least the intuitive sense we get is that tasks that require a lot of context are much harder for the models to do than tasks that don't require context. So the example that I had earlier were those static analysis warnings. To figure out what happened to a static analysis warning, you need to understand the warning itself, you need to understand the code before, you need to understand the changes that have been made to the code in between. You need to understand the code after, you need to understand what it means that a static analysis warning has actually been fixed, and so on. So lots of things you need to understand. LLMs were not good at those types of things. One task, as an example that they were pretty good at, where we were somewhere on the upper right corner there, was finding inconsistencies between variable names and the values that they contained. So an extreme example would be string number equals hello world, right? So based on the variable name number, we would assume that that variable probably holds, a 1, a 2, a 3, and not hello world. And if you scale this up, there have actually been some approaches to do this on a large scale, scanning an entire software projects for such mistakes, which are technically not errors, because you can still compile the code will still run, but they will just make the code really hard to read, right? If every time you see the word number, you have to remember, oh wait, in this project we're using the word number to indicate that it's a string, that's really difficult, right? But finding such name value inconsistencies, LLMs were really good at, because you don't need context, right? Even the scenario that I just described to you, you probably all realized that there was an inconsistency, right? String number equals hello world. Why would I name that variable number, right? It's obviously not the number that's in there. It's some sort of welcome message. So those types of tasks LLMs were really good at. Yes, 5 minutes. Okay. I might skip over one of the studies then and go, okay, then I'll, okay, we'll go to the future work then instead. Okay, right, there we are. Okay, so we didn't talk about model reuse. Feel free to ask me about that during the coffee break. But basically I wanted to conclude with 3 areas that we're currently working on, that some of our colleagues are working on as well, sort of for future work on getting that human-AI interaction right in software engineering. Multimodal, multi-agent, and we'll start with multimodal. This has nothing to do with AI yet. It's simply a screenshot from a Stack Overflow thread, you know, the software engineering question and answer website. But it's a nice example of the need for multimodal approaches in software engineering. So here we have a question about, you know, particular error, I think. Right. Real UI is different from the UI that I designed, and here's a screenshot. To understand this question, we would actually have to understand the screenshot as well. So this is a good example of something where, you know, we need AI that can't just deal with text, but we need AI, multimodal AI, that can deal with images, in some cases videos, and so on as well. We did a sort of motivational study of this on Stack Overflow. Basically, we found that just on that question and answer website that has largely been replaced by ChatGPT now, it contains over 2 million images, and many of them are essential to understanding the question. So for a lot of these, for a lot of questions that programmers have, being able to deal with images is actually really important. Right, I have some sort of questions on the slide that we're currently investigating. You know, what's the most effective form of human-AI interactions when you're dealing not just with text, but also with images and videos and so on? So a chat interface might work reasonably well for text, but you know, we've all tried uploading images to ChatGPT, and it becomes clunky very quickly, right? Especially if it's just not just one image, but if it's maybe multiple images, and you need to describe what every image is and give the context and so on. Does multimodal input improve developer performance? That's something we're looking at. And another really interesting area is how should AI express uncertainty in multimodal outputs? So what if AI has generated an image for you, but it's kind of unsure about the element in the top right corner? How should it tell you that? There has been some related work in the area of deepfake detection. So we all know what deepfakes are, right? AI generated images that look like real images. How can we detect whether an image is deepfake? Well, maybe we can figure out how confident is a particular model about particular parts of an image, where, for example, in a deepfake detector. How do we communicate this to the user? Some people try with apps, but there doesn't really seem to be a good way of doing this yet. So that's one interesting area for future work. Something that I did want to talk about, though, is in the context of software development, multi-agent development. You probably all heard the word agent, and then sometimes we have multiple agents, but basically many somewhat autonomous AI components that in some cases might even talk to each other. So the traditional scenario, and perhaps the one that I've talked about most so far, is, you know, we have one software developer talking to one LLM, right? That's the scenario if you're using ChatGPT while you're developing, or if you have Copilot running while you're programming. The next step up would be multiple LLMs. And this is still something that perhaps we can do kind of by ourselves. So while we're programming, maybe we have Claude open in one window and Gemini in another window and ChatGPT in another window. And we don't expect them to talk to each other yet. But that's where the next scenario becomes really interesting, right? Once the LLMs actually start talking to each other, once Gemini is learning from what you're talking to ChatGPT about and improving the performance that way and giving you better results, then we're getting into really interesting areas, right? And in software development, one of the interesting questions is, would we give different role descriptions to each one? Maybe we have one programmer agent, one testing agent, one requirements gathering agent. That's assuming we want to implement waterfall. Or do we have like one product owner agent and one scrum master agent and a few developer agents? And we don't have answers to this yet. All of these are open questions at the moment. Just to give you a few more scenarios here to fill the slide a bit more. Another scenario is if the human gets confused by having to talk to so many different things, you could kind of have one agent that talks to the human, and then that agent gets access to all the other ones, right? So maybe you just talk to one instance of ChatGPT or Copilot or whatever your favorite tool is, and then they outsource to other models whenever they find that useful. And we're not that far away from seeing that, for example, even in the ChatGPT web interface. If you go to agent mode, it starts going off and doing its own thing, but you still only have that one point of contact. Right, and then what's our role as human developers? Are we just kind of overseeing it? Or do the models even tell us when something goes wrong and they become proactive and ask us when to interfere and so on? Right, so lots of interesting areas there. When should humans intervene in multi-agent workflows? If you have multi-agent workflows, lots of things happen. You quickly lose sight of what's going on. How do we step in? How do we still be that human in the loop or AI in the loop? How should AI agent roles align with human roles? I talked about this one already. And how do we build an interface where we can actually see what agents are doing under the hood without having to see everything, because that quickly will become too much. And the last thing that I wanted to talk about, also related to models. I think I mentioned a few times today already, but let me give you a small example here. So this guy's it's Gemini. I gave it a very simple prompt here. Modify this function to generate a PDF report from the given data, and then 3 lines of Python code, right? So generate the report, the method declaration, then what the content looks like, and return. Okay, if you turn on reasoning mode, in this case in Gemini, but many other tools work the same way, it starts thinking. And especially if you expand the thinking trace, it'll produce lots of things. I'm scrolling through, right? Who has time to read all of this? Nobody does, right? So scroll, 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 and then finally down here we're getting a code snippet. Okay, now the pragmatic approach is to just ignore everything that we just saw, copy paste the code snippet and hope for the best, right? However, if we scroll back up and actually maybe you just read one paragraph, it turns out that in this case, Gemini had started to make assumptions, and those assumptions might be things that we might want to talk about. I revised my understanding of the input data. Initially, I thought it was a simple string. Now I anticipate the data parameter has to handle more complex structures and whatnot, like a dictionary or list of dictionaries. All of this is based on 3 lines of code, but now it's making assumptions what my 3 lines of code look like. And chances are the code snippet that it generates depends on these assumptions, right? So in this case, I would have really wanted a tool that says, okay, I'm doing all sorts of things, but by the way, I'm assuming this. Do you just want to check that assumption? Just click yes or no. Is your data complex? Yes, no, right? We don't have tools like that yet, but I think we really need to have them. So specific questions that I wanted to ask about this or that we're working on in that space, what do these reasoning traces actually contain? You know, we'll all scroll past it, but what's actually in there? Is there something in there that's useful? How can we automatically pull out the stuff that's useful, like that assumption? And can we also improve or increase developer trust by showing them this kind of reasoning? How does this reasoning relate to trust? So those are some of the areas that we're exploring as future work in this space. Something else to keep in mind with these reasoning traces, it's basically the same as with multi-agent systems as well. When you could have access, or you do have access, to all the conversation that happened between different AI models. Chances are you're not going to read all of it, but there might be that one nugget of information in there where it assumes something that's wrong, or where, you know, it hallucinated something and then it gets perpetuated by, you know, giving that hallucination to other models and so on, who have no idea that this was a hallucination, and so on. All right, I think that's my summary then. Perfectly on time apparently, very good. So lots of areas where getting the interaction between humans and AI right in software engineering is really important. Sort of talked about 3 studies that we've done in the past and 3 areas that we're looking at the future. If you do have questions about it, hopefully we have a few minutes now. Otherwise, find me during the coffee break. My email address is on this slide as well, but you can also find me online and so on. And I'll go to the thank you slide. Thank you.
I'm very sorry that the last session was very interesting. You need to skip some, make us curious about it. You can discuss it during a coffee break like we have mentioned before. Thank you very much for the presentation. One applause again for Professor Christoph Treut.
Thank you.
Give us very interesting perspective about how AI can support software developer and software engineer actually. So I can test some more on it actually. Actually, the committee is already poked me from several directions. So some of you need to come back to the parallel session actually. So I give you like 2 super short ABC question, please. Means like very short. Any of you want to ask some question related to this session, please?
There's a question over here.
Yes. ABC question. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. But actually, my name is Hamdani. I'm from Poly Batam. The quick one, maybe it is actually regarding the. It is very interesting because yeah, I'm from engineering, informatics engineering as well here. But mostly on cybersecurity. But the thing that I want to ask is actually, is it possible for us right now in the current state of the agent and the current AI model to have just like human AI collaboration workflow, which can adjust the level of guidance? For example, when I ask something, AI just give me every diligent things. He put every details, right? Can he just like think, oh, this guy is actually only need this type of answer, so in a specific manner without assumption? Is it not possible right now to have that kind of AI model?
Excellent question, thank you. I don't think there's a tool that like a commercial tool that can do this well. There are a few research prototypes that's starting to go into this direction, because based on the information that you give to LLMs, based on what they can basically observe in your code base, in your editor and so on, LLMs probably could have, in theory, a pretty good idea of what you need, what you actually need, instead of giving you the same boilerplate text over and over again. There are some research prototypes that are starting to look into this. I don't think anything's ready for real-world use yet. But I think there are enough people who realize that that could be a really interesting area. So basically having, just was at a workshop in Japan on the future of IDEs, integrated development environments, right? And one of the themes that was discussed quite a bit is, how can the IDE almost become like a teacher? Like how can you learn programming as as you're doing it basically, but with LLM support all the way. And I think even some of the studies that I talked about, you know, things matter on based on experience level and so on. So I think that's a really interesting area for future work. Yeah. Exactly. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Thanks for the question.
Thank you very much for the question and wonderful answer. I think we don't. You have one question. Okay, it's bonus for you. Very short AB question, not ABC.
Okay, thank you. Very short question is the model to model agreement is very interesting because I study a little bit about LLM as a judge. Is it work the same way? Thank you.
You study about what, sorry?
LLM as a judge.
Oh, as a judge, yes. Yes, that's very related. The term, because all of these technologies are fairly new, none of the names have necessarily been decided yet, right? The interpretation that we're using, and at SMU at least, is LLM as a judge means you're judging quality. You're saying that something is better or worse. So for example, this is good code, this is bad code. This is a good code summary, this is a bad summary. Whereas the annotation is slightly more broad, where it's, you know, we're annotating feature requests in terms of whether they are bug reports or features, where we're not saying one is necessarily better than the other. So, but yes, definitely related. LLM as a judge is usually, but not by all researchers, because it's not a, you know, formally defined term by anybody yet. LLM as a judge is usually used in the context of assessing quality, where something is either good or bad, whereas LLM as an annotator could be anything, including LLM as a judge. That's sort of my definition, and at least the one that I know some of my collaborators are using. It might not be the only one out there. Good question, thanks.
Thank you very much. I think that's all for the speech today. Thank you very much again, Associate Professor Christoph Troit. One more applause, big applause for Professor Troit. So we already know together that the conclusion of this speech is we can use AI to get code suggesting, review, and annotation right. And then we can discuss more about model reuse using AI as well, and the future direction as well. Thank you very much for the insight speech today. Go on for the parallel session for some participants. I think that's it for me as a moderator. I give it back to the Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our keynote speaker and moderator for the inspiring session. It has been a day full of meaningful exchange among all participants here. Now is a session of appreciation for contribution to 2025 ICoDSE. We would like to give a souvenir to the honorable speaker and host.
We kindly invite Dr. Ari Wibowo, STMT, as the head of Downstream and Business Service Unit of Polytechnic Negeri Batam, to come forward to hand over the souvenir to Mr. Hendra Kurnian, Eskom MSc, MSc and PhD, Dr. Ganesh Kumar, and Associate Professor Christoph Troit, PhD. May this souvenir serve as a symbol of our gratitude and lasting collaboration. Before we move to our evening agenda, please be informed that snacks are available in front of this room. You are welcome to enjoy them while having this session. And once again, you may perform prayer in the main building.
We will now move on to second parallel session. Please proceed to your respective rooms for the session. We hope you all have productive sessions and meaningful exchange.
Afterward, we kindly ask all participants to gather in front of the main staircase of the main building right on 6:30 p.m., where we will assemble together before heading to the gala dinner session that will include the best paper announcement. In addition to that, we inform that tomorrow we will have a city tour session all together. We kindly ask all participants to gather in front of the main building at 1 p.m.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the closing part of the 2025 IEEE International Conference on Data and Software Engineering.
We sincerely hope that the knowledge, insight, and connection gained throughout this event will continue to grow into future collaboration and innovation. Thank you and have a wonderful night.
Kota Batam, Kepulauan Riau, merupakan salah satu kota metropolitan di Indonesia. Kota Batam dikenal sebagai kawasan industri dan perdagangan yang berkembang pesat. Sebagai kota industri, Batam memiliki sekitar 1.309 industri unggul dengan jumlah 169.000 pekerja dari hasil produksi migas dan non-migas. Di tengah pesatnya perkembangan Kota Batam, terdapat sebuah perguruan tinggi vokasi yang berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang dapat menjawab kebutuhan industri, yaitu Politeknik Negeri Batam. Pada tahun 2023, Poli Batam telah terakreditasi baik sekali oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Selain terletak di salah satu kawasan pusat pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional, Poli Batam juga terletak di wilayah terdepan dan terluar negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia yang berbatasan langsung dengan perairan internasional. Sebagai perguruan tinggi vokasi, Politeknik Negeri Batam menyelenggarakan program Diploma 3 dan Diploma 4 yang dinaungi oleh 4 jurusan dengan total 25 program studi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Di antaranya, jurusan Manajemen dan Bisnis, jurusan Teknik Elektro, jurusan Teknik Informatika, dan jurusan Teknik Mesin. Demi menunjang pendidikan yang berkualitas, Poli Batam menerapkan konsep Design, Implement, Operate atau disingkat CDIO, sebuah kerangka kerja pendidikan inovatif untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap bersaing di dunia industri. Poli Batam menjadi satu-satunya anggota tetap dari Indonesia dalam Collaborator Worldwide CDIO Initiative. Keanggotaan ini menunjukkan komitmen Poli Batam untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran dengan standar internasional. CDIO terintegrasi dengan kurikulum PBL yang nantinya lulusan akan mendapatkan pekerjaan sesuai kompetensinya. Poli Batam memiliki sistem pembelajaran unggulan Project Based Learning atau disingkat PBL. PBL merupakan model pembelajaran yang berpusat pada peserta didik untuk melakukan suatu investigasi yang mendalam terhadap suatu topik. Program pembelajaran ini menghadirkan satu proyek yang dikerjakan oleh mahasiswa lintas angkatan, jurusan, maupun program studi, sehingga meningkatkan soft skill para mahasiswa dan dapat menjawab tantangan zaman. Mahasiswa tingkat akhir Poli Batam melaksanakan seluruh pembelajarannya dalam bentuk magang selama setahun. Ini memungkinkan para mahasiswa direkrut industri jauh sebelum wisuda. Untuk itu, Poli Batam telah bekerja sama dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar swasta maupun negara, nasional hingga multinasional, sehingga penyerapan lulusan menjadi tenaga kerja cukup maksimal. Polibata memberikan fasilitas terbaik untuk para mahasiswa dan tenaga pendidiknya untuk menunjang terselenggaranya kualitas pendidikan yang unggul. Fasilitas tersebut diantaranya Perpustakaan Umum Polibatam, auditorium, kelas ruang kerja, gedung teknopreneur, hangar, laboratorium praktikum, studio foto atau video, koperasi dan kantin, lapangan dan masih banyak lagi fasilitas penunjang lainnya. Polibatam juga mendukung hak aksesibilitas untuk teman-teman penyandang disabilitas dengan memberikan akses jalan guiding block. Dengan seluruh ikhtiar berupa civitas akademia yang berintegritas, fasilitas yang memadai, dan juga program-program kampus yang memajukan, baik tenaga pendidik maupun mahasiswanya, Polibatam telah memiliki segudang prestasi, baik taraf nasional maupun internasional, sehingga peminatan calon mahasiswa Polibatam meningkat setiap tahunnya. Sebagai kampus yang menjunjung tinggi integritas pelayanan publiknya dan juga mencegah terjadinya praktik korupsi, kolusi, dan nepotisme, Polibatam menerapkan beberapa sistem dan program seperti layanan aspirasi dan pengaduan online rakyat atau disingkat lapor, tolak gratifikasi atau toga, badan layanan umum, dan juga zona integritas wilayah bebas korupsi.
Politeknik Negeri Batam sesuai misinya akan terus menghasilkan talenta-talenta berdaya saing tinggi untuk menjembatani kebutuhan perkembangan investasi di Pulau Batam. Tidak hanya itu, Politeknik Negeri Batam akan terus berupaya untuk meningkatkan kapabilitas industri lokal agar bisa berdaya saing dan mendorong pertumbuhan investasi. Tentu saja, ini tidak akan bisa kita lakukan sendiri, dan Polibatam akan terus berkolaborasi dengan berbagai pihak untuk melaksanakan kedua misi tersebut.
Batam, Kepulauan Riau, merupakan salah satu kota metropolitan di Indonesia. Kota Batam dikenal sebagai kawasan industri dan perdagangan yang berkembang pesat. Sebagai kota industri, Batam memiliki sekitar 1.309 industri unggul dengan jumlah 169.000 pekerja dari hasil produksi migas dan non-migas. Di tengah pesatnya perkembangan Kota Batam, terdapat sebuah perguruan tinggi vokasi yang berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang dapat menjawab kebutuhan industri, yaitu Politeknik Negeri Batam. Pada tahun 2023, Poli Batam telah terakreditasi baik sekali oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Selain terletak di salah satu kawasan pusat pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional, Poli Batam juga terletak di wilayah terdepan dan terluar negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia yang berbatasan langsung dengan perairan internasional. Sebagai perguruan tinggi vokasi, Politeknik Negeri Batam menyelenggarakan program Diploma 3 dan Diploma 4 yang dinaungi oleh 4 jurusan dengan total 25 program studi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Di antaranya, jurusan Manajemen dan Bisnis, jurusan Teknik Elektro, jurusan Teknik Informatika, dan jurusan Teknik Mesin. Demi menunjang pendidikan yang berkualitas, Poli Batam menerapkan konsep Design, Implement, Operate atau disingkat CDIO, sebuah kerangka kerja pendidikan inovatif untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap bersaing di dunia industri. Poli Batam menjadi satu-satunya anggota tetap dari Indonesia dalam Collaborator Worldwide CDIO Initiative. Keanggotaan ini menunjukkan komitmen Poli Batam untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran dengan standar internasional. CDIO terintegrasi dengan kurikulum PBL yang nantinya lulusan akan mendapatkan pekerjaan sesuai kompetensinya. Poli Batam memiliki sistem pembelajaran unggulan Project Based Learning atau disingkat PBL. PBL merupakan model pembelajaran yang berpusat pada peserta didik untuk melakukan suatu investigasi yang mendalam terhadap suatu topik. Program pembelajaran ini menghadirkan satu proyek yang dikerjakan oleh mahasiswa lintas angkatan, jurusan, maupun program studi, sehingga meningkatkan soft skill para mahasiswa dan dapat menjawab tantangan zaman. Mahasiswa tingkat akhir Poli Batam melaksanakan seluruh pembelajarannya dalam bentuk magang selama setahun. Ini memungkinkan para mahasiswa direkrut industri jauh sebelum wisuda. Untuk itu, Poli Batam telah bekerja sama dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar swasta maupun negara, nasional hingga multinasional, sehingga penyerapan lulusan menjadi tenaga kerja cukup maksimal. Poli Batam memberikan fasilitas terbaik untuk para mahasiswa dan tenaga pendidiknya untuk menunjang terselenggaranya kualitas pendidikan yang unggul. Fasilitas tersebut diantaranya Perpustakaan Umum Poli Batam, auditorium, kelas ruang kerja, gedung teknopreneur, hangar, laboratorium praktikum, studio foto atau video, koperasi dan kantin, lapangan dan masih banyak lagi fasilitas penunjang lainnya. Poli Batam juga mendukung hak aksesibilitas untuk teman-teman penyandang disabilitas dengan memberikan akses jalan guiding block. Dengan seluruh ikhtiar berupa aktivitas akademia yang berintegritas, fasilitas yang memadai, dan juga program-program kampus yang memajukan, baik tenaga pendidik maupun mahasiswanya, Poli Batam telah memiliki segudang prestasi, baik taraf nasional maupun internasional, sehingga peminatan calon mahasiswa Poli Batam meningkat setiap tahunnya. Sebagai kampus yang menjunjung tinggi integritas pelayanan publiknya dan juga mencegah terjadinya praktik korupsi, kolusi, dan nepotisme, Poli Batam menerapkan beberapa sistem dan program seperti layanan aspirasi dan pengaduan online rakyat atau disingkat lapor, tolak gratifikasi atau toga, badan layanan umum, dan juga
Recording in
zona
progress.
integritas.
Okay. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome the parallel session 2E of the International Conference on Data and Software Engineering. Okay, my name is Marisa Pertiwi, and I will be serving as moderator for this session. In this session, we'll have the series of insightful presentation related to theme generative AI, meet data and software engineering, challenge and innovation, delivered by distinguished speaker from various institutions. In each presenter, we have approximately 15 minutes for their presentation, followed by question and answer session after speaker presentation have presented for 5 minutes. To begin our session, I would like to introduce our first presenter, Christopher from Bina Nusantara. Are you us in this room?
Yes, hello.
Okay. Okay, we will deliver presentation. Bitcoin halving cycle and stock market correlation, a machine learning approach. Okay, the screen is yours, please.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. My name is Christopher Daffin from Bina Nusantara University, and I am here to present on behalf of my co-authors about Bitcoin's halving cycle and stock market correlation, a machine learning approach. So, cryptocurrency is led by Bitcoin and has evolved into a major decentralized financial system. Despite being independent of traditional institutions, Bitcoin often shows price behaviors that align with global financial markets. One of Bitcoin's most unique features is its 4-year halving cycle, which reduces mining rewards by half and historically influences major shifts in price behavior. Although Bitcoin is often considered independent from traditional markets, some research suggests its price may still move as one with major financial indices like S&P 500. This study explores the relationship between Bitcoin and the S&P 500 stock index by analyzing how their correlation shifts across different halving phases. Using machine learning models such as linear regression and random forest, we aim to understand whether traditional market patterns can provide meaningful insight into Bitcoin's behavior. Next, let's move on to the literature review. So, from previous studies, we found that cryptocurrency markets, especially Bitcoins, show much higher volatility and complexity compared to traditional stock markets. This means that their price movements are often less stable and more difficult to predict. Interestingly, several studies suggest that simpler machine learning models, such as linear regression, may actually perform better in capturing cyclical trends in cryptocurrencies. These models tend to generalize well and are less affected by sudden market fluctuations. And for traditional stock markets, research has shown that linear regression on indices like the S&P 500 remain reliable and consistent. This indicates that even though these models are simple, they can still perform well understanding their price behavior and market relationships. However, we also noticed that some important research gaps, such as focuses on improving prediction accuracy rather than exploring how cryptocurrencies and stock market are related to each other. There is also limited research analyzing how Bitcoin's correlation with stock markets changes across different halving cycles. This gap in understanding motivates our study to examine how Bitcoin's relationship with S&P 500 evolves over time and whether these connections vary with each halving phases. So first, for our data source, we collected daily prices from Yahoo Finance, CoinGecko, and Binance, covering the years from 2015 until 2024. And in pre-processing, we handled missing values and aligned the timeframes of both datasets and applied normalization techniques, including standard scaling and log transformation. We also split the dataset chronologically, 80% for training and 20% for testing. For modeling, we use two machine learning algorithms: linear regression to detect linear patterns, and random forest to explore possible nonlinear relationships. And also, to evaluate the models, we use three metrics: mean absolute error, mean squared error, and R squared score to measure how well the models explain the variance in price movements. In our experimental setup, we trained the models on yearly S&P 500 data and tested them on Bitcoin data from the same year. This setup helped us examine how well stock market patterns could be used to understand or relate to Bitcoin's price behavior in the same time frame. And as shown in the table, the R-squared values are consistently high in the year 2019, 2022, 2023, and 2024, with all of them being above 0.95. This indicates that the models was very effective in capturing the relationship between S&P 500 and Bitcoin during these years. This strong performance is especially noticeable in the mid to late phases of Bitcoin halving cycle, where the correlations tends to be stronger. The graph below also supports this, showing a close alignment between predicted and actual values. Next, we can analyze the performance of the random forest model. As shown in the table, the R-squared values were highly inconsistent, ranging from extreme negatives like minus 10.59 to extremely high values over 12,000. The model also produced a very high MAE and MSE values, indicating large prediction errors, and also this result suggests that random forest model trained on S&P 500 suffered from overfitting and lacked generalization when applied to Bitcoin price data. Visually, the prediction graph confirms this and showing very little useful pattern. For our conclusion, based on our findings, the correlation between Bitcoin and the stock market clearly varies depending on the phase of Bitcoin's halving cycle. We observed that this correlation is strongest during mid to late cycle years, and also linear regression consistently performed well during these years, while random forest produced unreliable results. This suggests that simpler models, like linear regressions, are better suited for analyzing Bitcoin's market behavior, especially in volatile conditions. Overall, the study highlights the importance of selecting models that are aligned with the unique characteristic of crypto markets. For future work, we plan to explore more advanced models like LSTM or transformers and extend the analysis to other cryptocurrencies, such as Ethereum and many more. And also, we might include global stock indices like the FTSE or Nikkei. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. For participant, any other question? Raise hand and emotion feature, and wait for the moderator invite to speaker. Okay, I have one question. What the nature of the correlation between Bitcoin halving cycle and stock market performance?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What is the nature of the correlation between Bitcoin halving cycle and stock market performance?
So for the correlation,
Yes.
they tend to have a strongest correlation during mid to late cycle of the Bitcoin halving, and less correlation on the early phases of the Bitcoin cycle.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for Christopher. And the next second speaker from Institut Teknologi Bandung, Hidayatullah Wildan Gali. The screen is yours.
Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Alright. So I'll start share screen right now. Okay. Alright. Should I start now?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Hello everyone, my name is Hidayatullah Wildan Gali and today I'll presenting my research procedural content generation with large language model for three-dimensional environment design, which was developed in collaboration with Mr. Agung Dewandaru and Mr. Teguh Budi Wicaksono. I will start with the 3D environment bottleneck. These days, the design of 3D environments is a cornerstone of the modern video game industry, but it's also a notorious production bottleneck. We are talking about development cycles of 5 to 9 years and budget in tens of millions of dollars just to create the world our games takes place in. These examples I took from Steam community channel and this is just a projection. It costs even more if we count the marketing process. Now, procedural content generation, or we can call it PCG, is actually already exist. It is powerful enough, but it is not that easy to use. PCG is a partial solution allowing for the rapid generation of content. However, traditional PCG system are requiring deep technical skill. This is the gap our research addresses. We see a clear opportunity to use LLMs as a natural language interface to make PCG accessible to all designers, not just technical artists. Here is a related work that integrates PCG with LLM. This is called Mario GPT, which uses a fine-tuned GPT model to generate a playable two-dimensional levels for Super Mario Bros. From text prompts. The way it works is just as simple as user give prompts to the system sends the prompt to the LLM, then the system will generate the level based on the results the LLM gave. In this example, the LLM gives matrix as a result, and the system will translate it into level. Based on that related work and the current problem that we want to address, our solution is a plugin for Unreal Engine. It empowers designers to generate complex 3D environments simply by describing their vision in plain English. Like for example, create a dense forest with a river and a cabin on a hill. That's one example. Now, this is the high-level system architecture that we created. Our system is built on two-layer architecture. The first is the LLM processing layer, which acts as the brain. It interprets the user's prompt. It also handle all the LLM prompting mechanism like view sort prompting or even retrieval augmented generation algorithm. The second is the content generation layer. This works as a hand which operates inside Unreal Engine to physically build the environment. Also, there is a Python backend that serves as a bridge between them. Now, what is the key challenge here? The core challenge was to get the reliable structured data from the LLM because the LLM will hallucinate by default, and this is a huge problem. We solved this without expensive fine-tuning. We use a three-part optimization stack, and that is retrieval augmented generation or RAG to give the LLM context. Then the second one is prompt engineering to guide it. And most importantly, a strictly enforced JSON schema to ensure its output is always machine readable. After processing on the LLM layer using prompting, we will have the JSON schema. Once we have the JSON, the content generation layer will take over. This layer consists of 4 specialized generators. The terrain generators build the landscape, the vegetation and object generators place assets using algorithm like Poisson disk sampling, and the last one is the path generators that create smooth splines for rivers and roads. Each one is driven by the data from the LLM. Now we know we that the LLM processing layer and the content generation layer actually do. We already know that. Now, after that, we need to evaluate the system. The first evaluation that we make is the JSON evaluation first. And as as we know, the documentation of the LLM is already good enough, and it made our structured output schema achieve 100% success rate. Then in the screen, this is the technical validation. So we actually test it using the 100 samples input, 50 valid and 50 invalid. And as we can see that this achieve, achieve 97% accuracy in validating user input. This means that it correctly identifying and rejecting invalid prompts. Moving to the next evaluation, the user study case part. Well, technical success is one thing, but is it useful? Now, this is where we actually answer it. We run two tests that involves user, the usability testing that requires the user to test the program directly, and blind quality testing that requires user to just answer multiple questions about the part that we want to test. We run a usability testing with 7 individuals that has experience in 3D environment, and we run a quality testing with 22 people. The results were outstanding. Users gave the plugin a perfect 5 for ease to use and 4.98 for time efficiency. The more detailed score is on the right side of my slide, the participant ratings. And yeah, based on that, the generated content was also rated highly for visual quality and following the user prompt. Well, the last evaluation is to test if the retrieval augmented generation is also working, because retrieval augmented generation is actually cost resources, and if it doesn't do anything, then we can just remove it from the system. We use we uses blind A/B testing, and based on this, nearly 75% of users prefer the environment generated with retrieval augmented generations. This confirms that giving the LLM external domain-specific context is critical for improving output quality. Here is a few examples of the environment generated by system, all from simple text prompt. As you can see, the system is capable of generating a wide variety of detailed, high-quality scenes from peaceful meadows to dense forest. The first example in this prompt is generate a dense forest with a meandering river cutting through the center and a pathway crossing through the river. This dummy object in the image is actually representing river that the user of the system needs to replace. Here's the second one. The second one is to build a forest with two houses positioned in side by side in a central clearing and add a fireplace in front of the houses. This also shows an example that gives a dummy result to prove that the system won't be broken if the problem is very diverse. Another example is like this, creating a rolling hillside landscape with natural tree coverage and so on. And in conclusion, we successfully developed a system that bridges the gap between natural language and 3D environment design. It's proven to be robust, easy to use, and highly effective. For future work, we are excited to explore a more conversational workflow allowing for iterative editing as well as generating interactive elements and applying specific artistic style. For a small demo, I'll show you this. Just a quick demo. This is the result that the prompts on the top left. Yeah, the prompt of the top left will generate this all these thing just for one click. All the user needs to do is just to wait for 1 or 2 minutes to generate all of it. It's just a quick walkthrough, just simple example. Yeah, this is just another example. It is too. And yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you for Hidayatullah. For participant who would like to ask some question. No one? Okay. The next speaker, Juan Christopher Santoso. Are you with us in this room?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Time is yours.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Is my screen visible, right? Oh yeah, I think it is. Okay. So, may I start now? Hello. Am I audible? Hello, hello.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Already. Ready. Okay. Please start your presentation.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, good evening, everyone. I am Jennifer Santoso. I'm here as the representative of the authors of Mr. Files from Media about with behavioral model for tourism. I represent the authors, which are Arsene Jason, Dr. Nicholas Junadi, Mr. Saiful Akbar, and Mr. Agung Gawandar.
Yuan, we cannot hear voice.
Test. Am I
Okay.
audible? I wasn't audible, was I?
Okay.
Okay, so I will start it from I will repeat again from start. So good evening, everyone. I am John Christopher Santoso. I am the representative of the authors of Nusafah Social Media Bot with Behavioral Model for Tourism, and I represent the other authors, which are Alexander Jason, Nathaniel Carlos Jimedi, Mr. Saiful Akbar, and Mr. Agung Dewandar. So first thing first, we will start with the background of the study first. There are three main points of on why we study this issue. So the first one is the tourism. We know that Indonesia's tourism GDP has been increasing annually, even though it has a sharp decline in 2020. It it has been sustainably recover and grow. And this growth is not limited to local tourism, but also to overseas tourists too. And then about social media, the fact that 89% of potential tourists use social media as the reference or inspirations in doing tourism activities. Uh, Therefore, social media, particularly in this case Instagram, has become an influential component in tourism industry. And then the last component, which is the influencer. So as we know, influencer by definition is an individual or entity possessing the capability to affect or modify the behavior, perspective, or action of others. Therefore, to conclude, with the high public enthusiasm for using social media makes the role of influencer important in this context. Therefore, tourism influencers are able to encourage social media users to engage in tourism activities. And lastly, this can generate support for the development of tourism industry, especially in Indonesia. And then there are also some limitations in this context of this paper. So the first one is the tourism domain scope. The tourism in this case is only limited to the provinces of East Nusa Tenggara and West Nusa Tenggara. And then the social media scope, this social media bot, the Nusapa social media bot is only implemented in Instagram. And lastly, for the influencer imitation scope, the the behavior of the influencers that the model try to imitate are only limited to liking a post, leaving comments, uploading posts, following someone, and replying to messages in direct messages. Okay, so here is the position diagrams of Nusafa. So Nusafa, the bots that we made in the Instagram, is interacting with three parties. The first one is the stakeholders. The stakeholders are basically the owners of the bot, which they are responsible to configure and direct how the bots would behave. And then the second party is the netizen, the regular user in Instagram, which interacts directly with the bot in the platform. And then lastly, the influencers, which are the party uh, that the behavior is learned by the model and which party that model is trying to imitate. And then Nusafa itself is distributed into three modules. The first one is the dashboard and automation system, which is related to a complete integrated social media bot system with also a dashboard which is used to monitoring aspect. And the second module is the large language model, the bot behavior modeling that replicates human behavior in this case is the influencer's behavior. And also lastly is the data mining module that is responsible to extract knowledge for tourism data sources and tourism influencer behavioral patterns. Okay, this is more into the architecture diagram of Nusafa. There are 7 components uh, in the Nusafa. The first one is the social media world itself. The second one is the app database, which stores more into like the chat, the logging system, and the action of the Nusafa itself, and then the alarm service. And then the fourth component is the social media database, which stores more into tourism data and the behavioral pattern of the influencer itself. And then the fifth component is the decisioning modules. The sixth module is dashboard interface, and the lastly is the automation system. Okay, more into the data mining module. So the both requirements in this module is the first one, the knowledge of the behavior of the influencer itself. The second one is the knowledge of the general information and also tourist destinations. And lastly, the knowledge of the tourist destination patterns to provide recommendations for netizens that interacts with Nusafa. And the current problems with the information for nowadays is the first one, very less social media data that lacks of standard structure. So most of it, the data is very unstructured. And the second one, general information about tourist destination is abundant and scattered across various various travel platform. Therefore, this data mining module tries to make standard data and make this data is more achievable for the netizens. And then this is what the position diagram of data mining itself. So there's this data source. We can say it. Some of them is travelokanticket.com. We do data scraping in this module. We do the simulator places detection because we know that some of places are similar in there are these displayed in both of the data source, and then it is later stored in the database, and it will be used by the dashboard and the LLM model. And the bottom left, we know that is the flowchart of the simultaneous measurement. For the first one, it is scraping data, and then the pre-processing or data preparation, and finally the simultaneous measurement. And the top right is more, it is also a flowchart, but it is more it is more detailed, and we can see that there are two data sources, which are the travelog and ticket.com, and then we save the raw data, and then we do cleaning, and then finally data integration, and we do some similarity measurement. And the bottom right is the data structure that we make, and we store it in the document database, which is the MongoDB. Okay. Not only similarity measurement, we also do community detection design. So the data source of this information is the social media itself. So in this case, is Instagram, and then we do social network creation by using by doing by you we use like the users as the nodes, the users or the post as the nodes, and the relation between users or user and post as the age. So we make it like a graph social network, and then we use the speaker listener label propagation algorithm SLPA to form the social network, and then the social network will be stored in the MongoDB document database also, and will finally be used by the LLM module. Okay, moving on into the LLM module. The LLM module is like the brain of the system, which is divided, can be divided into four components. The first one is the agent, which consists of the model itself, the LLM, and the embedding models, also all the configuration, including the personal data that the bot has. And then the memory component consists of short-term memory and long-term memory connectivity to database. In this case, it's vector database. And then the planning component consists of form generation component, action generation component, and an evaluator. And lastly, the tools component, which consists of all tools connect to external parties and utilities functions, supporting the whole system. Okay, more into system components. So we move into more detailed implementations. So there are six internal components and two external components. The first one is the agent. Yeah, as I mentioned before, this is the main and the most important package because it contains the LLM and all the models, the core component of the system. And then the generator component, it is the largest supporting package in the LLM agent system, contains the main supporting components to the agent package. And then the connector package contains the connection to all the databases. And then evaluator package contains the evaluator component to evaluate the output of the LLM. The gateway package has the role as the manager of the input output, like more into like an API gateway. And then utils is working package to all the other packages. And then there's also external scheduler. We use GitHub Actions, and we use cron job for internal trigger actions. And also there's also deployment. We deploy the model in the and then okay, moving on into the still in the large language model, but not every, even though it is named LLM or large language model, not every actions in the LLM module is actually initiated or generated by the LLM. So some of the model, the internal trigger actions like doing liking a post or commenting a post is initiated by the HMM. We use the hidden Markov model to initiate these actions. So some of the observation elements are the new follower, slide, new comments, morning time, afternoon time, and night time. And then there are also three hidden states in this case, which is the growth state, which indicates the LLM to try to increase its audiences, and then the engagement state, where the LLM try to interact with the current audience, and lastly the idle state. It is like try to imitate human, where human just like to idle in the social media, like not doing anything. Okay, the hidden Markov model itself, we add some variations itself. So, in every trigger that the model try to do internal trigger actions, it can do up to five actions at a time. However, the more actions, the more iteration it do, the more probability it gets moving into the idle state. So we try to imitate humans, like after humans do some actions in the social media, I would like to move into the idle state. So this is just like some variations we use to add creativity to the model itself. Okay, moving on into the dashboard and automation system. So there are some factors in Instagram engagement. So the first one is the like and the comments, and then the second one is the following action. The third one is direct message, and the fourth is interesting content. So because we use Instagram as the platform, the social media platform, there are two gateways that are provided by Instagram itself. So the first one is Instagram Basic Display API and then Instagram Graph API. But we use more into the Instagram Graph API because it allows not only limited to read-only access but also to post content. And then the process of the dashboard system. The first one is the development of the backend components. We use Django in this case because the LM module is developed using Python. And then the front end, we use Next.js. And then more into automated system component. We divide it into two aspects: the event driven trigger, uh, which controls the external trigger actions, and schedule trigger, which controls the internal trigger actions, and finally the testing component, the testing process. Okay, here is some of demonstrations of the new Nusafar that we made. I will just walk through it quickly because we're quite tight in time. So this is the dashboard where the user or sorry, the stakeholders can actually manage the bot. And then there's the configurations where the stakeholder can configure the bot itself. And then there's also an action logs in this that display the actions that bot has done in the social media. And then also more into the configuration of the persona of how the stakeholder wants the bots to behave. And then there's also the displayment of all the tourist destinations that the stakeholders would like to monitor or analyze. Okay, moving on into the post action. So the post action is still initiated by the stakeholders, but the LM module try to support it by making the caption, to generate this caption, and also find the best time to actually post post the post. Okay, this is the log, and then moving on into the direct message. So as I mentioned before, the server can also interact with netizen in the social media, in this case Instagram. It can interact, like a user can ask anything related to tourism to Musafa, and it will automatically answers. Okay, and lastly, there's also automated actions log. We only display the log in this case, in this video. I mean, this is how the LM work, how the HMM works behind on the backend side, where the LM tries to choose which actions to do and which what target it choose to do the actions to. Okay, Moving on into the testing, there are three part of testing. The first one is the functionality testing. This part relates to the measurement that the Nusafara has functioned well and working well. And in this case, we achieved the average rating exceeding 4.5 out of 5. So we know that Nusafara has actually working well, and it achieved our functionality standard. And then moving on to user testing, this measures the user satisfaction. And even though the result is quite well, but we need to underline some issues that Nusafa is still lacking in terms of naturalness responses. So it can be it can be included as a future works. And lastly, the statistic testings. There are three metrics that we use: the followers, the like, and the reach. But the main metrics that we use is the reach itself, because by the definition it is the number of accounts reaching the Nusafas profile. So we do the testing by duration of 7 days, and by the 7 days, the reach of Nusafa has rose from 7 to 25 units profiles. So it indicates that Nusafa has the potential to reach more audiences. Okay, lastly, we get into the conclusion and suggestion. So the conclusion, a social media bot can be enhanced with element data mining component to facilitate tourism destination promotion through influencer behavior model. The LLM component manages the natural language interaction and imitates the human behavior, and then the resume component extracts all the knowledge needed by the LLM. And lastly, these two components is integrated with the social media bot that execute corresponding action in the platform. And also there are some suggestions. The first one is the primary priority is to enhance the naturalness of the most of its interactions. Maybe there are some alternatives process that we can do, like using fine tuning, or maybe other enhancements to achieve more authentic human-like behavior. And the second one is to ensure sustainable long-term functionality in social media. We think that official partnership with social media platform itself should be established. This approach mitigates the risk of accounts to be suspended or eventually banned. Okay, that's it. That's all from presentation of Nusafa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Juan. Any other question for participant? No one? Okay, Juan, I have one question. How can behavioral modeling enhance the performance of the tourism focused social media booth, especially for Nusafa? Okay.
Sorry. Can you repeat it one more time?
One more. How can behavioral modeling enhance the performance of tourism-focused social media, but especially from Nusafa?
Okay, so this related to the first thing first, like the background of the study itself. So we know that the the uh, the potential tourists use social media as the reference and as reference to do tourism activities, and in this case, influencers, especially tourism influencers, plays in an important role uh, to create engagement for potential tourists to actually do tourism activities. And in this case, we try to make a model and the Safa to imitate this influencer behavior. So instead of uh, uh, a an influencer, like a human influencer, we try to make like a bot influencer, which tries to generate the same output with at the end, which is to support the development of the tourism industry by doing engagement with the netizen in the scope of tourism in the social media.
Okay, thank you for Juan. Very insightful. Okay. The next participants. The next speaker, Gerald from Bina Nusantara, with the title Intelligent Recommender System for IT Ticket Troubleshooting Using Semantic Embedding and Collaboration Filtering. Okay, are you us in this room? Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, the screen
Let me
is
share my
yours,
screen.
Gerald.
Okay, thank you. All right. Hello everyone. My name is Gara Nathaniel Sharif, and I'm on behalf of my CEO author, Professor Dr. Swajito. Uh, Today I would like to present my recent research in the field of recommender system called Intelligent Recommender System for IT Ticket Troubleshooting using semantic embeddings and collaborative filtering. All right, so these are the materials that will be covered throughout this presentation. We have research background, research objectives, related works, research gap, methodology, result, conclusion, and future works. As we know, IT services has covered all of the business aspects, determining the business continuation and business process. So it means that the rises of IT services leads to the increase of the complexity. So that's why it leads to the need of automated ticket classification and recommender system. Integrating machine learning and deep learning is proven can automate classification and resolution recommendation. It also proven that integrating machine learning and deep learning could enhance efficiency by automating initial responses and escalating unresolved issues to the IT department for the issues that cannot be handled by system and need human intervention to solve the problem. Also, the technique used in recommend, recommendation system are word embeddings, bidirectional long short-term memory, support vector machine, XGBoost, random forest, transformer-based model, and alternating least square algorithm. So the objectives of this research is we want to automate ticket classification and resolution recommendation and integrating semantic embeddings using BERT and TF-IDF along with collaborative filtering alternating least square as one pipeline for this recommender system. The of this study is we would like to answer these two questions. The first one is how can we address solution suggestion based on user's description for resolving IT ticket issue raised by user? And second, how can we maximize the productivity of IT department by reducing the need of human interaction due to incoming repeated IT issue that can be handled without human interaction at all? So we have summarized three main points from literature review that we did. The first one, prior works use TF-IDF and consent similarity for testable tasks, achieve 84 to 92% accuracy, which is quite good for the performance. And second, alternating least square improve personalization with lower error indicator of MAE and RMSE. And last but not least, deep models such as BERT and bidirectional long short-term memory improve contextual understanding, but they lack of personalization. From literature review we did, we also summarized the research gap that we found. The first one, existing models such as the FIDF and support vector machine is just focusing on accuracy, but they lack of contextual understanding and personalization. It means that algorithms like TF-IDF and SVM, they only capture pattern similarity instead of contextual understanding and personalization. Second, BERT focus on contextual understanding, but they ignore personalization. Third, collaboration filtering methods such as alternating least square model, they create personalization based on user item interaction pattern, but ignore semantics. So as we can see, each algorithm has its own benefits and limitation. So we were thinking, how about we propose a hybrid model that combine these three algorithms into one pipeline to complement their limitation and increasing leveraging the system performance. So these are the methodology. So our data set actually consists of 9,357 IT tickets from private university from January to November 2024. And the feature that we use, there are 6 features: subject, description, category, subcategory, and resolution. Actually, for recommender system, 9,357, it's quite insufficient. Recommender system would be have better performance if they obtain more training data. So the process that we go through this research is the first one. We receive the data sets in the form of text. Then we do the pre-processing phase, which cover cleanings and normalization, because we found out that on the data set, some of them actually have the same meaning, but they were written in the different form. For example, like SW and software is the same meaning. HW and hardware is the same meaning. So we need to do synonym normalization so that the system know that SW and software is the same thing. Then we do lemmatization, tokenization, stemming, and text vectorization. After we do the pre-processing, we continue to implement the model. We implement TF-IDF and compute the TF-IDF score using consent similarity to obtain the lexical similarity value. Then we also utilize BERT and consent similarity to count the semantic understanding. And alternatively, square algorithm, we use it to create personalization based on user item patterns. The expected output will be the top recommendation based on highest ensemble score. Okay, so the result, we evaluate the performance of our model by using RMSE, root mean squared error, mean absolute error, mean squared error, and accuracy. And our baseline model utilized the FIDF bird and random forest, achieved RMSE of 2.209, MSE of 4.876, MAE of 0.513, and accuracy of 93.37%. While our proposed model, which combine the FIDF, BERT, and alternating least square algorithm, achieve lower in error indicators, RMSE of 0.305, MSE of 0.093, MAE of 0.093, and accuracy of 90.71%. Maybe you think that why our proposed model's accuracy is slightly lower. It's about 2.54% compared to the baseline. It's because our model not only considering from pattern similarity, but they also considering resolution recommendation based on contextual understanding and user item interaction pattern. So our model is believed to capture relevant recommendation better with less error, and also it generalize across unseen IT ticket or IT issues. So the conclusion, our hybrid model effectively integrates semantic and collaborative approach, which improve the generalization and recommendation precision. It also enhances IT support efficiency by automating resolution suggestion based on contextual text using BERT, and user interaction pattern using alternating least square. For future works, we are suggesting that our system could advance by integrating reinforcement learning so the system can learn and improve automatically from user feedback, developing real-time with multi-language ticket handling to support global IT operation efficiently. I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Gerard. Any other question? No? Okay. Okay, we have now reached the end our presentation. On behalf the organization community, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all speakers for their excellent presentation, and to all participants for thank you very much. And we hope this session has provided new insight and inspiration for future research. And please accept my apologies for any shortcoming during my moderation. That's all. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Enjoy the next session. Okay, thank you.
Recording stopped.
Kota Batam, Kepulauan Riau, merupakan salah satu kota metropolitan di Indonesia. Kota Batam dikenal sebagai kawasan industri dan perdagangan yang berkembang pesat. Sebagai kota industri, Batam memiliki sekitar 1.309 industri unggul dengan jumlah 169.000 pekerja dari hasil produksi migas dan non-migas. Di tengah pesatnya perkembangan Kota Batam, terdapat sebuah perguruan tinggi vokasi yang berkomitmen untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang dapat menjawab kebutuhan industri, yaitu Politeknik Negeri Batam. Pada tahun 2023, Poli Batam telah terakreditasi baik sekali oleh Badan Akreditasi Nasional Perguruan Tinggi. Selain terletak di salah satu kawasan pusat pertumbuhan ekonomi nasional, Poli Batam juga terletak di wilayah terdepan dan terluar negara Kesatuan Republik Indonesia yang berbatasan langsung dengan perairan internasional. Sebagai perguruan tinggi vokasi, Politeknik Negeri Batam menyelenggarakan program Diploma 3 dan Diploma 4 yang dinaungi oleh 4 jurusan dengan total 25 program studi yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri. Di antaranya, jurusan Manajemen dan Bisnis, jurusan Teknik Elektro, jurusan Teknik Informatika, dan jurusan Teknik Mesin. Demi menunjang pendidikan yang berkualitas, Poli Batam menerapkan konsep Design, Implement, Operate atau disingkat CDIO, sebuah kerangka kerja pendidikan inovatif untuk menghasilkan lulusan yang siap bersaing di dunia industri. Poli Batam menjadi satu-satunya anggota tetap dari Indonesia dalam Collaborator Worldwide CDIO Initiative. Keanggotaan ini menunjukkan komitmen Poli Batam untuk terus meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan dan pembelajaran dengan standar internasional. CDIO terintegrasi dengan kurikulum PBL yang nantinya lulusan akan mendapatkan pekerjaan sesuai kompetensinya. Poli Batam memiliki sistem pembelajaran unggulan Project Based Learning atau disingkat PBL. PBL merupakan model pembelajaran yang berpusat pada peserta didik untuk melakukan suatu investigasi yang mendalam terhadap suatu topik. Program pembelajaran ini menghadirkan satu proyek yang dikerjakan oleh mahasiswa lintas angkatan, jurusan, maupun program studi, sehingga meningkatkan soft skill para mahasiswa dan dapat menjawab tantangan zaman. Mahasiswa tingkat akhir Poli Batam melaksanakan seluruh pembelajarannya dalam bentuk magang selama setahun. Ini memungkinkan para mahasiswa direkrut industri jauh sebelum wisuda. Untuk itu, Polibatam telah bekerja sama dengan perusahaan-perusahaan besar swasta maupun negara, nasional hingga multinasional, sehingga penyerapan lulusan menjadi tenaga kerja cukup maksimal. Polibatam memberikan fasilitas terbaik untuk para mahasiswa dan tenaga pendidiknya untuk menunjang terselenggaranya kualitas pendidikan yang unggul. Fasilitas tersebut diantaranya Perpustakaan Umum Polibatam, auditorium, kelas ruang kerja, gedung teknopreneur, hangar, laboratorium praktikum, studio foto atau video, koperasi dan kantin, lapangan dan masih banyak lagi fasilitas penunjang lainnya. Polibatam juga mendukung hak aksesibilitas untuk teman-teman penyandang disabilitas dengan memberikan akses jalan guiding block. Dengan seluruh ikhtiar berupa civitas akademia yang berintegritas, fasilitas yang memadai, dan juga program-program kampus yang memajukan, baik tenaga pendidik maupun mahasiswanya, Polibatam telah memiliki segudang prestasi, baik taraf nasional maupun internasional, sehingga peminatan calon mahasiswa Polibatam meningkat setiap tahunnya. Sebagai kampus yang menjunjung tinggi integritas pelayanan publiknya dan juga mencegah terjadinya praktik korupsi, kolusi, dan nepotisme, Polibatam menerapkan beberapa sistem dan program seperti layanan aspirasi dan pengaduan online rakyat atau disingkat lapor, tolak gratifikasi atau toga, badan layanan umum, dan juga zona integritas wilayah bebas korupsi.
Politeknik Negeri Batam sesuai misinya akan terus menghasilkan talenta-talenta berdaya saing tinggi untuk menjembatani kebutuhan perkembangan investasi di Pulau Batam. Tidak hanya itu, Politeknik Negeri Batam akan terus berupaya untuk meningkatkan kapabilitas industri lokal agar bisa berdaya saing dan mendorong pertumbuhan investasi. Tentu saja, ini tidak akan bisa kita lakukan sendiri, dan Polibatam akan terus berkolaborasi dengan berbagai pihak untuk melaksanakan kedua misi tersebut.